Chapter 201 One Punch to Kill You. There was a noise in the courtyard. It made Li Shimin very upset. What a joke. This is the palace. How can people be allowed to be presumptuous here? So, he asked with a stern face, who is making noise outside? Not too timid. Report to your majesty. General Cheng and Wang Shizhong got into a scuffle. Li Shimin was shocked when he heard this. How did these two get together? It can't be. The two are not the same thing. Did Cheng Yojin beat someone? But they dared to fight in front of them? In a fit of anger, he walked out. When I went out, I saw that the two were fighting together. Cheng Yojin's face was flushed, while Wang Gui's face was bruised. Cheng Yojin kept talking on his mouth. Let you talk more. Let you talk too much. Let me see if I won't maim you. Then the fist was thrown straight down. Wang Gui was getting old. After being beaten like this, he lost a few teeth and almost fainted. Don't slap your face. Li Shimin frowned. Stop. When Wang Gui saw Li Shimin coming, he immediately became energetic. Your Majesty, help, 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 help. No one can save you. I don't want to punch you to death. Wang Gui's wailing voice did not attract Cheng Yojin's sympathy, and even beat him even more fiercely. Go down. Wang Gui was beaten and injured everywhere. Your Majesty, if this is fought again, I'm afraid it will kill people. Empress Zhangsan was very frightened. Concubine Yang was even more worried. But how could they possibly be able to stop Cheng Yojin's rudeness? Stop. Zaiji, don't you even listen to what I have to say? Li Shimin was shouting. He seemed to smell a faint smell of alcohol. It came from Cheng Yojin. No wonder Cheng Yojin blushed. It turned out to be too much drinking. But it is unknown why he had an affair with Wang Gui. Cheng Yojin didn't mean to stop. Come here, separate them. Finally, Li Shimin had to order. The guards rushed up, but they were Cheng Yojin's opponents, and a few people were thrown out directly. Li Shimin had no solution, so he rushed forward. Looks like he has to come by himself. At the same time, a figure flashed out. Your Majesty, let the minister come here. Everyone fixedly looked at it. It turned out to be Qin Kaiyan, so she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Kaiyan's force is amazing, but facing the drunk Cheng Yojin, it is still a little difficult. Cheng Yojin's combat power has increased by at least 2 layers. Plus hatred for Wang Gui. Qin Kaiyan was not an opponent. But there are always other guards working together. In the end, it took a lot of effort to win Cheng Yojin. When Cheng Yojin was detained, he didn't forget to kick Wang Gui and kicked him into a shit. Your Majesty, please be the master of the minister. General Cheng is bullying me. Wang Gui cried bitterly. His face was swollen, and it was very funny to cry. Li Shimin sighed. Brow wrinkled. What's going on? What's going on here? Although Cheng Yojin was reckless, he also knew right from wrong and wouldn't mess around, but today is unusual. Someone must have provoked him. General Cheng also entered the palace just now. When he saw the minister, he was beaten. The minister didn't do anything, but he suffered such damage. Your Majesty, please be the master of the minister. Your Majesty, this minister thinks that officials should be restricted from drinking free wine during this period of time. As far as I know, because the weather has turned cold, there are not a few officials who drink alcohol, and there are a lot of them who are drunk. If you drink it, you will be mistaken. It's a problem. Some things have been delayed for a long time and have not been dealt with. What's more, some people dare to doze off in the morning. Huh? Zaiji. Li Shimin turned to Cheng Yojin. It was quiet at this time. People thought he knew he had made a mistake and repented. Unexpectedly, only a moment later, a snoring sound was heard. He actually fell asleep. I was so tired just now that I fell asleep. There are very few people who dare to sleep in front of Li Shimin. Cheng Yojin is definitely one of them. Wake him up. Li Shimin was very angry. Then someone splashed water directly on Cheng Yojin's face. But now Cheng Yojin is coming up. How is it possible to wake up? After several efforts, they didn't seem to wake him up, but he slept more soundly. How much alcohol did this man drink? In the end, Li Shimin gave up. Wait until he wakes up. Li Shimin turned to Wang Gui and asked, What are you doing in the palace? Wang Gui immediately stood up and said, Your Majesty, I have something to report. What's the matter? But still understandable. When Li Shimin heard this, he felt that this was no trivial matter. Wang Gui said again, It seems that just now, General Cheng was drunk, disrespected, and even treated his ministers. Hey, it hurts. What Wang Gui said was true, because the price of Yujiu was lowered by Li minutes again, in exchange for a large number of sales. Business is getting better and better, especially when officials give gifts and drink their own drinks. Sometimes they buy 34 catties at home. Wang Gui whimpered. He has lived for so many years. You are reading www. This is the first time that uukanzu.com has been beaten on the ground and beaten in front of Li Shimin. And now the perpetrator cannot be held accountable. Because now Cheng Yojin is sleeping like a dead pig. How can he be held accountable? Can't wake him up. Li Shimin did not directly make a decision. At this time, Li Chengqian appeared. After he met Li Shimin and the queen, etc., said, Father, Emperor and son think he is right. This wine must be banned. It's better to ban it from top to bottom. Give me the safety of Tang. They wished that all Yu wines were banned. So in this way, Li Minutes business is only bad. It will be easy to do next. Wang Gui gave Li Chengqian a thankful look. With the blessing of the crown prince, Li Shimin would probably ban Yu bar. Gainer's opinion. I will consider it. Li Shimin has his own ideas. At this time, Concubine Yang said, Your Majesty, this matter has to be considered in the long run. Don't be in a hurry. Concubine Yang, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Wang Gui said, Li Shimin is now in trouble. After all, this wine is for imperial wine, and he brought it out. If it is banned, it will be nothing more than a slap in the face for myself. He also didn't expect that Li Minutes would hit the wine to a par, making Yu wine popular in the Tang dynasty. Looking at Li Shimin again, he still didn't speak. If it is banned, will I be unable to drink alcohol? If you can't help it, things like Cheng Yojin beating Wang Gui happen again, and the officials of the previous dynasty are not in good spirits, which is very unfavorable for the rule. What should we do now? Dilemma. He pondered, thinking. And at this moment, an old man with glasses walked in from outside the courtyard. Prohibition. I oppose it. Chapter 201. Li Yuan was upset. When everyone looked up, it turned out to be him. Prohibition. I oppose it. It was Li Yuan who came in. He happened to pass by here just now. As soon as I heard about prohibition, I walked over directly. A group of people saluted Li Yuan. But Wang Gui said, Emperor Chang, this wine must be banned. Otherwise the future of the Tang dynasty will make people feel worried. Fear is what the weak do. When encountering difficulties, it is not to fear, but to face it. Your behavior, it's the weak. Li Yuan said the big truth. In fact, his original intention was, if alcohol was banned, what would he drink? Now his old age is nothing but wine and beauties, and without the wine, he will lose a lot of fun. Such a life was not the life he wanted. Therefore, when Wang Gui talked about prohibition of alcohol, he criticized and opposed it. Everyone is embarrassed now. I don't know if Li Shimin will listen to Li Yuan. But from now on, with Li Yuan's intervention, things may not be so simple. At this time, Concubine Yang said, I agree with the Emperor Chang's opinion. When encountering things, we should face them directly, rather than adopt a negative attitude. Li Yuan cast a grateful look. Li Yuan had a good impression of Concubine Yang, which came from Li Minutes. After all, Li Minutes gave him a lot of things. Standing here again, what do Concubine I think? Li Shimin asked Concubine Yang. Your Majesty, Yu wine is a double-edged sword. Having it in your spare time can make people feel happy. In normal times, drinking too much will naturally cause harm. We cannot deny its shortcomings because of its shortcomings. Don't give up eating because of choking. Don't blame it and ban it because some people have done something out of the ordinary. Li Yuan applauded. Okay, well said, it is the source of joy for widows. Without it, widowhood's life would be tasteless. Empress Zhangsun also stood up and said, Your Majesty, concubine thinks that concubine Yang is right, this is why free. If alcohol is used well, it is a good thing, it can inspire people, make people relax, work hard for a day, and have a good rest, but if it is not used properly, it will hurt people. Suddenly, 3 people thought that alcohol should not be banned. A high-ranking Chang Wang came forward to object. If Li Shimin still insisted on banning, he would definitely fall into the name of unfilial piety. The other 2 are his favorite concubine and queen. Their opinions are equally important, especially Queen Chengsun's opinion, which can be regarded as a guide. But on the other side are Wang Gui and Li Chengqian, and their opinion is that they should be banned. Emperor Father, Emperor Chang, Empress Mother. This why free wine has to be banned. Too much drinking will only make people think about pleasure all day long, and lose the heart to struggle. If they are banned, it will definitely bring the economy of Tang to a new level. And there won't be any accidents in which the minister was beaten in front of His Majesty. It would be very embarrassing to talk about it. If Cheng Yojin knew this, he would be very angry. I think His Royal Highness is right. This wine should be banned. Wang Gui said. There is an unspeakable relationship between the two, especially between Li Chengqian and the Wang family. There is still a little interest in it. Plus Li Chengqian hates Li minutes. If alcohol is banned, it will be a fatal blow to Li minutes. For myself, it was a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, can I say a word? Qin Kaiyan, who had been silent for a while, spoke up. Speak. Li Shimin motioned to him. Yes, I thought this was actually not a conflict. Why is there no conflict? Li Shimin asked. First of all, it can be banned, but it is forbidden for the people in the court, except for the holiday. The officials are not allowed to drink. This refers to the existence of officials, who handle official affairs. It does not conflict with the Supreme Emperor. The Chang Emperor is a free existence. This paper ban has nothing to do with him. Then, for the common people, they cannot help it, but there is an extra law. Anyone who drinks and hurts someone and kills them is guilty of the same crime as the sober. Let everyone be restrained, so, like this as a result, there is no problem at all. Qin Kaiyan spoke from the perspective of an outsider. After all, he has no interest in either side, neither with Li Chengqian nor with Li minutes, so he can say such things. In this way, it will not embarrass everyone, and at the same time, it will be the best of both worlds. As soon as his words came out, Li Yuan raised his hands in approval. The widow agrees. Concubine Yang also felt that it was feasible. After all, this involved Li minutes' interests. As long as Li minutes' interests don't suffer too many losses, everything will be fine. Empress Chengsun is facing concubine Yang. She doesn't say anything, nor does Empress Chengsun say anything. Talk to yourself. As for Li Chengqian and Wang Gui, they were not satisfied. Wang Gui said, Your Majesty, this thing is a disaster for the country and the people, and it must be banned. Yeah, the Emperor, it must be banned. Let the Tang dynasty go further. Li Chengqian also said. But their persuasion seemed so powerless. Without any factual support, Li Shimin would not consider it. So, Li Shimin spoke up. I think Qin Kaiyan is right. You reading www.uukanzu.com must be banned. But it starts with officials. This also involves Li Shimin's vested interests. Otherwise, when you want to drink, you will be pardoned every day, and you will have nothing to do when you are idle. Wang Gui and Li Chengqian still wanted to say something, but was snatched by Li Shimin. Okay, I've decided, according to my will, from today onwards, except for festivals and amnesty, all officials of the Tang dynasty are not allowed to drink alcohol. No matter what kind of alcohol is allowed, violators are severely punished. As for the public, there is no restriction. In this way, everyone is happy. Yes. Okay, I don't want to talk about political affairs. If you want to say something, You can say it tomorrow morning. Come on down. I'm tired. Li Shimin saw what Wang Gui and Li Chengqian wanted to say. Just say so. Wang Gui had no choice but to retreat. Unexpectedly, he wanted to persuade Li Shimin to ban free wine, but later, he directly killed all the wine, and he couldn't drink the fruit wine. Hit others and hit yourself. It depends on whether this wave of operations has an impact on Li minutes. As for Li Yuan, he said, the widow left first. It wasn't until the next day, when prohibition was imposed. The officials of the entire court thought it was incredible. When someone said that it was Wang Gui's suggestion, people hated him deeply. As for Cheng Yojin, he was also punished by Li Shimin, but it didn't hurt either. The most is to pay Wang Gui 1,000 taels of silver as medical expenses. For other beatings, Li Shimin scolded him for an hour. It's over in the end, and concubine Yang has left the palace again, so she went to the group to find Li minutes to talk about the tax reduction and exemption for Liu Lai for Li Shimin. Reference is also made to the practice of prohibition. I hope Li minutes and I can come up with a solution. Chapter 202. To engage in franchisees. Yang has been very diligent towards the group recently. It can be said to be familiar with the road. When she arrived outside the group store, nearly half of the storefront at the door was open, and the other half didn't know what to do in the future. She is still very pleased with Li Minutes' career. She originally thought that Li Minutes would not be able to survive, but had to rely on her own relief. Seeing this situation, she thought too much. Unlike usual, the number of people at any time is 10th. Many people are busy purchasing glazed utensils. People are also proud of it, especially the rich. They directly purchased a whole set of appliances, and the group adds new products every day, so the repurchase rate of this thing is very high. Before concubine Yang arrived at the door, Zushan greeted her. Madam, here. Come in quickly. As soon as Li Minutes heard that concubine Yang was coming again, he put down what he was doing and came out to meet her. Li Minutes threw everyone away. Only after entering the hall, I met with concubine Yang. Mother, did he let you come this time? Concubine Yang nodded. But this time there is a good thing to inform you. It's also what His Majesty wants you to be happy about, she said. Why does Li Minutes feel that something is wrong? Will Li Shimin do such a thing? Impossible. How could it be possible for concubine Yang to inform him of good things? There must be something unseen. Li Minutes sat down. Someone brought tea. What's the matter? Let you come over in person? Concubine Yang took a sip of tea. That's right. His Majesty is willing to give you tax relief for Liu Lai. Huh? Li Shimin couldn't be so good. There must be a conspiracy. Will he be so kind? Li Minutes asked rhetorically. But there is a premise, concubine Yang said again. Oh, what's the premise? There must be no less than 1,000 Liu Lai shops in the Tang dynasty. Sure enough, Li Shimin was really smart. 1,000. If one invests in 1,000 taels, it will cost 1 million taels alone. What's more, the value doesn't stop there. Together with decoration and labor costs, there may be more. Cheng Yojin and the others are an example. For that little tax, he doesn't think it's worth it. Mother, go back and tell him that I don't need a reduction. So, I can't agree to this. Let him die. Concubine Yang showed embarrassment. Child, this is a good opportunity. Your Majesty wants to weaken the family, and this is also the hope of the mother. In this way, the Tang dynasty can be better, and the only one who can shake them may be your Liu Lai. So, just beg you as a mother. When Li Minutes heard this, he felt that this must be the ghost of Li Shimin. This man is really disturbing. Every day instructs concubine Yang to do something. From concubine Yang's tone, I could feel that Li Shimin wanted to use him again this time. The last time I was salty, I was superior in my skills, Can he be any smarter? But then again, if you can make it big, that's a good thing. But the organization is too large, which is very unfavorable for me. In the space of chatting with concubine Yang, he did a random search. How to make a big business without spending money and still make money in the early stage. This search turned up a lot of results. There was one idea that appealed to him very much. Joining the word is very lethal. What he can do is to give franchisees technology and guidance, and at the same time charge some franchise fees. As long as it is set well, one family will receive 10,000 yuan, and 1,000 families, isn't it 10 million? At the same time, these Liu Lidian will have an irreversible impact on the family. It's just that the core of the technology can't be known too quickly, especially the people from the 5 aristocratic families. This has another difficulty, on the core issue of technology. Perhaps he only supplies and joins. That might be good. First recruit tens of thousands of people to make glaze every day, and then send them to various places in the Tang dynasty, and then they will process them again. That way the technology won't leak out. Okay, just do it. He thought about it a lot, and concubine Yang asked curiously, "Son, what are you thinking about?" "It's okay, go back and tell him, I promised him 1,000 homes, 1 month to complete." Li Yan was firm. 1 month? Your Majesty didn't talk about time, so you don't have to force yourself too hard, concubine Yang said with some distress. No, it won't. This thing needs to be fast, so that you can beat the snake 7 inches and make the family feel pain. Maybe it won't be needed for a month, or even 7 days. This is Li minutes. Surprising. Concubine Yang suddenly felt that the Li minutes in front of her was very unfamiliar. Now he is like another person. But it's obviously her child. Okay then, I'll go back and tell His Majesty, you agreed, but I don't want to say the time. After all, it will add pressure to myself. I'll be at ease. Concubine Yang nodded. Don't worry about this. I'll go back and take it with him. That's good. There. Mother and son stayed for a while longer. You were reading www. Yukansu.com. Suddenly concubine Yang remembered something. By the way, the imperial court issued an order last night. Huh? It's a prohibition order. In the future, officials will not be allowed to drink alcohol. Let me tell you first, and you can pay attention to those people in the family. These people want to speak ill of you in front of your Majesty every day. As early as last night, Li Minutes heard about it. And I also know that Wang Gui was beaten by Cheng Yojin, and when I see Cheng Yojin next time, I must treat him to a good meal. After all, it is also to relieve himself. Mother, don't worry, this prohibition will only make my wine sell better. Li Minutes' words were puzzling. But concubine Yang didn't ask too much. After all, if he said yes, it was all right. Child, you're out alone, so be careful. Don't let me worry. Your brother is now in charge of Jeju, and he hasn't been able to come back for a short time. Sometimes I can't find someone to talk to because of my mother. Hand Wei. She was talking about leak. In the 7th year of Zhengwen 633, that is, a year ago, Li Shimin was named the governor of Chizaiking Ulemi, the military governor of Kizu, and the governor of Kizu, and he went there to take office. About this brother, he is very talented, and he told himself, it is also difficult for you, concubine Yang. Her 2 sons are not around, which makes her feel depressed. But this is also impossible. Speaking of this, Li Minutes suddenly discovered something. Mother, what's wrong with your hand? He asked, holding her hand. Concubine Yang quickly retracted her hand. Don't let him see it. No. It's okay. Looking at her hands, they were all dry and cracked. How could they be okay? Did Li Shimin bully her? If that's the case, then it's not human. Chapter 203 Franchise Pioneer. Li Minutes grabbed concubine Yang's hand, which was dry and cracked. What's the matter? Did he abuse you? He asked. Yang withdrew her hand. Nothing. What's the matter with that hand? Because Datang's treasury has been depleted in the past 6 months, resulting in insufficient morning fat. Although the tax has gone up later, it is still very nervous, and the concubines in the palace are in short supply. And more than half of this resource is given to the queen. We concubines can use some on the face, which is not bad. Their so-called morning fat is the juice secreted by plants or the oil that seeps out of seeds, like dew. Same. In ancient times, this kind of thing was most loved by women, but often in a large area, only a little bit was collected, and the price was even more expensive. Although there are people in the palace who are collecting this, but what they collect is often only enough for a few people. Well, for this kind of thing, more than half of it is the queen who comes first. As for concubine Yang, although she is one of the 4 concubines, she is not ranked first. So, when it comes to her, it becomes extremely limited. Therefore, she can only let her hands become dry and cracked. When Li Minutes heard this, he felt a little distressed. What about the feet? He asked. Concubine Yang continued. The same is true of my feet. In the past 2 years, my hands and feet will be dry and cracked in autumn and winter. I am used to it. But what can I do? This kind of thing can't be bought with money, and there are only so many. Concubine Yang said helplessly. Mother, that's just right. I've recently developed a moisturizing cream, you can try it out. Yes, if you don't specifically collect them, you can't really buy them with money. What is that? You'll know by looking at it. Then, Concubine Yang was asked to wait for a while. He walked into the backyard. After a while, he appeared, holding a small bottle in hand. The bottle is very nice, like a modern cosmetic bottle. This is? Concubine Yang looked at the bottle suspiciously. Mom, just look at it and you'll know, Li Minutes said. Concubine Yang took the bottle and looked at it carefully. The pattern on the top is very nice. The bottle also contained some white solids. Is there a lotion in this bottle? Yes, Mother can unscrew it. Concubine Yang fiddled for a while, but she couldn't open the bottle. Like this. Li Minutes immediately stepped forward to help her spin the bottle and unscrew it. Concubine Yang said in surprise. This bottle is so amazing that it can be twisted and unscrewed. There is really no gap between the bottle cap and the bottle body. Has your Yulai craftsmanship reached this level? Li Yan said. Yes, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is the beauty of the moisturizing cream. Oh, Mother, try to get some moisturizing cream and put it on the dry and cracked hands and spread it. Concubine Yang did as she did. A fragrance emanated. It's sweet scented osmanthus, and these white solids are rent greasy. Then, she spreads the moisturizer. The chapped hands seem to have been softened a bit. This thing has the effect of moisturizing the skin. Concubine Yang sighed. Sure enough, it's for moisturizing cream. What else? Li Minutes shook his head. This is only one bottle. Mother can use it first. After mass production, I will send 100 bottles to the palace. Then, will this be very expensive? Mother, as long as you are good. What about the more expensive ones? It's hard work, my child. It's not hard. It's getting late. I have to go back and see you later. Concubine Yang was about to get up. Li Minutes said, wait, take some of the soap back, but there is one thing you need to pay attention to. What? After using the soap, you should apply moisturizer, otherwise it will dry and crack even more. In autumn and winter, the weather is dry. The function of soap is strong cleaning. It will take away the oil expressed by the human body, thus losing the protection of this layer of oil, and the skin is easy to dry. Therefore, it is especially necessary to use a moisturizing cream. As for him holding the soap and letting Concubine Yang bring it into the palace, his intentions may be somewhat unpredictable. So if that's the case, then he'll take it back to the sisters. Zushan. Yes. Go to my room and get a box of soap and give it to my mother. Yes. Concubine Yang stayed for a while longer, before leaving here. And when she left, Li Minutes called everyone here. First, he said, Zushan, when you advertise tomorrow, you will buy Yu liquor, and the Shengteng group will take it back twice in 10 years. People are puzzled. Jiuxiu asked, Mr. Zilli. What are you doing? Why do you want to do this? After 10 years, won't we have to lose money? Everyone was equally puzzled. However, Li Minutes said, with the recent prohibition on alcohol, Our business of free wine will only be worse in the future. In order to stimulate consumption, we made this decision. To stimulate consumption, people are more confused. Lee Minutes saw everyone's doubts. Then he said, "Can you keep a bottle of wine for 10 years? If you don't say whether the smell of alcohol will be gone, you just say that when relatives and friends come, you won't take it out to entertain." Lee Minutes' words, you read www.uukanzu.com, made everyone realize it suddenly. This is like insurance, and 10 years later, Shengteng Group is even bigger. They can also use the money they earn now to invest in other things. Yuan Dangang said at this time, if Nago does this, it will definitely detonate the entire chain and even the entire Tang dynasty. Our free wine will become a bestseller. Zashan, let's do it. Yes, comma. Lee Minutes introduced one's own thoughts. Jiuxiu asked, in this case, I have two questions here. First, what do we rely on to make money? Second, what if the technology is lost? About these 2 points, the first point, the franchise fee, a family 10,000 of silver, the cooperation period is 1 year, renewal, plus 10,000. Second, the core technology is only in our hands, as long as it is not lost within a year. As for everyone, they have to go through Yuan Dangang after the face of the family, make a decision whether to cooperate or not. With Yuan Dangang's check, all this will soon become very smooth. When everyone heard it, there was a family of 10,000, a family of 1,000, that is 10 million, what a terrible number. All of them have entered the Shengteng Group, which may push them to a higher level. But still a little worried. After all, no one has ever done this before. Can it be done? But seeing Lee Minutes so confident, everyone did it. A huge change is beginning. The entry about Lee Minutes has changed again. The pioneer of the franchisee. The forerunner of alcohol hype. Chapter 204, The Place of Death. Concubine Yang returned to the palace. This has just stepped into the bedroom. He heard Wang Gui's voice. How could she come to her own bedroom? What does this woman want to do? Your Majesty, I haven't been in the concubine's bedroom for a long time, so I miss the concubine. Wang Gui's voice made people feel numb. Yang realized that the situation was not good. Listening to Wang Gui's words, it means that Li Shimin is also in his bedroom. It must be Li Shimin who came to ask him about it, right? Concubine Wang, who was quite a scheming person, must have come to look for her under false pretense, thus causing her encounter with Li Shimin accidentally. Concubine I don't have time recently. But your Majesty has been coming to Concubine Yang all the time. You know, there are many rumors in the palace now that Concubine Yang must have used some means to let His Majesty stay here. This woman really loves gossip. In fact, Li Shimin himself understood very well. Because he, Li Shimin, had a request from Concubine Yang, he should have stayed longer. Yes, Your Majesty. Even the Empress has a lot of criticism. Your Majesty, the concubine thinks that you want both rain and dew. But after going back and forth, I begged Concubine Yang so many times that it became a habit. Do the people in the palace really say that? This imperial concubine Wang was really powerful. After a few words, Li Shimin was silent. To be honest, this period of time has indeed suffered other concubines. What's more, the concubine has also heard bad news. What? I heard that Concubine Yang intends to replace the queen and become the mother of a country. This woman, if it weren't for Concubine Yang listening to the side, you probably wouldn't know it turned out to be so vicious. No wonder Lee Minutes told her to be careful of Wang Gui. Now Concubine Yang couldn't be more angry. Directly into it. It should not be called intrusion, after all, this is his own bedroom. As soon as she came, she shouted, Wang Gui, this tongue will rot if you chew it too much. There are some unfounded words, but you should say less. Who said I replaced my sister? Her voice was very loud. Some people should beat him up, otherwise they think they are easy to bully. If Lee Minutes was here at this time, he would definitely slap Wang Gui. Yang Do's voice really frightened Li Shimin. Your Majesty, look, She is screaming. You must decide for me. I have seen your majesty. After concubine Yang murdered Wang Gui, she bowed to Li Shimin. Concubine AI doesn't need to be more polite. Your majesty, I just heard that concubine Yang is so fierce. Li Shimin was about to say something, but concubine Wang saw concubine Yang's hand. No more cracking. This woman is very powerful, and she understands concubine Yang very well. So, she saw the clue at first sight. That is, he said, concubine Yang, your hands seem to be covered with morning grease. It looks like you have done a lot. You know, even the queen is reluctant to use it to paint her hands. This woman's eyes were really sharp. Then he said, Your Majesty, concubine is right. Some people take themselves too seriously. Cheng's eye is a rare thing. The queen is reluctant to use it, and her concubine Yang is so extravagant to use it to paint her hands, and said that he didn't have the heart to replace the queen. This person really thinks. Concubine Yang was a little surprised. People in society are sinister, and those in the palace are even more frightening. Someone who seems to be nice to you at times can turn into a devil the next second and push you into the abyss with his own hands. Concubine Wang, don't spray people with blood. I don't. Concubine Yang was angry. How did this happen? How could she do such a thing? What? Are you angry? Have you been told by me? Are you angry? HMPH. I have already seen that you have bad intentions. Concubine Yang didn't understand why Wang Gui, who looked gentle on weekdays, turned out to be like this. In fact, there are several reasons for this. First, because Li Shimin has been staying here with concubine Yang, it feels like it will be longer than with Empress Cheng Sun. That's why concubine Wang was so angry that she even rushed to put concubine Yang to death. The second is the change in the Wang family. First, Wang Xi was killed by the Turks, and because of the salt, the Wang family lost 2/10 of their income, and because of Liu Lai, the income of the Wang family was affected again. All of this is because of Li Minut's existence. Whether it was concubine Yang's fate or other matters, it was inseparable from Li Minut's. So, concubine Wang became a devil in a hurry to put concubine Yang to death. This time, she caught what she thought was concubine Yang's weakness again. Therefore, she did not keep her hands, and directly used an aggressive attitude to kill concubine Yang. Li Shimin had not spoken until now. At this time, he said, concubine Yang's hands are dry and cracked. It's okay to use some morning fat, and I also feel sorry for her. This means that he must stand by concubine Yang. Concubine Wang's whole person was stunned. How so? If it was someone else, probably wouldn't say anything. But concubine Yang is different. She has to prove her innocence. Li Shimin's words seem to be saying that he may have used more morning fat. She couldn't bear this, so he took out the moisturizing cream and said, Your Majesty, this is the moisturizing cream. It is more than 100 times better than the morning fat. This is what the concubine uses, and the hands will become delicate. Moisturizer? Li Shimin was puzzled. They don't seem to have heard of such a name. Is it really easy to use? Yes, Your Majesty. The concubine has been using it for half an hour, and her hands are still wet. Show me quickly. Li Shimin took a look. Can't open it. Concubine Yang stepped forward and unscrewed it with her hands. Li Shimin was shocked. This thing is amazing. Who can make such a thing? Wait. This is Liu Lai. Wang Gui was even more shocked. I want to know how Li Minutes invented so many things. Could it be something new that Li Minutes came up with? Why don't you have such a son? Your Majesty. Shut up. It's none of your business here. Go out. Li Shimin didn't want to listen to concubine Wang at all. Just let her out. Wang Gui stomped her feet in anger. The eyes feel like killing. Finally turned to leave. Li Shimin ignored it. Instead, he asked concubine Yang, concubine AI, where did this thing come from? Concubine Yang said, concubine came back from China just now, and he promised to open 1,000 Liu Lai shops, just for literary measures. That's not important. The important thing is that this thing is also obtained from him. Yes, Your Majesty. This kid, I underestimate him. It seems that I have to find time to see What is he doing? What the hell? No, I have to go and see. Li Shimin was very curious about the environment in which Li Minutes made so many things. Don't wait for Concubine Yang to say something. Li Shimin has already gone out. P.S. There will be a violent update tomorrow. Please be sure. Thanks old easy. Chapter 205. Look at Li Shimin's joke. P.S. Today is still the first 9 updates. Everyone supports. Grateful, They were dressed in plain clothes and looked sneaky. The leader is a middle-aged man. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be Li Shimin. He probably couldn't help but imagine. So here he comes, with his own guards. He came outside the Shengton group. In the group in their eyes, there are people coming and going, and there are a large number of people dragging carts of silver to the group. After a while, they smiled again and left the group with their own things. One of the guards explained, "Your Majesty, there are thousands of people coming and going this day, some from faraway places." What they are pulling is a truckload of silver. It's just a day's worth of transactions. That is terrifying. Now the Shengton group is the most popular existence in the entire Chainan and even Datang. More and more people know it. And there are people who have made nursery rhymes about the group, and they are very popular. Li Shimin was quite shocked after hearing this. Someone even made a nursery rhyme for the Shengton group. Why hasn't he heard about praising himself? Usually, he only heard ministers and concubines talk about Li Minutes group. When I saw it today, it was truly extraordinary. But he wouldn't praise Li Minutes. He just murmured on his mouth. This kid actually made a store like this. It seems that he has put a lot of effort into it. If it can be used to run the country, it might be good. In the future, my Tang dynasty will be like this. Yes, to be worshipped by all nations. Looking at the lively group, Li Shimin realized the strategy of governing the country. A truly powerful country should be as strong as the Tang dynasty group, and let people from surrounding countries take the initiative to show their favor with money and ask for arms. It has never humiliated the reputation of a generation of monarchs. At this time, the guard whispered again, "Your Majesty, further ahead is the residence of the 6th prince. From there, you can enter the interior. Concubine Yang has been here before. We sent her inside. Are we going in? Have a look." Li Shimin's face was dark. This time, he didn't want Li Minutes to know that he had come out. Going in so blatantly, what is that? I am afraid it will make Li Minutes laugh. Therefore, Li Shimin responded, "How can I just go in here? Let that idiot laugh." He was right. If he went in like this, it would be too shameless. Therefore, he cannot enter directly through the gate. But I wanted to see what Li Minutes was doing. Instead, he asked, "Is there any other place in the group where we can see what's going on inside?" There. Guard immediately said, "Yes, there is a place in Ximen with excellent sight. We can go there to check." "Okay, take me to see." This is the sole purpose of Li Shimin's trip. He wanted to see how Li Minutes could create so many things. Some things are already hundreds of thousands of years ahead. A group of people waited, and then went to Ximen. When one arrives at a high platform in Ximen, Li Shimin saw the water flow on the side of the moat again, at the shape of the fence. Inevitably, he sighed again. Even the defense is good. It is possible to defend against people, but it may not be possible to defend against the army. But it is also a good direction. Before, he had been in the palace, and he had not seen everything Li Minutes had made. See it now. There are bound to be some surprises, especially in the governance of the country. He has an understanding. In defense, there is inspiration again. This time, it was really not in vain. But he didn't say anything, just thought in his heart. While he was thinking about everything, he suddenly saw a group of maids coming in and out. This made him feel that Li Minutes had a really good life. There are maids waiting for you. Much better than being a prince back then. In the palace, I am afraid that only he, Li Shimin, has this kind of treatment. It seems that after coming out of the palace, life has been very good. What shocked him even more was that the 100 or so women in the brothel gathered in one place to talk and laugh. And he also saw Li Minutes come out to joke with these women. These women are all very beautiful. The looks are above average, even more beautiful than the concubine in his harem. Everyone is very white. Of course, these are inseparable from everything Li Minutes has made, such as soap is enough to make their skin better. These women ... are that kids' wives married so many at once. This was Li Shimin's first reaction, until he saw Jiuxiu. The whole person was stunned. Jiuxiu was simply shocked. He murmured, "In this world, there is such a beautiful woman, and she is also with." Li Shimin's heart is very unbalanced. Why can't he get such a beauty? Why does Li Minutes sit and enjoy the joy of all the girls? There is only one explanation that can make me feel better. That kid really looks like me. You can be welcomed wherever you go. Then he stared inside for a long time, until the people on the side feel a little puzzled. You are reading www. Come, Your Majesty, we've been out for too long, why don't we go back first, said the guard. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin ignored him. He just stared inside. Finally, Li Minutes took the girls out of the backyard. Li Shimin was anxious. Where are the people? Where are the people? It wasn't enough. The people ran away? The guard immediately said, Your Majesty, it was just 1 day ago. They appeared for a short time, and they can't be seen at other times. This kid, is your vigilance still strong? Don't you even let me know what to do? Let him know, not let everyone know. After all, this involves confidential things, and you can't show it to others at will. Li Shimin felt that it was not enough, so he said, Where is the door of Ximen? Your Majesty. Don't go in, there are many organs inside. If something goes wrong, that's fine. I've never been afraid of any traps. And what kind of traps can a child create? But when Cheng, their guard, saw that the process of Yojin was trapped by the traps. But halfway through his words, Li Shimin interrupted him. You can tell me if you can do it or not. As for the rest, don't say anything else. I don't want to hear it. He didn't know it might embarrass him. When Li Shimin was really embarrassed, Li Minutes really wanted to see his jokes. They went to a door together. At this time, 4 characters were written on the door. There are organs inside. Li Shimin is very disdainful. The agency? Snort. Chapter 206. The brainless Li Shimin. Is there an agency? HMPH. Isn't this a place without 300 tals of silver? An agency? I disdain it, just in time to experience it. Li Shimin was about to enter it. The guards stopped again. Think twice, Your Majesty. Don't go in. Li Shimin turned his head. Very upset, he said. Now outside. Don't call me Your Majesty, just call me Master. There. Guard thought to himself, the key is not this, okay? Really can't go in. This door is written outside, and there are organs inside. Why are you so disobedient? Unexpectedly, Li Shimin is a ruthless character who knows that there are tigers in the mountains and prefers to travel in the mountains. The more you say that, the more he wants to go in. It's okay if you don't write it. I probably don't want to go in, but if you write it, I'm going to try it. The guards had no answer, so they had no choice but to let it go. Who made him the emperor? The emperor who can do whatever he wants. As soon as they entered, there were several muffled sounds. Help. Someone was hung up. It's Li Shimin's voice. They were all hit. At the same time, Li Minutes, who was behind him, knew immediately, because the agency is connected to the place where he lives. Ximen encounters thieves. Hurry to Ximen. Don't let them run away. He'll be there in a minute. He ordered to quickly gather a large number of people to go to the west gate. In less than a minute, about 400 people arrived at Ximen. They were holding sticks in their hands, and their aggressive appearance was very scary. Simultaneously, Simon was locked up. When they arrived, they saw 3 people floating in the air, and 2 others were unknown. At this point, their feet were buckled, and all 3 were standing upside down. 1 foot was tied to a rope and hung up. It was even more miserable than Cheng Yojin at that time. Among the 3 was Li Shimin. He shouted and asked the guards to save his life. However, A forest of knives was exposed under him, and the guards did not dare to cut the rope directly, nor did they have time to let him down, because at this time, there were already people around. All the people from the prosperous Tang group just looked at the middle-aged man and the others hanging from it, and the few plainclothes guards underneath. What's more, the voice just now attracted a large number of people to watch. In the sky where people looked at the Shengten group in all directions, there was a middle-aged man hanging there. They started talking. What to say? I saw it once before, and it was also a middle-aged man who was hanged. It seems that General Cheng was hanged once. When Li Shimin heard it, Cheng Yojin was also hanged. Why didn't the guy say anything? But when such an embarrassing thing happened, who would say it? He didn't say it, but what about the guards? They were dereliction of duty, and Li Shimin glared at the guards. Why not remind it earlier? The guard expressed his innocence, and what he wanted to tell you a long time ago was because you didn't listen. It's not our fault. Some people even laughed at Li Shimin, saying that he had no brains. They said that there was an internal organ, and they went to break in, but he really had no brains. How could people allow people to say that about him? That pissed him off. After all, he is also a king. These people have to be cut. But in his current situation, how can he kill people? Even if it is an emperor, he would not dare to say that he is an emperor, because it's a shame to say it. If you really admit that you are the emperor, then there will be more such deeds in the history books in the future. In order to satisfy his curiosity, Li Shimin sneaked into Li Minut's prosperous Tang group, and was trapped by the authorities. Later, he was ridiculed by people, and then he killed all the ridiculed people. Li Shimin naturally couldn't let the history books go on like this. Therefore, even killing him cannot admit that he is the emperor. Therefore, it can only be left to people's scolding against him. I'm afraid these 8 people are going to steal Mr. Zilli's achievements, right? I really don't understand. Mr. Zilli would come to steal things for the sake of the common people. Yeah. Where is the humanity of these people? I heard that there is an irreconcilable conflict between Mr. Zilli and the 5 great families. Could it be someone sent by them? It's possible. Otherwise who would come here to steal? Mr. Zilli will come later. Now, we must persuade him well. These 8 people must be killed. Their surrounding discussion made Li Shimin feel cold all over. Kill ... You will be killed. According to the law of the Tang dynasty, whoever entered some Yuan's house without authorization, the owner has the right to kill him without being punished by the law. If it is true, then he may be the first emperor to be hanged and then killed by the people. He lost his mind when suddenly, someone threw an egg in his face. With a bang, the egg hit his face. The egg white directly smeared his face. He may not come again in the future. His face immediately flushed red. Such humiliation made him unbearable. Bold, he shouted. But his voice was quieter in front of these people. Shameless, dare to steal Mr. Zilli's things. It was lost by a child. How could he understand where a child's strength came from? It's so accurate. Not only that, but a lot of vegetable leaves hit him and the other guards in the face next. This may be the biggest humiliation in his life. He also blamed himself for not listening to the guards' persuasion. It must be carried out in the prosperous Tang group. Well, now, I have become a thief. I dare not admit it. What to do next? Maybe it was the first time he especially wanted Li Minutes to appear. After all, after Li Minutes appeared, he could still make these people quiet down. What are you doing? Don't throw it away. Be careful, I hit you. There. Guard tried to protect Li Shimin, but even he was lost. Stop. Then Zushan appeared. He saw so many trapped here, something that had never happened before. Then I felt that this was not good, and only let Li Minutes come over. Don't let them run away. Take a good look. I'll call Mr. Zilli to come here. The 400 men immediately surrounded Li Shimin and the others. At this time, Li Shimin regretted it very much. After just a while, Li Minutes appeared with Jiuxiu. When Li Shimin saw Jiuxiu, he was crazy. But at the same time, when he saw Li Minutes again, his entire expression was about to change. Contradictions, embarrassment, anger, humiliation, and all the complicated emotions rose up in his heart. As an emperor, he actually fell here. At the same time, he was even more afraid to show his face, for fear of being recognized. If it is really recognized, it is really over. It's Mr. Zilli. He's here. Mr. Zilli is here. People cheered. What's the matter? Did you ask who sent it? Lee Minutes signaled everyone to be quiet and asked as soon as he arrived. Chapter 207. Li Shimin was about to be whipped. What's the matter? Who sent it? When Lee Minutes asked this, Li Shimin quickly covered his face with his hands. At this time, he was very ashamed. If Lee Minutes recognized him, how embarrassing he would be. Zushan responded immediately, Mr. Zilli, I haven't asked yet, but I think these people are most likely the work of the Wang family. Their work is meant to be a spy. During this period of time, the relationship between the group and several major families was not good. It is understandable that they send spies. Really? The Wang family really doesn't make people worry? And they dare to send people to me. But they are also stupid. They let people come over during the day. Don't you know how to come back at night? Lee Minutes walked to the crowd and waited. Said so, but could not refute. This makes Li Shimin even more ashamed. Being called stupid by Lee Minutes made him very uncomfortable. He had to cover his face with his hands. He had no face to see. He didn't even dare to let Lee Minutes see who he was. Lee Minutes walked towards them. He always felt that some people were familiar, seems to be seen somewhere. Until looking at the person above, I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. Therefore, he walked around Li Shimin and others, until he saw the true face of Li Shimin. He laughed, because he recognized Li Shimin. This is interesting. He actually took the initiative to find himself. But at this time, he could not recognize Li Shimin or expose his identity. One is that he is an emperor, and he also wants face. If he does this, Li Shimin is very embarrassed, and he may do some unbelievable things. Second, he guessed that Li Shimin would not dare to admit his identity, so he had to play tricks on him. Jiruxu said on the side, I don't think these people are dressed like meticulous work, especially that person, who is dressed in bright clothes, not like meticulous thieves, more like literati. As soon as she spoke, Li Shimin was stunned. Because it sounds so good. He was still speaking for himself, and he immediately felt good. Seeing her next to Lee Minutes again, Li Shimin was sour. As far as I know, some people seem to understand people on the surface, but they are actually thieves, stealing people's things, and filling their own pockets. We have a saying, what is the name of clothing? Lee Minutes said. Li Shimin heard this and felt that he was recognized. Because this is what I say. Zushan replied immediately. It's a beast. Yes, that's the kind of person. Jiruxu asked, is there really such a person? That's not true, and it's right beside you and me. Li Shimin didn't dare to be angry, dare to speak. When Lee Minutes didn't explain it clearly and recognized him, he didn't dare to show down, because it was too embarrassing. But not having a showdown made Lee Minutes constantly sour, and made him continue to humiliate in words. At this time, Li Shimin was also in a bad mood. I knew I wouldn't come in. It's fine now, I came in, and am still hanging from the sky. If you can't come down, you have to be surrounded by people. When he was emperor, he had never encountered such a situation. What to do now? At this time, he was even more conflicted. On the other hand, he hoped that Lee Minutes could see himself and let him go. On the other hand, he didn't want to be recognized. After all, he didn't want to let such a shameful thing happen. If he can go back, he must cover up this matter and cannot spread it out, otherwise his majesty will be lost. Jiruxu stared at it with two beautiful eyes. The human heart is sinister, some people are bright on the outside, but evil on the inside. Mr. Zilli, what to do with these people? She asked. Interrogate them first for what purpose they are here. Then make a decision. Zushan, you come to interrogate. Lee Minutes said, sometimes, this kind of thing still has to be done by the people below. Otherwise, it will be unclear in the future. If you really pursue it, You will say you don't know. Yes, I can do this. Zushan rolled up his sleeves. Come on, who sent you here? If you don't say anything, don't blame me for being rude. At this time, Zushan walked towards Li Shimin's place with a leather whip in his hand. He didn't know Li Shimin, so he didn't have any scruples. If one day he knew that he had swung the whip in front of Li Shimin, he might have been scared to death. We passed by here and accidentally entered here, and then we got caught. Please raise your hands and let us go, said a guard. They can't let them beat the emperor. If that's the case, everyone will die. Li Minutes turned back. Are you blind? What characters are written on Xamon? There are 4 big characters in the inside that are written so clearly, but you say that you entered by mistake? I think it was intentional. Li Minutes said that everyone dared not say a word. Li Minutes didn't say enough. He said again, did the Wang family send you here? Or did the Chainan Chamber of Commerce ask you to come? Confess and be lenient, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. This is interesting. Li Shimin is trapped. Li Yanplay has become very big. We were passing by, and no one sent us here. Forget it. Tell you, you probably won't admit it. Zushan, give me the whip. I'll whip them and see if they say anything. Li Minutes suddenly took the whip from Zushan. This kind of posture made Li Shimin startled. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Is not going to beat them, right? If he was slapped by Li Minutes, then he would be laughing to death. The guards also recognized Li Minutes. If Li Shimin was really beaten, it would be funny. Li Shimin closed his eyes, thinking that it was over. Lao Tzu was beaten by his son. It was a real shame. I'll give you one more chance. Admit it, or the whip will serve you. As soon as these words came out, Li Shimin's guards were in chaos. This is how to do. The 2 people who were tied above said softly to Li Shimin, Master, why don't we? No, you can't say it. You can't say it even if you kill me. Li Shimin refused. His voice was extremely low, and he deliberately became deep for fear of being recognized by Li Minutes. If it goes on like this, they may be beaten. The guards thought it was over. Seeing Li Minutes raise the whip in his hand. It's all over now. The guards below hurriedly protected him with their bodies, preventing Li Minutes from taking a step forward. But how could it be possible to stop him? They were surrounded by more than 400 people. Suddenly, a pair of big hands stretched out, and the guards below were directly thrown out. Such power is astounding. Li Shimin glanced from the corner of his eye. Seeing Zrengai, I couldn't help being surprised. Unexpectedly, there is such a fighting force among the people. Look at Zrengai, who has been with Li Minutes from the beginning. It must be Li Minutes' bodyguard. He couldn't help but admire Li Minutes for being able to find such a divine being. Li Shimin thought a little bit. If he could get the help of this person, then the Tang dynasty would be forever. Now that the situation is urgent, Li Shimin cannot afford to think too much. Li Minutes' whip was already coming. Lao Tzu is about to be slapped by his son. Chapter 208. Chapter Killing. Clap, clap 3 whips in a row. Li Shimin was so frightened that he was extremely frightened. But there was no harm on him. How is this going? Did it go wrong? If that's the case, for Li Shimin, the psychological pressure has skyrocketed. At this time, Li Minutes said, I tried a few whips just now, to give you a chance. I hope you can be more honest, and I will consider letting you go. This statement made people applaud. Come on. But no one can be as merciful as Mr. Zilli. Fortunately, you met Mr. Zilli, otherwise I'm afraid you will be maimed. Li Shimin was very puzzled by these words. Then you say that you still want to be grateful to Li Minutes? This style is not right. Hulyu plain. Everyone is quiet. Everyone immediately became quiet. Okay, this is the last chance. I hope you can seize it. Li Shimin, that was hesitating. Face or death, right in front of him. And suddenly, he breathed a sigh of relief, because he saw someone coming from a distance. That person is Cheng Yojin. At this time, he frowned and seemed to be hit by something. When he beat Wang Gui before, Li Shimin blamed him, and he lost a lot of money. So this time is boring. He strode over. When I saw the scene, I was puzzled. Mr. Zilli, What are you doing? What are you playing? Then he saw Li Shimin and others in the sky. I thought I was playing something. I saw a few people hanging up all the time. He laughed outright. I thought I was the only one who would get caught, but I didn't expect there are people like me in this world. How stupid. Li Shimin's heart was very unpleasant when he said this. Li Minutes was overjoyed when he saw that it was Cheng Yojin. It would be great to have this guy teach Li instead of himself. It turned out to be Uncle Cheng. It just so happened that we caught the fine work of the Wang family, so you can judge for me. Cheng Yojin got angry when he heard the Wang family. That group of gangsters from the Wang family who eat dog dung even dare to send people here. I'm afraid they want to take away some secrets. Mr. Zilli, lend me the whip. I'll interrogate them. These guys are really courting death. The revenge of the Wang family is very great, especially the knife in the back of Wang Gui, which makes him very depressed. Although Nishichi was saved, he was in a very unhappy mood, and now he can't even drink alcohol. So, be prepared to put your breath on these people. If he knew that Li Minutes' so-called meticulous work was Li Shimin, he would regret it very much. Li Minutes was eager for Cheng Yojin to teach Li Shimin a lesson. If he makes a move, it's not good. Maybe Li Shimin will take anger at Concubine Yang when he goes back. Therefore, it is better to let Cheng Yojin do it. As soon as Cheng Yojin took the whip, he rushed to Li Shimin's place, swearing swear words. So he handed the whip to Cheng Yojin. He walked to the side and sat down to watch the show. His grandmother, you, the fine work of the Wang family, dared to bully you here? Let's see if I don't teach you a lesson. With a snap, the whip was thrown out, making a loud noise. Then a scream was heard. One of the guards was drawn, and a blood stain was drawn directly on his back. He wailed in pain, and then the following people rushed over, trying to hold Cheng Yojin. Can't let him fight again, because the next one may be Li Shimin. But how could these people trap him? One of them directly buckled Cheng Yojin's neck, preventing him from going any further. But how could he be sleepy? He got up, stepped back, and fell straight down. With a bang, the man also fell down. The man cried out in pain. The people around immediately cheered loudly. People shouted, "Kill these meticulous works, and dare to commit crimes in Mr. Zilli's group. The behavior of the family is shameful. There are also hanging people. Kill them." Cheng Yojin exhaled. It's really comfortable. It's been a long time since I've felt so happy like today. You really don't say it. It's the best. It depends on your skin thickness or my whip pain. He hadn't felt as comfortable as today in a long time. It seems that all the unhappiness is thrown on these people. Throwing the whip, he was about to hit Li Shimin. When the whip went out, Li Shimin let it go. Cheng Yojin pushed Xrengai away. This release, the whole face let Cheng Yojin see the truth. He was so frightened that he pulled the whip straight back. The end of the whip was just about to hit Li Shimin's handsome face. At this time, Cheng Yojin stayed there, motionless, made everyone puzzled. What happened to General Cheng? Why didn't you fight? It was really exciting. Why did you stop? General Cheng, what's wrong? Li Minutes saw that Cheng Yojin recognized Li Shimin. This is interesting. It's best to recognize it, and then see if he fights or not. Then he and Xrengai said 2 words. Xrengai nodded, then stepped forward and said, "General Cheng, do you need my help? Let me fight." Cheng Yojin was so frightened that he took the whip and said, No need. I'll just come. Let Xrengai hit. You are reading www.uukanzu.com that Li Shimin must die. His big eyes looked left and right, looking at Li Minutes on one side, and Li Shimin on the other. It could be felt that Li Minutes didn't seem to recognize Li Shimin. If he hadn't been so close just now, he wouldn't have recognized him. What should we do now? Then you fight. It's really not good. I'll do it. You can't be kind to such people. If you are kind to them, you are cruel to yourself. Xrengai demanded. Go. I don't need you here. I'll just come. You can watch from the side. For fear that Xrengai would grab his whip, then go ahead. Xrengai didn't know Li Shimin. Except for Li Minutes, The people here knew Li Shimin by Cheng Yojin. The so-called ignorant are innocent. Besides, Li Minutes just wanted to scare Cheng Yojin. Who knows, Cheng Yojin has long been in a cold sweat. General Cheng, what's the matter with you? It's cold, sweating. No. You all don't move. Don't move. No one is allowed to move them. They are my people. No one is allowed to move. After finishing, he walked towards the place where Li Minutes was. He smiled and said, Mr. Zilli, take a step to talk. Is there anything I can't say here? Do you know these fine works, or is the whip not long enough? If so, I can let Xrengai take the Tang knife. Come. Li Shimin still didn't know how powerful Tang Dao was, but people understood. Some people have seen his Tang Dao. It is too powerful. As soon as the Tang Dao came out, these people were afraid that they were going to die. Cheng Yojin thought to himself, this is over. How should I respond? Point 209, Chapter 80,000 Redemption. Li Shimin. Cheng Yojin smiled awkwardly. Mr. Zilli said, where did he go? Nothing. I just have a small request that I want to talk to you about. Talk, There were about 400 people, all of them very strong. Li Minutes asked again. Then what do you want to say? There are no outsiders here. That Cheng Yojin wanted to talk to Li Minutes in private, perhaps to protect Li Shimin. So it came to mind. But now it seems that Li Minutes does not want to chat with him privately. He glanced at Li Shimin again, who was sighing there at this time. That's right. I think if lynching is used, it would be a disgrace to the laws of the Tang dynasty. These people should be detained and put on trial by the officials. Only in this way can we show our justice. Not to mention, Cheng Yojin is the key. It's still useful at times. He made this suggestion, and Li Shimin breathed a sigh of relief. What if there are still members of the Wang family among the officials? I'm afraid they will be favoritism. If that's the case, these people will be released again. How is that possible? I will handle this matter. You just wait for the result. Yes, with me here, everything will be fine. Cheng Yojin patted his chest and said. When Li Minutes heard this, he didn't expect Cheng Yojin to recognize Li Shimin first. If you want to use his hand to beat Li Shimin, I'm afraid it will go to waste. He didn't speak. People quit. They all said, these people must be taught a good lesson. Can't let them go. That would be too cheap for them. We can help if needed. Such words like this came out of the mouths of the people. Li Minutes shrugged his shoulders. The people don't seem to agree. Who dares to disagree? Stand up. I do things naturally, and I don't need you to point and point. Cheng Yojin was anxious and showed a fierce look on his face. People didn't dare to say anything this time. After all, the person in front of him is a duke level and a general like a general. How can they dare to say number? Then Cheng Yojin said again, what my old Cheng said will not be sloppy. You wait for me. I will definitely give you an explanation, and I will take these people into custody. Cheng Baichin wished that Li Minutes would leave sooner. Everyone said nothing, but Li Minutes spoke up. Uncle Cheng, after these people are sent to the government, they must be investigated for their responsibilities. If someone wants to catch people, it will be 10,000 tls per person, not less. Calculate there are 8 people here, 80,000 tls. When the time comes, I want to see the money. Li Minutes said. As soon as this was said, everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Jiuxiu was even more puzzled. Why did they let them go when they could be interrogated? If she knew that the other party was the emperor, it would be too late to hide. Li Shimin scolded him over and over again in his heart. Little bastard, how dare you take my money? Do you really want to die? But then again, in his opinion, the current Li Minutes doesn't know it's him. So if you want to blame in the future, you can't blame it, right? Cheng Yojin took a look at Li Shimin. Li Shimin nodded lightly. Okay, don't worry about this, I will definitely do it. If you don't bring money, don't try to let people go. The words came out. If he really can't see the money, Li Minutes is afraid that he will settle the account with him. And the people at the scene will not let the process bite the gold. Okay, there are many people to take away. The big guys are gone. Let's do the work. Li Minutes said this, everyone scattered. Then, he didn't want to stay here. So he said, "Leave it to you, Uncle Cheng. I still have things to deal with, and in waiting for your money." "Yes, yes. Let's go." Li Minutes took the crowd away. He likes to talk to Li Shimin. As for Cheng Yojin, he greeted everyone and put Li Shimin down in a hurry. He was still saying, "Why are you here, Your Majesty?" Li Shimin sullenly said, "Zaiji, did you really dare to hit me just now?" Cheng Yojin was terrified by these words. "I don't have it. I thought it was the work of the Wang family, and they were so angry that they would do such a thing. If I knew it was His Majesty, how would I dare?" Li Shimin had stopped listening to him. "Do not process." Yojin asked the key point. "Why is Your Majesty here?" Li Shimin hesitated. "Don't ask." Li Shimin didn't want people to know. He came here to find out what Li Minutes was doing. "Now I don't understand the matter, and I almost got beaten up." "Your Majesty, then let's get out of here. This place is very evil, there are organs and things everywhere. Don't stay here for a long time, I'm afraid there will be problems." "This idiot, you dare to create so many organs. Aren't you afraid of death?" Cheng Yojin shrugged. "The person who broke into this place is afraid that he has no good intentions. If he dies, he will die. Once the words are said, they know that they have said the wrong thing." "Your Majesty, I didn't mean that." "Zaiji, I ask you a question." "Your Majesty, please say it." "His name is Xrengai, and he is the personal guard of the 6th prince. This guy is extremely powerful, and the 6th prince are inseparable." Cheng Yojin introduced. "I want to accept him." Li Shimin demanded shamelessly. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. This person is quite affectionate. Unless the 6th prince agrees, he will not leave." "I don't care. You have to help me recruit him, or I will find you for today's account." "Figure it out." Li Shimin put pressure on Cheng Yojin directly. Cheng Yojin regretted coming here very much. "It would be better if I knew earlier that I was at home, so why should I come out and be ashamed?" "It's better now." Li Shimin gave him this impossible task. Having said that, Cheng Yojin sighed. Then, "Your Majesty, the matter of 80,000 taels of silver." "I don't care about this. You promised to do it yourself. You can figure it out yourself." Shameless, really shameless, and directly want to make money. The minister had to pay 10,000 taels to redeem His Majesty. "As for the others, let's do it on your own." The minister gave away all the money last time, but now there is no money. As soon as Cheng Yojin's words came out, the other guards were very worried. If this is the case, they are afraid of going to jail. Li Shimin rolled his eyes at him. "Forget it. Go to the Ministry of Household to withdraw." Cheng Yojin breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, let's go." After Li Shimin finished speaking, he left the west gate. In the future, he is afraid that he will not dare to come again. After all, the shadow of this organ would frighten him for a while. But he is not without income today. What Li Minutes learned from here, after arriving at the palace, he began to implement it. As for poor Cheng Yojin, he came to visit again with 80,000 taels of silver. Chapter 210. My people, he can't get it. The next day, at dawn, several carriages were parked outside the Shengton group. "There is a lot of silver on it." Then Cheng Yojin appeared. The people in the group seemed to understand something. It must be that after the previous 8 people were taken away by Cheng Yojin, someone came to redeem them. So, Cheng Yojin came with silver. "Is Mr. Zilli here?" Cheng Yojin asked as soon as he arrived. "Mr. Zilli is in the backyard and hasn't gotten up yet." "Can you wait here?" Zushan greeted him. "I haven't gotten up yet, that's the best." Zushan was puzzled. "Why is it better not to get up?" Cheng Yojin said this, and he didn't ask much. After all, Cheng Yojin was a regular customer. "General Cheng, I have something to do here, so I won't entertain you. You are free." "Wait, come back." "What else?" "Ask you something." "What?" Xrengai-kin? Zushan was puzzled. Before you know, there were some minor conflicts between him and Xrengai. So, he deliberately asked one more question. "Why is General Cheng looking for Xrengai? What is he doing? Why did you find Xrengai today?" "Not here to make trouble, are you?" "Oh, I want to get to know him about something." Can you let him come out and meet me? It turned out that Cheng Yojin was still afraid that Li Minutes would get up, so it would be difficult to meet and talk with Xrengai alone. Li Minutes. He didn't get up just fine. Otherwise, Xrengai had been following Li Minutes, and he couldn't find a good opportunity to talk to Xrengai about Li Shimin's request. Okay, wait a minute. Zushan went down to invite Xrengai. After a while, Xrengai came out. As soon as he came, he asked, "General Cheng, good morning. What's the matter with looking for me so early?" "Good morning, Xrengai. Did you sleep well yesterday?" People are puzzling. Xrengai wondered, what is this guy doing? Why did you ask how well you slept yesterday? He slept well every day. Is there nothing to talk about? It's okay. What's the matter? General Cheng's advice? It's nothing, just asking. By the way, can Xrengai take a step to speak? Can't you speak here? Xrengai was puzzled. What is this thing going to do? Also take a step to speak? There are so many people here, it's hard to tell. Xrengai was even more puzzled. On weekdays, there is no special intersection between him and Cheng Yojin. What's going on today? Because Xrengai was too careful. Oh, General Cheng. What are you doing? Xrengai, I'll just have a word with you. It won't delay you for too long. Why are you so inked? Xrengai didn't respond as soon as these words came out. But Cheng Yojin couldn't wait. Let's go, just a few words. After speaking, he pushed Xrengai to a pavilion in the courtyard. After finishing, he said, "Just here, there is no one here." Cheng Yojin looked around, and then said slowly, "Actually, I came here today to give you a clear path to see if you are willing to go." Minglu. What is Minglu? Isn't I walking the Minglu? I didn't mean that. I just wanted to ask you, would you like to enter the palace and become His Majesty's personal guard? Cheng Yojin's words. Xrengai was completely shocked. General Cheng, who are you? Someone has taken a fancy to you, and asked me to let you enter the palace and enjoy the glory and wealth. Glory and wealth? Isn't it here with Mr. Zilli? Xrengai asked. Where is this place? Although there is wealth, but power is rare. How good it is to be an official. But I think you seem to be unhappy and have been controlled by others. And you don't earn as much money as Mr. Zilli. It's worse than Mr. Zilli. Xrengai said. Cheng Yojin was embarrassed and heartbroken. During this time, he really had a bad time. No matter what he said, he was still a prince, but his life was so bad. Also, I have sworn a long time ago that I will follow Mr. Zilli. Even if the current sage asks me to enter the palace, I will not agree. Even if thousands of troops are invited, my belief will not change. Cheng Yojin really wanted to say that the sage let you in. But before he could speak, he was interrupted. It was Li Minutes' voice. Well, you Cheng Yojin, you dare to come to me to dig a corner. You are not small. Cheng Yojin turned his head and saw Li Minutes was staring at him tightly. It looked like it had been standing there for a long time. He listened to their words. Li Minutes is also fortunate. Xrengui's loyalty is understandable. When Xrengai came out, Xrengai told him, but he found that Cheng Yojin was wrong today, so he followed. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yojin would dare to dig a corner. And it's for Li Shimin. Mr. Zilli, this is a misunderstanding. I'm here to send money this time, and 80,000 are right outside the door. It's nothing. I'll go first. After saying that, he was about to leave. Li Minutes did not expect that Li Shimin was still very willing to spend money. Of course, you are reading www. You can sue. He also doesn't want to expand things, so prefer to spend money to solve the problem. Wait for me. Li Minutes stopped Cheng Yojin. Mr. Zilli, it's all right. I still have something to go. Did he ask you to come? Who is he? Stop pretending. Don't think I don't know. He really dares to think about it. My people dare to dig. If I can dig him away, I don't believe it. Li Minutes said. That's right. Xren is very loyal. Li Shimin wants to dig. It is impossible. That, really not. Are you still pretending? Then Li Minutes leaned over to Cheng Yojin's ear and said, he slept well yesterday. Did you take him to the heavenly prison? Cheng Yojin was shocked by this question. That said, Li Minutes already knew Li Shimin's identity. "You lied to me, Mr. Zilli." Only then did he realize that he had been tricked. "Why didn't you tell him earlier and let him kneel for a long time?" So much so that Li Shimin finally agreed to recruit Xrengai. Li Minutes didn't respond. Instead, he went on to say, "Go back and tell him, just say my people. He can't get it." How dare Cheng Yojin say this? He didn't dare to give him 10 courage. Not to mention, Li Minutes had recognized Li Shimin long ago. Because that's not good for everyone. Therefore, the bitter water had to be swallowed in the stomach. "That, Mr. Zilli, I have something to do. Let's go first." As soon as Cheng Yojin finished speaking, he was about to leave. But when he got to the door, he was there. And he seemed to see something incredible. Li Minutes followed and went out, but when he saw the situation in front of him, he smiled. Everything is under control. Chapter 211. 1. The paper ban has become waste paper. Cheng Yojin is in front of a large number of officials and a large number of rich people, who pulled the carriage and parked at the gate of the Shengton group. There are many lined up behind Cheng Yojin's carriage. This puzzled him. Reluctant to leave, he went to an official he knew to ask. When the people saw him coming, they bowed to him. "What are you doing? What are you doing with so much money?" When these officials saw it was Cheng Yojin, they saluted. "General Cheng." "That's right. We heard that the wine of the Shengton group can appreciate in value. As long as it is stored for 10 years, they can come to the Shengton group in exchange for double the price." "The price? So we came." "Yeah, in this way, you can keep it at home, and even if you can't drink it, you can save it to let him appreciate. And if you don't drink it normally, you can drink it during the New Year's and festivals." Everyone is proud of having free wine at home. If there is no wine in the house, it would be too shabby. "Is General Cheng also here to buy wine?" "Look at your style. It can hold a lot of cars, right?" someone else asked. They saw that Cheng Yojin was carrying more wine. Cheng Yojin ignored him. Do he need to buy it? He had as much as he wanted, but he couldn't drink it now. Then, he turned to look at Li Minutes. I have to admire Li Minutes. In doing so, his business of Waiujiu has not only not deteriorated, but on the contrary, it has become better. Because I watched the carloads of wine go out. The value of these wines is also not low. Prohibition has now become a dead letter, prohibiting alcohol, prohibiting drinking, not hoarding alcohol. Li Shimin can't control the behavior of hoarding wine. As a result, Li Minutes' business has gotten better. Watching people come and go, jugs of wine were sent to the carriage and pulled in all directions. Because of the behavior of these people, more people have been stimulated again. As a result, the number of people outside the entire Shengton group is increasing. This Cheng Yojin looked sluggish until Cheng Chubai returned. I saw him pulling a dozen empty carriages back. Cheng Yojin pulled him and asked, "Chubai, what are you doing?" "Father, the Waiyu wine in the West Market is selling out, and now the boy comes over and pulls dozens of cars back. Now it's too busy there. It's better for Sei Chanhua to lead some people to help, otherwise it's really impossible." Everyone blocked the store and said that if there is no wine, they will not leave. Zaishi did the same. That is simply too powerful. Sold out. How many sales were there that day? Fortunately, Li Minutes was prepared in advance. The output of grain wine is extremely high, and it can be sold for several million tals. My God, what kind of fairy operation is this? If you say that, the Wang family and other aristocratic families are afraid that they are going to die of anger. Okay, father, I'm running out of time now. I'll go pull Waiujiu first. Next, I saw Sei Chanhua also coming with a large number of carriages. They are also here to pull wine. And now the restaurant business is very good. In addition to drinking in the restaurant, people also bring a few bottles back. It is said to drink a bottle, buy a bottle. 10 years later, it is equivalent to earning a bottle for nothing. Cheng Yojin stared blankly, and then he turned back. That, Mr. Zilli. How did you do it? He pointed at everything in front of him. Just do whatever you want. Li Minutes said. How can there be so much casualness? This idea is literally hundreds of years ahead of its time. In this way, it turns passive into active. A ban on paper directly becomes waste paper. What? Is there a problem? Your thought is truly unprecedented, and no one has come since. Let me admire you like. Okay, what about 80,000 tls? Lee Minutes asked when he had no time to listen to Cheng Yojin's nonsense. It's here, here. Come here, send the money. As soon as Cheng Yojin's words fell, his subordinates began to carry boxes of money. Everyone was shocked. Some unknown people began to shout. General Cheng also spent so much money to buy wine. It's really hot. Go back and buy some more money, or you'll be embarrassed if you don't have it. This is what people have in mind, for fear that Cheng Yojin had bought out the wine. That's 80,000 tls. You can buy a lot. Lee Minutes didn't explain too much. Misunderstood. Misunderstood. Unexpectedly, this misunderstanding has triggered people's enthusiasm for rushing to buy. There are more and more people outside the group. Cheng Yojin didn't speak, and since that's the case, it's the best. While he was moving money, he also saw people from the Wang family coming over. Those from the royal family saw the same thing. Could not help but regret it. All alcohol is banned now. Their fruit wine was affected, but Lee Minutes wine came back to life because of a beautiful marketing. The news reached Wang Yang's ears directly. He started the meeting again. As for the 5 great families, there are still interests, and they have not withdrawn. At this time, the Chainan Chamber of Commerce became panic-stricken. After all, everyone helped Wang Yang and listened to Wang Yang's words, but the result was getting worse and worse, and some people wanted to quit. But the hearts of people are also different. Seeing this, Cheng Yojin walked over immediately. Yukanzu www.yukanzu.com said coldly, "What? Did Wang Yang let you come over to buy Yu wine? Has your family also fallen here?" No one dared to answer this question. Everyone just didn't dare to speak. Cheng Yojin smiled. Then he said loudly, "Go back and tell Wang Gui that he lost this time. Look at this scene. Want to ban alcohol? Think beautifully. And what about the Chainan Chamber of Commerce? I don't think it's necessary to exist. Just dissolve it. It's about swearing." He turned around and said, "Mr. Zilli, the Wang family has also come to buy wine." Their voice was very loud, attracted more people's attention. Everyone knows that the relationship between the Wang family and the Shengteng group is not good. Is the Wang family going to come to the group to buy wine? Therefore, as a result, the scene was detonated again. People are buying like crazy. More and more people gather here. Lee Minutes looked at everyone with a smile. It's all in your hands. Faced with such enthusiastic people, Lee Minutes was very satisfied. He turned back. As for Zushan, Yuan, Dangang, etc., they were busy smiling. The situation continued until noon. Just quieted down a bit. This time Shengteng Group made more money. This is a month's worth of wine, and it was directly sold short. Therefore, Lee Minutes had to disperse the people and let them come back tomorrow. After all, production takes time. People also expressed their understanding, but there were still some people who drove the carriage directly and lived outside the Shengteng Group, saying that they had to wait until the wine was produced. Shengteng Group has such a grand occasion, but some people are not happy because the group's big sales made their plans go to waste again. At this time, somewhere in Chainan City, someone grabbed the porcelain and threw it to the ground. Point 212 Chapter Defeat Lee Minutes. Dang. A large amount of porcelain was beaten to the ground and made a sound. Then came Wang Yang's roar. It's too much to deceive people. That Zilli is really too much to deceive people. It's not letting people live. There were people from the other 4 great families standing around. People from the Chainan Chamber of Commerce. Now there are fewer and fewer people in Chainan Chamber of Commerce. Wang Yang, it's not a solution for you to break the porcelain like this. It's impossible to restore our decline. Queen Mingliang said. Yeah, Yu is now on sale again. It's unbelievable. It sold 520,000 silver in half a day. The Shengteng Group is getting stronger and stronger, but we are because of the fruit wine. At a loss. What else can we do? Who would have known that Zilli did this? Li who was also frowning. Others, sigh. puzzled. Wang Yang looked at everyone and was angry. Can't you think of a way to do it one by one? Any ways to use the power of our royal family? We are people in the same boat. We must die together, and we must prosper together. Wang Yang is serious. No one dared to say anything. It's just that you look at me and I look at yours. Wang Yang was even more annoyed after being treated like this. That Cheng Yojin said, Wang Yang, you are the president of the Chainan Chamber of Commerce, so you should lead us to fight together. You have to take the lead in this matter. Hey. Wang Yang seemed very helpless. So what else can be done? Who asked him to organize this Chamber of Commerce? It would be a joke to say it. A huge Chamber of Commerce could not beat a small group led by a young man. Yeah, Wang Yang, you have to take the lead in this matter. You see what we need to do. We will do it. These people have completely lost their own thoughts. What Wang Yang does, they do what they do. Although the words are very loyal, it also highlights everyone's incompetence. But no one with a bit of ability would say that. At least there will be a plan. But then again, no matter how much they tried, it was strange that Li Minutes was able to stay safe and develop better. Wang Yang then sighed again. This time, if we can't stop Zilli, then there is no need to make porcelain. As far as I know, he will promote Liu, and our porcelain will be affected there. The crowd fell silent. But at this time Liu came out and said, what are you afraid of? He is just selling well in Chainan City. We are still leading the way in other places. As soon as these words came out, Wang Yang directly said, that kid might still tell the whole world. Tang promotion. Then, we will lose more than a little value of fruit wine. Wang Yang's words made everyone feel nervous. But there are still unbelievers. Then he said, this is His Royal Highness. I finally invited him today. They said, his personal strength is limited. The entire Tang dynasty is so big, can he cover it all? If a place invests 10,000 tals, the entire Tang dynasty is so big, that's not a little bit of money. Even if he sells 50,000 tals a day. 10,000 liang, I'm afraid I won't be able to make so much money that year. And people are unpredictable. I can guarantee that if he dares to expand, we will definitely accept it. You are really blindly confident. Self-confidence is a good thing. But we have to be on guard. Wang Yang said. In front of them, everywhere is limited. They couldn't find a breakthrough, fearing that Li Minutes would be crushed under his feet and unable to move. For this period of time alone, their losses are in units of tens of millions. That's the size of the entire Tang dynasty. They are poor, but the Tang court is rich. Vaguely, the imperial court became stronger, and they became weaker. Although they haven't been able to shake their position in key items, it will be very unfavorable to them in the long run. And when people are at a loss, there are family members to report. Wang Shizhong has returned, and he has brought two people with him, one big and one small. Wang Gui usually comes alone. What's the matter with bringing two people? Got it. After a while, Wang Gui and the other two walked in. When entering this one, everyone saw a young man and a middle-aged man. Middle-aged men are obedient to teenagers. Everyone is here. That's great. Wang Gui said. People are puzzled. Everyone suddenly realized. It turns out that His Royal Highness looks like this. Hastily stepped forward to salute him. In this way, the young man is Li Chengqian, and the middle-aged man is Xu Jingzong. The two went to the king's house together. You don't need to be too polite. The prince came here today to give you a big gift, Li Chengqian said. Wang Yang immediately asked, what kind of gift is that? Come here, bring it up, Li Chengqian ordered. After a while, someone carried out a distillation equipment. This is the distillation equipment, which can turn fruit wine into free wine. Li Chengqian said this, which surprised Wang Yang. This ... is it really? That's right. This is the sample that Prince Ben got from His Majesty. It was remodeled and sent to you today. Everyone was overjoyed. But someone asked, why does His Royal Highness help us? Li Chengqian smiled and said, because of Zilli. If this prince wants to make him sad, it is best to be down, and in the whole city of Chainan, I am afraid that only you can defeat him. It's gone. Li Chengqian didn't dare to say Li Minutes' identity. After all, it's disgraceful to say such a thing. It will also come true. making people guess how the prince can be so narrow-minded that even his brothers are not spared. That's great, we have nothing to repay, only. Wang Yang said nothing. Li Chengqian said, it doesn't matter if you repay, I only want you 10% of the profit. When his words came out, everyone was shocked. A profit? Let the prince alone. Then don't be too greedy. 10%, 500,000 is 50,000. 5 million is 500,000. Going up. It's amazing. What? Don't you want to defeat Zilli? Li Chengqian said again when everyone didn't speak. These words made Wang Yang resolutely said, okay. I promise you. That's right. Don't worry, you have me in the future, don't be afraid of Zilli. I have a way to defeat him. The people who were sad are now smiling. Okay, come here, take this thing as a sample, and imitate 100 units. Then take out the fruit wine and make a wine-free wine together. This time, I will beat Zilli and can't find the north. Li Chengqian naturally said nothing will be polite. The group waited and went to Baiul to enjoy themselves. As for the current Ji Palace, because Li Shimin couldn't find Li Chengqian, he had already jumped there. Chapter 213. Don't think that I don't know anything. Where is their prince? Li Shimin was furious, because I didn't see Li Chengqian's relationship. In the Eastern Palace, no one dared to respond. Li Shimin asked again with a stern face, where did this kid go again? Who knows? Then someone whispered, His Royal Highness the Prince went out with Xu Jingzong in the afternoon, and he hasn't come back yet. What the hell is this kid trying to do? Going out of the palace again and again? What are you doing? Li Shimin was angry. It has only been a long time since Li Chengqian and Xu Jingzong were beaten together. The two got together again. In Li Shimin's eyes, this Xu Jingzong is also unreliable. Take Li Chengqian everywhere every day. There will come a time when Li Chengqian will let him bring it down. Let Kong Yingda come over. This kid has to increase his studies. Yes, there. Yuan went out to summon Kong Yingda, and Li Shimin sat there, sullen. At this time, someone walked into the palace. Willing to come back now? You kid goes outside the palace every day to see that I will no longer lock you up, Li Shimin said. But at this moment, there was a voice like a duck's voice. It was Cheng Yojin's voice. Your Majesty, Chen. Nothing has been done. Why should Guan Chen be locked up? He misunderstood. Huh? Zaiji, why are you here? Only then did Cheng Yojin know that it wasn't his own. Your Majesty, I just arrived in the Mobilizing Palace and couldn't see you. I heard from the eunuch in the palace that you are here, so I came here. Li Shimin suddenly remembered. How about that? The minister went to recruit Xrengai, but failed. How could it fail? Did you give enough? Logically impossible. Li Shimin wondered. It must be that Cheng Yojin did not do well enough. Then he said, then let Wei Zheng go once, maybe he will succeed. Li Shimin loves talents. Xrengai has entered his eyes, and he has to recruit talents no matter what. Cheng Yojin said, Your Majesty, this person is no trivial matter, he is only loyal to the sixth prince in his life, no matter how he persuades him. No amount of money, and what? And he said, we are not as rich as the sixth prince. Li Shimin was confused. Then he asked, then you can say that I asked him to come? I said that, but he didn't want to, and said that even if thousands of troops came over to invite him, he would not leave the sixth prince. Then my next imperial decree, see if he doesn't come yet. Li Shimin seemed to be on the bar. Your Majesty, this kind of talent is strong by nature. If you are forcibly recruited, I'm afraid that you will not accept it, which is equivalent to a waste. Cheng Yojin was right. If you are unwilling, who will help you? It's not that you can do whatever you want because the emperor, at least not in front of Xrengai. Then what should I do? I like him very much. If he can enter the palace, it will provide a guarantee for the battle strength of the Tang dynasty. After returning to the service, the trouble is still to come. Okay, then wait. Li Shimin was a little disappointed. Seeing Li Shimin like this, Cheng Yojin had no choice. Fortunately, Li Shimin didn't punish him, otherwise he would have cried out again. By the way, Your Majesty, I have something else to do. What is it? Question mark about the prohibition of alcohol. What? This prohibition? Do you want me to take back my order? What happened last time? But it's a light sentence for you. Cheng Yojin waved his hands quickly. No, 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 it's like this. This morning, the minister sent when I went to the Shengteng group with 80,000 taels of silver. Something happened outside the group. What happened? Why free wine in the Shengteng group is directly sold short. Oh, how could this be? After the prohibition of alcohol, shouldn't it be sold? Cheng Yojin immediately repeated what Li Minutes had done. Li Shimin was stunned. What did you say? Double the value in 10 years. All the Yu wines are sold short now? How could this kid think so? Is it because he dislikes too much money? Your Majesty, I think the sixth prince's method is good. It is very used. Think about it. Yu wine is a good thing. How could it be hidden for so long? But if half of the people drink it, the sixth prince will not lose money, and there may be more than one number. And after 10 years, if the wine is not stored properly, it will evaporate long ago. What do people exchange for it? And in the end, there are only a handful of wines that can really be exchanged. Cheng Yojin said this and Li Shimin patted his thigh. It's like this. This kid has such a clever plan. I underestimate him again. It's not that Li Shimin has never looked down on Li Minutes. So when Li Minutes did something he thought was impossible, he slapped him in the face every time. Sometimes, he had to admit that Li Minutes was strong. But only admitting it in private, in front of the minister, is basically impossible. Your Majesty, the intelligence of the sixth prince may be able to be used against the 5 great families. So the minister thought, if you let him come back, then there is no need to talk about it. No, no, it's not like that. Yes, I thought that I could support the sixth prince more in the future, and stop doing things like prohibition. Cheng Yojin spoke with trembling. After all, he was questioning Li Shimin's decision. If Li Shimin is not happy, he will suffer again. On this point, I can only do my best, but most of the time, I still deal with it fairly. What should be? What is it? You know. Yes, Your Majesty. Cheng Yojin said this mostly for the sake of own. If Li Minutes is good, he is naturally good. After all, in the West City, he still has shares. In fact, he couldn't hide it, because Li Shimin said again, in the future, don't go to the West Market, and in the prosperous Tang group, I know all your little tricks. The reason why I don't say it is because of our brothers. I hope I can understand. Cheng Yojin was shocked. It turned out that Li Shimin knew all about it. Could not help but laugh. Yes, yes, I obey the order. Okay, you can follow me to the Mobilizing hall. We haven't had a drink for a long time, so let's have a couple of drinks. But Your Majesty, the prohibition order. I said I can drink, so I can drink it. Cheng Yojin wondered why Li Shimin wanted to drink. Was he in a bad mood or in a good mood? He was unpredictable. He could only follow Li Shimin to the Mobilizing hall. When they arrived at the palace, no trace of Empress Chengsun was found. He couldn't help but wonder. Where's the queen? P.S. He'll be here today, and he'll be violent tomorrow. Where do you all support? Chapter 214. Everyone is around Li Minutes. P.S. The riot started. There are still 9 chapters today. Lai still has to save tomorrow's manuscript. Please order it all. A full order is the most powerful support for Lai. Thank you everyone. In addition, thank the book friends Fushing Yuo Hui for the reward. Where is the queen? Li Shimin asked. The maids said they didn't know. Li Shimin was angry. What's the matter with you? Don't you know where the queen went? You are dereliction of duty. His words frightened the maids. These women are really pitiful to enter the palace and become palace maids, but their status is the lowest. If the master is not happy, they will all suffer. Your Majesty, concubine Yang came over just now. After that, the Empress said that she was going out. As for where to go, the servants don't know. Huh? Where did it go? Li Shimin murmured. In normal times, Empress Chengsun would always be there. But today she left the palace because concubine Yang came over. Cheng Yojin said at this time, maybe it is to go out to relax. Your Majesty doesn't have to worry too much. It is not impossible. Empress Zhangsun's health is not good, and the possibility of walking around is extremely high. Cheng Yojin actually wanted to say, what about the wine? When can you drink? I want to drink. No matter where the queen has gone, she is not as important as alcohol. Unexpectedly, Li Shimin said, let concubine Yang come over. I want to ask her. Yes. Then someone went to ask concubine Yang. After a while, concubine Yang came. 0. Meet your Majesty. Concubine AI, where did the queen go? Concubine Yang said, just now. The queen said that her hand was cracked, so the concubine went to get the moisturizing cream. She thought it was easy to use, and asked where it came from. I got it from Yaina. As soon as she heard it, she said she would go out and see Yaina. Why didn't you stop her? It's dangerous outside. Your Majesty, my concubine couldn't find you just now, or I wanted to talk to you! Exclamation mark. Li Shimin was furious. How could it be Li Minutes again? There is a shadow of Li Minutes everywhere. After all, Li Minutes was really surprised. Whether it is the common people, the ministers in the palace, or even Li Shimin's concubines, none of them are not obsessed with him. No, they should be obsessed with the things he invented. No wonder Li Shimin is angry. He is jealous. Your Majesty, but Yaina has indeed solved a lot of trouble for us. The queen's hands are also terribly dry and cracked, and the concubine's body is a little distressed. I'm afraid I have to use moisturizer. For the sake of the eldest grandson, Li Shimin didn't say any more. What? Forget it. Let's go out, Zaiji. The minister is here. Follow you out and protect the queen from behind. Make no mistake, Cheng Yojin didn't want to go. What about drinking? But so what? Li Shimin has said. How can he resist the decree? Why was it put on hold because of Empress Chengsun's affairs? Li Shimin saw what Cheng Yojin was thinking. When you come back, I will drink with you again. If you don't get drunk, you won't go home. Yes, Your Majesty. Cheng Yojin was already too greedy. With Cheng Yojin going out, Li Shimin said this, he was naturally happy. In the entire Tang dynasty, only Li Shimin's words were counted when it came to officials drinking, and others were not counted. I really don't know, how do you teach your son? Li Shimin sighed. This is blaming concubine Yang. How to teach son? Such an excellent child is better than Li Shimin. He is qualified to say that Li Minutes is not. Your Majesty. Concubine Yang was blamed and felt sad. Okay, not much more to say. You go down. Yes. The concubine left first. Concubine Yang wondered why Li Shimin was so angry today. I had to go down. I didn't dare to stay here any longer. As for now, outside the prosperous Tang group, the Empress Chengsun has long since arrived. This time, she came out with only 2 guards. She was dressed like a lady. Because of the reason in the palace, his face looks very young. Because of her arrival, some people stopped. Some people are attracted by her beauty. Is it here? Empress Zhangsun walked to the group door and watched. At this time, Zushan greeted him. I wonder what madam needs, he asked. I'm looking for someone. Oh, who are you looking for? Is Mr. Zili here? I'm looking for him. Concubine Yang had talked to Empress Chengsun, after coming out. Don't call Li Minutes, otherwise it will hurt him. After Zushan instructed, he entered the group. Therefore, she did not dare to give Li Minutes' name directly. Also known as Mr. Zili. Why did Madam find Mr. Zili? Huh? I have to tell you if I have something to do with him? Queen Chengsun asked. It's such a lady. There are thousands of wives who came to look for Mr. Zili this day. Most of them have one purpose. That is to come to kiss. If this is the case, then please leave. If there are other things, please also ask. Tell me. Because Mr. Zili is very busy right now. He can't see everyone. He's even busier than the current saint. Empress Zhangsun joked. Zushan responded immediately. Madam's words can't be said nonsense. This thing out of nothing will hurt Mr. Zilli. It can be seen that you are very smart. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Queen eldest grandson praised. As Li Minutes right and left hands, naturally there are two brushes. Thank you madam for your appreciation. But you must also state your purpose. Zushan is also a principled person. Okay. I admire people like you. This is my token. If you hand it over to Mr. Zilli for me, he will naturally know about it. Empress Zhangsun took a golden hairpin from her head. This ... is so precious. You am not afraid of losing it, and I also believe in your character. After all, the person whom Mr. Zilli admires must be extraordinary. Zushan felt that the woman in front of him seemed to be similar to Li Yan. Very familiar. After all, the person who said this must be an acquaintance who would do it. Wait a moment. Come on, give this lady a seat. Standing beside them were Jiuxiu and Xrengai. At this time, Li Minutes was debugging some pastes, which exuded bursts of fragrance. Mr. Zilli, someone is looking outside. No, there is nothing special. Let them leave. It's a lady. Zushan continued. Li Minutes put down his work. Who is she? She gave me this thing. Huh? Please come in quickly. I'll go out now. Li Minutes was shocked when he saw the golden hairpin. How come she is the queen? ? This took him by surprise. Mr. Zilli, who is that? Jiuxiu asked curiously. At the same time, there is some vigilance in my heart. After all, when it comes to the word Mrs., I'm afraid that you will come to propose marriage again, right? A very important person. Li Minutes quickly sorted out, and went out to greet Empress Zhangsun. Chapter 215 Talking about money hurting feelings. Li Minutes trotted out after tidying up a little. As soon as he arrived at the front hall, he saw Empress Zhangsun sitting there. Very elegant look. At the same time, there is no one around to entertain her, so maybe everyone really regards her as someone who says kisses for their daughter. Jiuxiu also saw Empress Zhangsun. Such a noble lady surprised her. She was on a par with concubine Yang, or even more beautiful. There is more intellectual beauty in her. A woman who can make Li Shimin like is naturally not bad. Empress Zhangsun, as a generation of virtuous queens, has a temperament that not everyone can achieve. 1. It looks like the wife of a rich family. If this is the case, then 80% is to propose a marriage, because only rich people can be worthy of Li Minutes. She became more vigilant, because the other party may be a high-ranking official and wealthy family. The daughter's talent must be very high. Therefore, if there are signs, she will definitely come forward to stop it. Just like drinking Kong Yingdu at that time. At the same time, Li Minutes saw Empress Zhangsun, and as soon as she came, she stepped forward and said, Aunt, why are you here? Aunt, is she Li Minutes' aunt? Jiuxiu was shocked. She had a hint of hostility just now, but now it's gone. It turned out to be Mr. Zilli's aunt. That's amazing. In ancient times, the concubines called the aunt as the aunt, which means that this is the big house of Li Minutes' father. What is she doing here? Then who is Mr. Zilli's father? She was at a loss. But one thing worth affirming is that Mr. Zilli's family background must be very good. Fortunately, he was not as reckless as before, otherwise he would have caused a joke again. Zushan was even more shocked. That is to say that this person is Empress Zhangsun. Fortunately, he is not rude to her. Otherwise, he may die. As a commoner, he first met the prince, and then the queen. Someday, I will meet the emperor again. He didn't know yet. In fact, he had already seen it before. Regarding Empress Zhangsun, Zushan also learned from Li Minutes that Empress Zhangsun was facing Li Minutes. But in this situation, he can't go forward and salute. After all, there are many people around. So, he just stood there, shivering. As for Xrengai, although she knew it was Empress Zhangsun, she still maintained a tense attitude. At this time, what he shoulders is to protect Li Yin. No matter who comes looking for him, it may cause harm to Li Yin. He has to be very careful. Zilli, I haven't seen you for a long time. It seems that I have grown taller again. Empress Zhangsun touched Li Minutes' head and said, It has only been a few months, and Li Minutes has really grown up. Although he still looks like a teenager, but he is also taller. Jiuxiu stepped forward and saluted. Madam, the little girl Jiuxiu is polite. Empress Zhangsun stared at Jiuxiu for a long time. This woman was quite beautiful, and she had also heard everything about Jiuxiu from concubine Yang. Jiuxiu is also the type that Li Shimin likes. As expected, she is handsome. Yuxiu, come here. Come here. Empress Zhangsun greeted Jiuxiu angrily and passed by. Jiuxiu was a little frightened. Empress Zhangsun seemed to know her. There was some hesitation, but it was over. Empress Zhangsun took her hand. Sure enough, she's a good girl. Her skin. She's really good. It's so good to be young. Jiuxiu, the madam is also pretty good, and she looks young. Hee, we are getting old. How can we compare to you young people? Zili's vision is really good. With this woman in the company, I am really envious of the gods. Li Minutes coughed twice. Empress Zhangsun saw Jiuxiu very satisfied. It's like watching a daughter-in-law. It made Jiuxiu smile. Chatted with him quickly. Jiuxiu's language skills are very deep, and she can especially say some things that Empress Zhangsun likes to hear. So, the two of them chatted without anyone else. These two women perform a show, and three women sing a big show. They seem to have endless things to say. Li Minutes was wondering, which pot can't be opened and lifted? What is this Empress Zhangsun doing here today? Zushan, go get a few cups of milk tea. While they were chatting, he then ordered to go on. This reception is indispensable. At the same time, he sat on the edge and closed his eyes. About 10 minutes passed. The two women finally stopped. In the future, when I have time, I will let someone take you to my house to have a good time. In that case, I would like to thank Madam. Jiuxiu said, if she knew that this house was the palace, she would be shocked. Thank you. We will be a family from now on. They all mentioned the family. What else is Queen Chengsun afraid to mention? Cough cough. Let's talk about it. I'm afraid I'm going to get married directly, right? Empress Zhangsun then stopped and said nothing. Auntie, why are you looking for me this time? Li Minutes asked directly. Only then did Empress Zhangsun realize that she was here to find Li Minutes. Look at my memory. It's really bad. Yes, I came here to find you this time. Oh, what is it? What is the matter with you? www.uukanzu.com. Empress Zhangsun coming to find you? Wouldn't it be a matter of country? Otherwise, Li Shimin asked her to come and find him back, or just come out and see for yourself. He didn't understand. And he didn't understand. It wasn't until Empress Zhangsun spoke that he knew that it was this matter. Actually, this is the case. Your mother once proposed a good moisturizing cream. I think it is easy to use, but it can't win people's attention, so I came here and bought a few bottles from you. It turned out to be this thing. What? Li Minutes smiled and said, Auntie is too polite. How can we talk about money? Talking about money will hurt our feelings. Empress Zhangsun couldn't agree with his words. This thing of yours also has a cost. If I take your things, I will naturally have to pay for it, otherwise I will be uneasy about using it. Empress Zhangsun is still very principled. Okay, then, a penny bottle. Zushan, go and get 20 bottles of the moisturizer. It doesn't have to be too many, just a few bottles. Also, a penny bottle is not enough. At least 10 bottles are needed. 2 bottles will do, Empress Zhangsun said. Auntie, I said I didn't want the money, but you said number. I took the money, but you said no. This person is really difficult. Besides, half of the 20 bottles are to be handed over to my mother by the aunt. Also very clean. Having said that, Empress Zhangsun said, this way. Well, if I say anything, it will be hypocritical. Come here, take out the money. Empress Zhangsun is not a hypocritical person, and she does not have any sloppy work. Li Minutes just likes to get along with such people. That's right. Take advantage of Zushan to get something. Empress Zhangsun came to hold Li Minutes' hand again. Speak up. Chapter 216. Let Li Shimin come and beg me to go back. Empress Zhangsun took Li Minutes' hand again and said, Zili, you're out alone, it's been hard work. I hope you can go back. Meet your mother. When Li Minutes heard this, Is this Empress Chengsun sent by Li Shimin? Let her convince herself. It must be like this. This Li Shimin is really shameless. He doesn't do anything by himself. He needs others to do it for him. Is it really that hard to admit a mistake? In his heart, he already despised him very much. He said it. If he really said it, let him come and beg me to go back. Otherwise I will definitely not go back. Li Minutes directly called Li Shimin him. His attitude was resolute. Empress Chengsun was a little embarrassed. After all, both of them were wrong in this matter, and at the same time, no one was willing to admit it was wrong. When it came to Li Shimin, she immediately denied it. No, it's what your mother said. She hopes that I will persuade you to resolve conflicts and make peace with your father. Work hard with your elder brothers. Queen Chengsun said immediately. Let him reconcile with Li Chengqian. Empress Zhangsun is probably joking, right? That is impossible. The contradiction between the two has reached an irreconcilable level. Moreover, whoever goes back first bows his head first. Who is embarrassed? Unless Li Shimin came to pick him up, there was still something to talk about. Is that so? I thought so. He would be so kind. It seems that I think too much. Empress Zhangsun sighed. What is this kid doing? Have something to say, can't you? It has to smell like gunpowder. Auntie also hopes that you can go back so that you can help your father manage the family property. If necessary, I can persuade him so that you and your father and son can put aside their previous grudges. Queen Chengsun did not make it clear. In fact, it is the management of the Tang dynasty. But these are the meanings of Empress Chengsun. It's not what Li Shimin meant. Auntie, I have my own thoughts on this matter. Unless he takes the initiative to beg me, this matter is impossible. Don't worry about it. Asking Li Shimin to ask Li Minutes on his own initiative is like asking Li Shimin stripped naked, and it was so uncomfortable to stand on the street. The conversation between the two shocked Jiuxiu on the side. How is this going? No wonder Mr. Zilli is so powerful. It turned out to be a huge family business. But she couldn't think of any other family property in Chainan City that might belong to Mr. Zilli's family. The aristocratic families in Chainan City were either extremely strong or extremely weak. She was in thought. Empress Zhangsun was a little anxious. How could you do this? You knew that, and asked your father to come by himself. There. Last half of the sentence was not spoken. Jiuxiu also said on the side, yes, Mom, Mr. Zilli must have his own difficulties. Let's talk about this later. Auntie, let's not talk about this topic. Okay, this topic is too heavy. I don't want to talk anymore. Li Minutes did not want to delve into this issue. She must be on Li Minutes' side. Therefore, basically what Li Minutes wanted, she also followed him. You kids, are you going to be mad at me? Hey, so decisive, it makes people feel surprised. As Empress Chengsun spoke, her voice gradually became higher. Auntie, I don't mean to be angry with you, but he is too stubborn. If I follow my plan, the family will definitely be stronger. There is something wrong with his governance method. I pointed it out, but not only did he not thank me, and being so rude to me. Speaking of which, Li Shimin really lacked something. Empress Zhangsun then persuaded, no matter what, he is your father. Would you at least be more respectful? Auntie, if you talk about this again, please leave here. If you don't talk about it, I still welcome you here! Li Minutes immediately issued an expulsion order. He didn't want to talk too much on this topic. If it was something else, he could keep talking about it, but not this one. When Empress Zhangsun pointed at Li Minutes, her face turned pale with anxiety. Suddenly, she couldn't breathe. Seems to be sick. Heavy breathing. When Li Minutes saw this, he was afraid that Empress Zhangsun would be terrified. As far as he knew, Empress Chengsun was ill before. Before Princess Chengil got married, an imperial doctor said that she needed to go to a quiet place to recuperate. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Minutes made a fuss about the princess wedding, she might still be resting outside. It was also because of Li Minutes that she did not leave Chainan City again, and was only by Li Shimin's side, for fear that Li Shimin would do something extreme. Jiuxiu rushed forward. After all, she is also for the dignity of the entire royal family, so that the entire royal family can be harmonious. But what happened to Empress Chengsun? Li Minutes did not know, so he directly opened the browser and searched. This investigation directly terrified. Empress Chengsun suffers from gas disease. It is modern asthma. Once it occurs, it will die if it is not treated in time. Empress Chengsun died prematurely because of this disease. Not only that, but several of her children have this disease. This kind of disease cannot be rushed. It is easy to get sick when you are in a hurry. It was he who made Empress Chengsun anxious. So, sick. What to do now? He was blinded. What to do? So, he went on to search how to alleviate it. But at this time, Empress Chengsun was about to suffocate. Jiuxiu was even more anxious. You were reading www.uukanzu.com. Really had a problem, and things would be difficult to handle in the future. Mr. Zilli, Madam, she. But looking at Li Minutes, there was no reaction at all. This is not like the Zilli she knew, it's a dead end. The people on the side were also anxious to death. If Empress Zhangsun had 3 longs and 2 shorts, they would have to die when they went back. What to do now? Madam, what's the matter with you? He tried to support Empress Chengsun, but it was a step slower. Empress Chengsun is about to fall. She has trouble breathing. There was a constant panting sound in the throat. At this time, a big hand stretched out and directly erected Empress Chengsun. Madam is offended. It was Xrengai, who helped Empress Chengsun and put it on the chair. In such a situation, a person's life can be saved within 4 golden minutes. Li Minutes was searching for a way to save his life. Got it. Found it. He yelled, but frightened others. At this time, Zushan came over with 20 bottles of moisturizing cream. When he saw this, his feet went weak with fright. Empress Chengsun was ill. If you die here, everyone will not be able to escape today. Let's see what Li Minutes said there. Mr. Zilli. Zushan, go and prepare a glass of lemonade. Hurry up. Everyone was shocked. At this time, ready for lemonade? What is that for? Seeing that Empress Zhangsun is dying, does he still have time to drink lemonade? But this is an order. Go. Yes. After Zushan put down the moisturizer, he trotted out to prepare. Chapter 217. Sun Semi-Hour can't help it. That Empress Zhangsun is dying? Do you want to get lemonade? Seeing that Empress Zhangsun is dying, still need to get lemonade? Want to drink? Saving people is not like that. This is how the same thing. But what Li Minutes said next made everyone even more incredible. Xrengai, lie down. Now. What? Why? Let Xrengai lie down? What is this operation? Everyone was at a loss. Xrengai lay down without any doubts. Li Minutes grabbed Xrengui's collar and said, Yuxiu, what do I do in a while? You do it with me. Do you know? Yes. Jiuxiu kept nodding in fright. At this time, she is willing to do whatever she wants. After all, this woman is Li Minutes' relative. It turned out that men and women are not related, and Empress Chengsun is her own aunt. Li Minutes didn't want people to be misunderstood by saving people. In addition, Empress Chengsun is an elder whom she respects. He can touch her, not even when life is in danger. There happens to be a Jiuxiu here. All these problems are solved. So he wanted Xrengai to be a model, to do it himself and to have Jiuxiu follow him. You put the aunt on the flat ground. Be quick. Understood. Also, you all go out. You maids stay and help. Li Minutes pointed at the male guards to let them leave. Let them stay with the other 2 maids. They didn't dare to stay and went out directly. The crowd left. The other women were already too frightened. How to help? They have no clue. At this moment, Li Minutes began to say, the next time is very critical. You can't go wrong for a moment. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Empress Zhangsun was laid flat. His eyes were full of wonder. She wondered what Li Minutes wanted to do next. Zushan walked in at this time, holding a glass of water in his hand. Lemonade is here. Because I have made 4 fruit soup before, there are many fruits such as lemons. Otherwise, it won't be available for a while. Put the cup down. Zushan, you go out too. Close the door and don't let anyone in. You know what? Zushan looked at such a scene and felt a little puzzled. What's going on? But also left. The door closes. Xrengai, close your eyes. You can't open them. Understood. Xrengai closed his eyes. Li Minutes turned his back to Empress Zhangsun and the others. Next, take off the aunt's top, so that her throat is not bound by the clothes. Let her chest relax. He unbuttoned Xrengui's top and signaled. Jiuxiu followed suit. It turned out that Li Minutes wanted to do this. This way of saving people is really unique. Jiuxiu's affection for him rose again. He was really thoughtful. But now there is no time for her to think too much. This is the innocence of Empress Chengsun, but it cannot be lost because of today's events. At this time, Empress Chengsun's face was pale. You stand in the way, don't let the aunt be seen. Otherwise, you will be asked. In that case, it would be a fatal blow to Empress Chengsun. Although Empress Chengsun couldn't breathe, her head was still very clear. I can't help but admire Li Minutes. It's decent. Yes. After that, Li Minutes motioned to pick up the lemonade and let Empress Zhangsun take a sip. The following methods are not verified. Don't try it lightly. Jiuxiu followed suit. Then he beat Xrengui's 2 lines with a piece of colored glass. Knock the front chest of Rendus 2 meridians from Tan 2 point to Zongwen, 3 kun wide. Then tap from Zongwen to both sides to the diaphragm, 2 kun wide. The north and the upper part of the clavicle and the upper and lower parts of the clavicle are from Das Hui to the tail vertebra, 4 inches wide. Buckling the shoulders and the back of the neck. Lift the Tan 2 point. Okay. Jiuxiu followed suit. Then what? She asked again. She was also in a hurry. Why did you do this, auntie? Breathe in through your nose. Exhale with your mouth. Empress Zhangsun has a little bit of a link at this time. Her breathing is also a little smoother. When Mrs. Yuxiu exhales through her mouth, put her hand on it, and then use her thumb to press Dan's Hong point. So many tries. Understood. After a long time, Empress Chengsun's face gradually turned rosy. Jiuxiu was relieved, and she gently put Empress Chengsun on. At this time, Empress Zhangsun slowly got up. The 2 maids rushed forward to serve. Auntie, I have a medicine here. You can take it back and try it for a few days. Are you okay? Li Yan asked. Okay. So he turned around. Empress Zhangsun's complexion changed a lot. Child, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, Empress Zhangsun was just a little short after the thrill just now, and she was about to die. Auntie, is your illness a Qi disease? Huh? How do you know? I know a little bit. It seems that the historical record is right. Empress Chengsun was ill. It's really easy to hang up if you're not careful. By the way, I think your method just now is very good. I will let someone write it down. In case this happens next time, I will have a response. I will write down the method. I will keep one in the future. Stable mind. Don't get too excited, otherwise it's easy to have another attack. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Sun, what you said is the same as Sun Zhenren. Sun Zhenren was talking about Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao is here? Li Minutes asked. Yeah, he has been helping Auntie adjust her body for a while, but he seems to be in confusion about this. Queen Chengsun said. Sun Simiao is not omnipotent, and some diseases need to be verified. Therefore, he verified in the palace that he cured the illness of Empress Chengsun in this way. Li Minutes said so. The last time he came up with the Wuji Beifing pill, Empress Chengsun had no doubts about him. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Su Yi, Sisandra, Ifhedra, Bingbai, beetle nut, black plum meat, Kionu, each 15 kien, French pinelia, required for the plot. The prescription has not been verified, only part of it. Do not dry. The above medicinal materials are crushed into in the morning and half an hour before lunch. Take 10 kien traditional Chinese medicine powder with warm boiled water each time, and take 20 kien traditional Chinese medicine powder before going to bed at night, and drink a sip of free wine. Auntie, this is the prescription, and how to eat it, I have written it down. If you take it for 7 days, you will definitely get better, and if you take it for a month, You will definitely lose the root if there is no problem. Empress Chengsun took the prescription and was overjoyed. Okay, look back. I will let them grab the medicine and take it. After what happened just now, Empress Chengsun no longer persuaded Li Yan. At this time, she couldn't be more anxious. In a hurry, I am afraid that there will be problems. Where is Mr. Zili? Zushan, what are you doing standing here? There. Two were chatting when a voice suddenly sounded. It was Cheng Yojin's voice. Why is this guy here? Chapter 218 extends the life of Empress Chengsun. General Cheng, you can't go in. You can't go in. Zushan stopped Cheng Yojin from letting him in. What's in here? Not allowed to enter? Cheng Yojin was puzzled. Usually there is no obstacle in this hall. What's going on today? What Mr. Zili said. I just abide by it. There is an important person inside. Zushan didn't have time to talk to him too much. Don't even dare to say what's going on inside. Just say important people. Because the next thing is out of his control. What he can do is to let Cheng Yojin wait outside. Does it matter to me? Humphrey. What if I want to go in? Cheng Yojin just broke in directly. How could Zushan stop him? The door was slammed open. This intrusion directly collided with Xrengai. Xrengai, get out of the way. General Cheng, now Mr. Zili and his aunt are talking about things inside. Let's wait outside. As soon as these words came out, Cheng Yojin stood still. Li Minutes aunt, then isn't that Queen Chengsun? He didn't dare to do it again. After all, it was Empress Chengsun inside. He didn't dare to move, like a frightened chicken. He said loudly just now, but now he whispered, how long has his aunt been here? It's not long. How much more time? I don't know. Then he'll just wait here! Exclamation mark. Cheng Yojin said, like a mouse meets a cat. Xrengai didn't say anything, just stood there, motionless. Cheng Yojin scratched his head while looking left and right. General Cheng, don't worry, you'll be out in a while. How can you not worry? He also wanted to go back and have 2 drinks with Li Shimin. But I can't go in to remind. I can only wait. After a moment, Queen Chengsun came out. Cheng Yojin didn't dare to go forward and salute. After all, there were too many people around. The guards breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Empress Chengsun was fine. Cheng Yojin was set there. After a while, he said, Madam, you are here too. Cheng Yojin's reaction was a bit funny. I thought I was fast enough, but I didn't expect Empress Chengsun to arrive long ago. Empress Zhangsun looked at him with a frown. What are you doing here? No, nothing. Cheng Yojin was sent by Li Shimin. He didn't dare to directly say that he sent it. But seeing that Empress Chengsun was fine, he was relieved. Then he seemed to notice Empress Chengsun's face turning pale. To prevent further questioning, he looked at Empress Chengsun. Madam's face doesn't seem to be good. Is it because of a medical condition? It's not a big deal. I am fortunate that the child is here this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid something big will happen. How dangerous it was just now. Just a short while later, Empress Zhangsun was about to die. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been frightened long ago. She seemed to look down on life and death. After all, this disease has a long history. Now, I got Li Minutes recipe again. I thought, it will definitely be cured. The mood is naturally better. Cheng Yojin said, Mr. Zili still knows how to see a doctor? Is it really useful? Your wife's affairs are also handled by the prescription he prescribed. Do you think he will see a doctor? Empress Zhangsun was angry. Said, this kind of thing makes Li Minutes not know whether to say yes or no. However, some other people were shocked by this statement, especially Jiuxiu. I heard that Mr. Zili knows how to see a doctor before. I always thought it was a misrepresentation from outside. When I saw it today, it was true. It seems that Jiuxiu needs to study more with Mr. Zili. This is what Jiuxiu thought. It just happens that I know these things, and I have seen them in ancient books. It's no big deal. He was really curious. Saying this can easily make people suffocated. There are so many coincidences in this world. This really happened to let Li Minutes see the cure. Even in the 3 Yuan, this is Zili. Don't deny it. I'll take care of it when I look back. I hope my illness can be cured. She held the prescription in her hand and held it tightly. Hope it can be cured. Her consent to take the medicine made Li Minutes directly search for the results. Originally, Empress Cheng was going to die in 3 years. But now her life expectancy has reached her 60s. That's a really good thing. In the future, with her existence, she can help herself to do many things. It can also curb Li Chengqian's behavior. After all, Li Chengqian still listened to her words. Auntie, you have to take this medicine on time, and you need a meal. You know what? You will be fine. I believe that too, Empress Zhang Sun said with a smile. It can be felt that she has never been so relaxed as she is today. It will definitely be. What is the recipe? Let me see it. Empress Zhang Sun frowned. What do you know? Stop watching this. Cheng Yojin was rejected, but he didn't dare to say anything. Can only hold back blushing. By the way, take 2 bottles of this moisturizing cream and bring them back to Qi's. Empress Zhang Sun said suddenly. Cheng Yojin wondered why. What is this? You can take it away. She has worked hard for a while. You reading www.youcanzu.com often sends soap to her home. Queen Cheng said. These conversations made Jiuxiu and others feel puzzled. He was even more suspicious of Li Minutes' life experience. If Cheng Yojin's wife can deliver things to her door, it must be a good relationship. Seeing Li Minutes calling Cheng Yojin his uncle again, then the relationship between the two parties is really not shallow. Thank you so much. Cheng Yojin took 2 bottles of moisturizing cream and put them in his arms without looking at them. It was something that was regarded as a treasure by the people in the palace, and he treated it like this. Empress Yuoda Chengsun kept shaking her head. This idiot really doesn't know anything. Okay, I'm going back too. Zilly, take care of yourself. Okay, Auntie. Send you out. After finishing, Li mined and sent Queen Chengsun out. Madam, wait for me. I'll go back with you, Cheng Yojin said suddenly. Then he followed up. When they arrived at the gate of the group, they saw a large number of people gathered in one place. Cheng Yojin seemed to have seen this scene, but Empress Chengsun never saw it. After all, this car has been lined up, and they are all waiting for something at the gate of the group. What is this? Queen Chengsun asked. They are buying Yu wine. When Cheng Yojin finished his words, someone denied him. We didn't come for Yu. Cheng Yojin was embarrassed. Didn't he come for Yu? So why did they come? Looking at the clothes of these people, it seems that they are not from Chainan. So what do people here want to do? Everyone was puzzled. All this may only be known to Li Minutes. Chapter 219 Shengteng Express. Although Cheng Yojin was embarrassed, he asked again, then what are you doing? Well, pay. These people said. Pay. Why pay? Pay what? Could it be that Li Minutes was going to sell them something? But now the group has no new products. It's not like these people are here to buy anything. Cheng Yojin thought for a while. Still don't understand. At the same time, Empress Chengsun was also very curious. She asked, Zilly, what are they doing? Looking at the people outside the group, there were probably thousands of people. Are these people here to send money? Looking at the money in one car is very shocking. There are about a dozen people in a car. Also, these people don't look like Chainan people. They should have come from afar. In ancient times, there was no such thing as a bank. If you wanted to do business, it was all cash transactions. If you do it yourself, there is no idea yet, and at the same time, the system will be too large and the organization will be too bloated. Just like the court's general execution efficiency is extremely low, and cash transportation requires carriages, and there are a large number of people to protect it, otherwise it will be robbed halfway, and the loss will be heavy. Therefore, at this time, a large number of people and carriages gathered outside the group, all of which were silver. Counting, there should be hundreds of cars. Auntie, they really came to pay, Li Minutes said. This made Empress Zhang Sun even more confused. Afterwards, Li Minutes leaned into Empress Chengsun's ear and whispered, Auntie, this is the case. Didn't he want me to open 1,000 glass shops before? Then reduce my tax. So, I thought of letting the whole university people with lofty ideals in the Tang dynasty join our group, and they only need to pay 10,000 lls of franchise fee. They can open a Lulai shop. As for the Lulai, we provide it. They are only responsible for selling, and then we can make some money from it. Hard work. This is to take the core technology into your own hands. In addition, Li Shimin is exempt from taxation for himself, and he can let go even more. Even if the family has broken through the core technology, but there is no tax exemption, I am afraid that they cannot fight with them. In addition, at that time, Li Yan's brand has formed a memory. People recognized the things of the Shengton group, and even if the family produced Liu Lai again, he would not be afraid. Why don't you do it yourself? Isn't that more certain? Queen Chengsun asked. She thought it was too simple to do it herself. Li Minutes had not enough time to expand his business and manage 1,000 Liu Lai stores. Moreover, Liu Lai made a lot of money in the early stage. When the demand came down in the later stage, it would not make any money. Opening 1,000 stores would be a waste. This made her think a little, and it seemed to be the case. In the court now, there are many people who are eating leisurely, but they have not been able to do practical things. Li Minutes didn't have any taboos and said so directly. Liu Li is so profitable. Can it not be profitable? Kong Yingda's sale of nitrate mines was a big example. If they didn't deliver wine, maybe after the summer was over, what kind of ice would they still sell? Therefore, if the court can be improved, streamlining the number of people in the organization may save you money and improve efficiency. This may be able to talk to Li Shimin. Then if you do this, how can you make it bigger? What are the risks? Then Li Minutes expressed his thoughts. All franchisees are responsible for the risk, and how to grow bigger, that is, others help them grow bigger. As long as you control the ex-factory price, you can make a lot of money. Li Minutes said everything, completely, without any concealment. After hearing this, Empress Zhangsun nodded repeatedly and said yes. And then they came. That's right. If that's the case, then transportation is a big deal. Empress Zhangsun worried. About this point, Li Minutes added, I also thought of this. I also want to do the transportation of vehicles and ships, which is called Shengteng Express. In the future, Liu Lai will be specially made by Shengteng Express, and those who have signed a full contract with us will join us. Businesses pay for it to feed the entire Shengteng Express. In the future, I will expand Shengteng Express. What is that? Simply put, it's like an escort, but it's up to us to do it ourselves. We will provide a faster way of doing things. Does that really make money? Doesn't that require a lot of money up front? With these franchise fees alone, I can set up a huge factory, plus a prosperous Tang Express team of 1,000 people. So you don't have to worry about this. Since it involves the whole day Tang business, Shengteng Express is naturally indispensable. He also directly invested the franchise fee he got in the early stage, which really explained a lot of things. Such a business without capital has created a new way. Empress Zhangsun, Cheng Yojin and others were taken aback for a while. I didn't expect Li Minutes to think so much. And the business situation was something they hadn't thought of before. Queen Chengsun's jaw dropped. If Li Shimin knew, then everything would be fun. He must be even more shocked. Maybe Li Shimin will learn something. Maybe. Why did Li Minutes say these thoughts? You are reading www.uukansu.com. That's also because he deliberately wanted Li Shimin to know this. Make him mad. Let him be completely slapped in the face again. Let him know that he is not something he can chase after. Let him know that he can't keep up with himself no matter what he does. Moreover, if it is spread out like this, it will be a fatal blow to the family. They will lose the China business. Close the shop again. When the salt shop closed last time, many people lost their jobs, but these people were absorbed by Li Shimin and Li Minutes. It made a society that would otherwise be chaotic become more stable. Yuan and Gang. Yes, people are earning more. No one thinks about writing chaos. Empress Zhangsun didn't understand Li Shimin very well, and Li Minutes would not do anything bad to herself. Li Minutes called out Yuan Tangang. Empress Chengsun recognized Yuan Tangang and had let him see the picture before. She never expected that even Yuan Tangang would help Li Minutes. She thought to herself that Li Minutes must have a charisma that no one else had. Otherwise, how could everyone revolve around him? It's up to you to check this first level. Yuan Tangang understood. Everyone in the group is his. In order to make enough loyal people stay, unfaithful people, Li Minutes will not want. Yuan Tangang shouted and asked people to line up. If the shopkeeper does not come, it is basically impossible to pass. There are many people who ship money in and then ship it back. When they were busy, Empress Chengsun was anxious to go back. When I go back this time, I must talk to Li Shimin about this. Zilly, I'm still working, so I won't stay here. Auntie please. I'm leaving too. Madam, let's go together. After Li Minutes sent the two away, he went back inside to create. Chapter 220. Can Nizai really cure diseases? As soon as she left the Shengton group, Empress Zhangsun asked Cheng Yojin directly, "Did your Majesty ask you to come?" Cheng Yojin said a little embarrassedly, "Yes, your Majesty was worried about you, so I came here." "Really? I'm going to Li Minutes here, not where. What is your Majesty worried about?" He still respects himself very much. If it wasn't for Li Minutes today, she would probably have died here. At the same time, Li Minutes said, "Don't be angry." So Empress Zhangsun tried her best to suppress her dissatisfaction. Recently, the aristocratic families in Chainan City are about to move. Your Majesty may be worried about them. I'm afraid they will be bad for you, Cheng Yojin said. Is that so? It seems to be the same. That's it. As for whether Li Shimin thought so, I don't know. Okay, you will protect me to the palace, and then go back. Your wife is still waiting for you. Your Highness the Queen. This. Cheng Yojin hesitated. What? Is there anything else? Your Majesty said he wanted to have 2 drinks with me, but I dare not go back. In fact, Cheng Yojin wanted to have 2 drinks himself, so he was embarrassed to say it. I finally got this great opportunity. How could I let it go? Alright then, let's go together. So the two went to the palace. The two have just entered the first palace. However, Li Shimin was seen sullen there. This must be because Empress Chengsun went to find Li Minutes in private and was angry. My concubine greets His Majesty. I see His Majesty. There. Two saluted. Li Shimin signaled that the two of them did not need to be too polite. Then he said to Empress Zhangsun, "Empress, why didn't you say anything when you left the palace? Do you know how worried people are? How dangerous is it outside?" About Empress Chengsun, Li Shimin wanted to be angry, but he couldn't get angry. After all, she is now sick. If it makes her feel bad, then he may lose a virtuous queen. This guy is a bit inclined towards Empress Chengsun. Regarding concubine Yang, he has gone out several times, and he has never been worried. Your Majesty, this time the concubine was reckless, and the concubine was wrong. Empress Chengsun took the initiative to admit her mistake. There's no need to fight for something like this. Li Shimin's face improved. The tone also became softer. Don't go out of the palace without permission in the future. If you need anything, just let them go out to get it. Yes, Your Majesty. Okay, you are not well. Go to rest first, Zaiji, and I have something to say. Say it. Empress Zhangsun did not leave. Instead, she said, Your Majesty, concubine here is also rewarding. Regarding Liu Lai, concubine learned something from Li Minutes. It seemed that she would not leave until she finished speaking. Even if Li Shimin didn't want to hear about Li Minutes, he still did what she wanted. Oh, what's the harvest? Let's hear it. About Li Minutes? What is that? Empress Zhangsun said, that's right. Li Minutes has opened up a new business model. What is it called? A franchise? That kid is going to mess up again. It's a new business model, and the old ones are enough for him. I asked him to open 1,000 stores, but I haven't seen him make any moves. And he wants to propose a new business model. Li Shimin expressed his dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, please listen to me. Speak up. It's like this, because of the 1,000 stores. He recruited 1,000 store partners from all over the Tang dynasty. and each one charged 10,000 yuan. 2 silvers are used as a franchise fee, and Shengton Group provides them with technology and liulai. 1,000 families, a family of 10,000 tals. Is this true? Li Shimin was shocked. That's 10 million tals of silver. It's not a small amount. It is worth the tax of Chainan City for nearly half a year. At the level of tens of millions, it will probably catch up with the size of the family in Chainan City. Cheng Yojin took the words of Empress Chengsun and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." The minister was also on the spot, and the carload of silver was always transported to the Shengton Group. The amount is so large that it is amazing. Money. A huge amount. If all this money is used as the national treasury, life in the palace will be better. Yes, there is one more point. Li Minutes wants to set up an industry called Shengton Express, and they will be responsible for transporting colored glaze to all parts of the Tang dynasty to achieve the purpose of supply. Empress Chengsun's words refreshed Li Shimin's cognition. 2 things happened at once. These 2 things were things he had never thought about, but also very bad. Can that kid make so much liulai? Does he have enough money for so many things? I don't like what he does. Even if he is shocked inside, on the surface, he still won't affirm what Li Minutes has done. Your Majesty, there must be a reason for Li Minutes to be able to achieve such a level. Therefore, this time, the concubine believes that he can do it well. Empress Zhangsun had absolute trust in Li Minutes. After all, Li Minutes gave them too many surprises. From the beginning, she didn't really believe what Li Minutes could do. But then, he did a lot of shocking things. You were reading www.uukanzu. So, this time, she still believes that Li Minutes will be able to do it. He also said that he doesn't want the system to be too large and the organization to be bloated. That's why this is the way to go. Last sentence surprised Li Shimin. Whether he does it well or not, there will naturally be time to decide. If he can really do well, I will be relieved. Li Shimin's tone softened. Empress Zhangsun was overjoyed, which meant that Li Shimin had changed his mind on Li Minutes. This is a good start. Then she said, there is one more thing, which is very important. What else? Li Shimin wondered. How can there be so many things about Li Minutes? Just now, my concubine almost died. What? Li Shimin was nervous. What's the matter? Who is against you? Tell me. No, it's my concubine's chi disease. I fell ill with him just now. What? Now? It's better now. It was he who rescued the concubine with his special method. What? How could this idiot know this? Empress Zhangsun continued. Not only that, but Yuan actually knew how to see a doctor, and he saw my illness, and told me some relevant precautions. He also gave the concubine a prescription, said it can cure concubine's disease. Huh? Is he really good? This prescription still needs to be verified. Come, people, let Sun Zhenren come over. Li Shimin still didn't want to believe that Li Minutes could cure Empress Zhangsun. Therefore, he planned to call Sun Simiao and let him see whether this recipe is good or bad. Your Majesty doesn't believe in Li Minutes? No, I'm worried about you. I'm afraid you'll take medicine indiscriminately. I'm afraid only Li Shimin can say this. Chapter 221. Li Tu was slapped in the face by Li Yan again. 3 chatted for a while, and an eunuch came to report outside. Your Majesty, Sun Zhenren is here. Let him come in. Li Shimin sat down, then walked in from the outside. An old man with a childish face. This person is already in his 70s, but his face is very good. He is Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao is proficient in internal medicine, external medicine, women, children, facial features, and acupuncture. 24 achievements have created a precedent in the history of medicine. He personally collected and prepared medicines to treat people's diseases, and later generations respected him as the king of medicine. During the Zhengwen period, Li Shimin summoned him to Chainan City to treat Empress Chengsun. As soon as Sun Simiao arrived, he saluted Li Shimin and Empress Zhangsun. The old man has met His Majesty and the Queen. After that, he nodded to Cheng Yojin. He is very polite. Li Shimin said, Sun Zhenren, don't be too polite. Come, give me a seat. After that, Someone gave a chair to Sun Simiao to sit on. This is a courtesy to him. Everyone else is standing, but he is different. Sun Simiao was not polite and sat down directly. I don't know why your majesty asked the old man to come here this time. You know. Just now Sun Simiao was studying some medicines in the palace. At the critical point, Li Shimin actually called over what to say, also a little uncomfortable. But he didn't show it, just said a little depressed. Li Shimin said quickly, a few days ago, I asked Sun Zhenren to study about the queen's condition, but there was no result. I don't know how the results are today. We are approaching the key point. It just so happened that your majesty asked the old man to come. This was obviously blaming Li Shimin, meaning, I was still researching just now, and I have reached the key point. Why did Li Shimin call in? If you give yourself some more time, you can definitely get it done. How could Li Shimin not understand? Shen Zhenren, it's like this, I got a prescription. About the prescription for the treatment of the queen's illness, can I ask you and me to look at it? Li Shimin said directly without any concealment. When Sun Simiao heard this, of course she felt uncomfortable. You asked me to enter the palace to study the queen's recipe, and then go everywhere to find the recipe? It makes me so sad that you do this. Is this not trusting me? At the same time, his tone became extremely bad. Your majesty is looking down on the old man? If this is the case, there is no need to let the old man come to the palace. If the people need it, the old man can leave now. Li Shimin felt very uncomfortable. Just let him have a look, and there is no other meaning. This person can't be blamed. Cheng Yojin opened his mouth and said, Sun Zhenren, your majesty has been looking for a cure because of the queen's illness. This is because I care about the queen very much. If it is your wife, of course, I don't mean to offend, just say if she also has minor injuries, don't you feel bad? This is a husband's concern for his wife. I have to say that Cheng Yojin knows Li Shimin very well. That being said, there seems to be nothing wrong. Everyone was dazed. Didn't read the recipe. Did they read the font first? Sun Zhenren, your majesty is also asking for the best doctors in the world for this palace's illness. He doesn't mean to offend, he just wants to verify whether the prescription can be cured. Queen Chengsun said. Her words are more convincing. When Sun Simiao heard it, he seemed to have a wish. Li Shimin is also for his wife. Of course, it's all about seeking medical attention. But the tone was still a little hard. Bring it to the old man to see if it can be cured. Sun Simiao said. Everyone was overjoyed. In this way, it can really verify whether Li Minut's recipe is correct. If it is really possible, then it will be a huge benefit for Empress Chengsun. It may be cured later. If Li Minut's found out, he would be very angry. Lao Tzu gave you the recipe, but you doubt me? He is someone who knows the future. These people really make people feel speechless. Thankfully he didn't know. Otherwise, the next time you ask him, it will be difficult. Knowing festival. Li Shimin shouted. Cheng Yojin immediately took the recipe and gave it to Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao looked at it casually. Empress Chengsun's disease is not a common disease, and he has not cured a few cases. In addition, she is not in good health and needs to be recuperated, and the medicine should not be used too vigorously. He didn't seem to care about this formula. But when I saw it, I was shocked. But it was admiration. Well, the person who wrote this recipe has a good font. Is there anyone more inattentive than him? Of course, most of the people who have reached his level will have their own ideas. It was a feeling of being on top. I feel that I am strong, and other people's recipes are nothing more than that. This is the doctor's confidence. Sun Zhenren, what is the content of that formula? Queen Chengsun asked. She didn't want to experience the feeling of nearly suffocating again. Hope you can be cured. Therefore, you reading www.uukanzu.com especially wanted to know whether this formula is really so expressive. The old man is watching. Don't worry. Don't worry. Sun Simiao looked carefully. Everyone's hearts were moved by him. Well, this recipe. Sun Simiao was a little hesitant to speak. Then the face became very wonderful. He read it from the beginning several times, but still didn't want to let go. It seemed that he was shocked by this formula. Where did Li Shimin and the others know? What was Sun Simiao doing? They can only worry on one side. Until Sun Simiao asked, where did this recipe come from? This kind of question made people feel a little surprised. It shouldn't be said that the formula is useful or not. How can you ask where the formula comes from? Zen's son, you said if this recipe can cure Queen's illness, and then we'll tell you where the recipe came from. Cheng Yojin said. Sun Simiao murmured. There was a wonderful premonition in their hearts. Perhaps this recipe can really cure Empress Chengsun's illness. Li Shimin also did not live to be 70 years old. The person who can write this recipe must be a veteran. He has been a doctor for at least 60 years. The combination of this flavor of traditional Chinese medicine is really shocking, and it also made me stunned. Why didn't I think of this combination before? This person must be a great doctor. Everyone was shocked. Li Shimin was also slapped in the face. If so, does that formula really work? Otherwise, Sun Simiao would not have given such a high evaluation. In Sun Simiao's opinion, the person who wrote this recipe may be about the same age. But in everyone's eyes, it was just a teenager in his teens. It doesn't look like an old man in his 60s or 70s. Chen Zhenren, does this recipe really work? Chapter 222. Sun Simiao was also slapped in the face. Sun Zhenren, does this recipe really work? Li Shimin didn't believe it and asked again. Sun Simiao responded directly and affirmatively. This is a divine prescription, and it just fits the illness of the queen. If you take this prescription, you may lose your roots in a month. This prescription is also a way to prolong life. It can make the queen's body better and live longer. Even 100 years old can do it. When Sun Simiao's words came out, Li Shimin breathed a sigh of relief. Let Empress Chengsun be full of hope for the future. If she hadn't gone to find Li Minutes today, she might have to wait for a long time before Sun Simiao could research the formula. Maybe he can't study it. After all, her disease will not be cured in the future. The ancients were powerless, especially the last sentence, lived to be 100 years old. After reading the recipe several times, the more shocked the expression became. Sun Simiao ignored everyone's mood. Instead, Cheng Yojin asked, what's so magical about this recipe? Can you explain it? What he asked was what everyone wanted to know. Sun Simiao was not stingy, and said directly, you are asking the right person. I will talk about it. Just take a look at the first few herbs. The first is Su Yi, whose function is to open the diaphragm and chest, awaken the spleen and stomach, and dispel phlegm. Drink, relieve stagnation and benefit qi stagnation. Then there is Schisandra, which can cure chronic cough and asthma. Next is Wang, which can cure palpitations, insomnia, cough and asthma due to lung deficiency, and Bai, which can relieve cough and phlegm, moisten lung, and disperse the effect of the knot. There are dozens of herbs in the back, and the effect of each medicine is amazing. This is a divine recipe. This is the first time I have seen such a recipe after practicing medicine for so many years. Sour, bitter, sweet, pungent and salty. The 5 flavors belong to the 5 internal organs, and the 5 elements are biased, so it can be used so appropriately. That's why the old man said that the person who can prescribe this recipe must have more than 60 years of talent. This may be Sun Simiao's response to Li Minutes. Top-rated. To be evaluated by the king of medicine like this, Li Minutes was living a good life. He has a huge encyclopedia, omnipotent and omniscient. It is really possible to meet Sun Simiao. Then it is really possible to be his teacher, even recruited for their own use. Finally, improve the medical environment of the entire Tang, so that people's average life expectancy is extended. This is how the prosperous Tang dynasty is created. Sun Simiao said so much, but Li Shimin didn't understand at all. What with what? He only knew about medicines such as Angelica and Rehmania, and he didn't know the reason for the others. Queen Chengsun is very happy. Because of Sun Simiao's words, it was once again verified that the medicine was really useful, and that there was a cure for his disease. That's great. As for Li Shimin, Although he didn't understand it, he was still very happy. It was that Sun Simiao hadn't gotten his answer yet. "Your Majesty, you haven't told me where this recipe came from?" Sun Simiao asked. At this time, Li Shimin was silent. After all, this is what Li Minutes did, and he didn't want to admit everything about him. On the other hand, Empress Cheng Yojin said, "This is the prescription given by the sixth prince. The sixth prince is from the Supreme Emperor. This is what he can think of." After all, he said it just now, without 16 years of experience, is it? "Maybe out of this side. It's His Majesty's sixth son," said Empress Zhangsun. Sun Simiao was shocked. Just now he was talking about it for decades, and now he is slapped in the face. This is interesting. The old face has nowhere to put it aside. Then, he resisted the awkward atmosphere. The sixth prince must be a genius. Li Shimin said, "I think there should be someone with help. Otherwise, how could the renegade son have this side?" Li Shimin was very hard-mouthed, even if he believed it a little in his heart, but he said it. But he did not admit everything about Li Minutes. On the contrary, Sun Simiao developed a strong interest in Li Minutes. Empress Zhangsun continued, "Shenzhenren, this is another recipe he prescribed. Look at it." She took out another recipe. It is the recipe of Wu Ji Beifing Wan. When Sun Simiao took the recipe, his expression was even more excited. "The old man has been looking for such a recipe, and I finally found it today. It's great, and women in the world will be blessed in the future." Sure enough, in the heart of the doctor's parents, he first thought of women in the world, not his own achievements. This made Sun Simiao want to see Li Minutes even more, so he said, "Can I let this old man meet the sixth prince?" When this question came up, Li Shimin stopped talking. Cheng Yojin opened his mouth and said, "Sun Zhenren, it's like this. The sixth prince made some mistakes before, and now he is no longer a prince, and now lives in the East City. If you want to see it, go directly to the Shengton Group in the East City." Zongsun. Shengton Group? It turned out to be opened by the sixth prince. He also invented Yu wine. I love that wine the most, and he really is a god. This old man wants to meet him. Look, let's see if we can learn something new. There. More Sun Simiao praised Li Minutes. The worse Li Shimin's expression became. Empress Zhangsun said quickly, "It's getting late now. Why don't we go tomorrow?" Then Nizai doesn't have anything to say about it. "Why don't you prepare these medicines for us?" Sun Simiao felt a little puzzled after listening to what was in front of him. It seemed that Li Shimin was a little stingy. But this has nothing to do with it. What he wants is to learn from Li Minutes. Therefore, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. He just laughed. "Your Majesty, I really have to let the old man come here." If you hadn't run into the old man, other people might be confused about the medicinal ingredients in it. Also, you must be very careful about the amount of these ingredients, so that you can maximize the effect of the medicine. Get well sooner. Li Shimin was overjoyed as soon as these words came out. Fortunately Sun Simiao had come, otherwise the doctor in the palace might have made a mistake. Sun Simiao said, "That's work." "No, the old man will prepare the medicine for a month, then go to find the sixth prince." Soon as Sun Simiao left the Mobilizing hall, he ran into Li Yuan head. Cheng Yojin also came forward and thanked. "Sun Zhenren is really a tolerant doctor." Sun Simiao waved his hand and said, "No, no. The doctor should be the sixth prince." Something slapped in the face. It turned out that the really powerful one was Li Minutes, and he was nothing. Sun Zhenren is very polite. Cheng Yojin continued. Sun Simiao doesn't seem like someone who talks all the time. He directly said to Li Shimin, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, the old man will follow this prescription. It's time to work." Li Shimin was naturally happy. As soon as he left, Li Shimin was in a good mood, so he called Cheng Yojin directly, and the two of them had a drink. As for Sun Simiao, when he returned to his residence, an important person came to the door. P.S. The violence is finally over. Come next Saturday. Thank you for your support. The error-free chapters of the first rebellious son of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the Shuheige Novel Network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend Shuheige novels. If you like the #1 rebel of the Tang dynasty, please collect it. M.SHG.TW. The novel of the #1 rebel of the Tang dynasty, Shuheige, has the fastest update speed. Chapter 223 Li Yuan's Unspeakable Hidden, Tang's first iniquitous son. Find the latest chapter. P.S. Thank you to the book friends who are nostalgic and give a reward. He was a little terrified, but still salute. The old man has seen the Emperor Cheng Yojin son. You can make the widow easy to find. I finally found you, Li Yuan said. That is to say, he came to find Sun Simiao for something. Came here on purpose. I don't know what the Emperor Chang ordered. He wondered. This son had just found him, and I was looking for him again. As a doctor, Sun Simiao is very busy. At this time, Li Yuan's old face turned red. It seems that there is something unspeakable, and he hesitates to speak. Then he whispered, "Can you take a step to speak? Is there anything I can't say here?" It made Sun Simiao a little puzzled. Is there anything the Emperor Chang can't say here? Sometimes his words can make people choke to death. If he could say it, how could Li Yuan not say it directly? That, Your Majesty. The old man has no time. If you don't say it, then leave. He was about to leave, watching Sun Simiao behave like this. In the end, Li Yuan was helpless. Let the people around you leave for a while. This time, there were only two of them at the scene. He said slowly, "Shenzhen, it's like this. The widow has recently become sore and weak in the waist and knees, spontaneously perspiring, weak, frequent urination, and cold in the limbs. Especially when it comes to that, I can't help myself." How can I help the widow? Sun Simiao checked Li Yuan, judge directly. This is caused by excessive indulgence and excessive drinking. If you want to recover, you must quit both. Sun Simiao's words undoubtedly made Li Yuan feel like a bolt from the blue. Beauty cannot quit. Wine is even more irresistible. Without these two things, what would he be doing alive? If not, is there a recipe for quick recovery? This old man doesn't have one either. No? Then what is your name as a genius doctor? Li Yuan was immediately angry. He spoke a little too much. But Sun Simiao was surprisingly calm. Regarding the recipe, I'll go back and make some for you, but I can't guarantee that it will recover and regain its glory. Sun Simiao's words made Li Yuan's heart cool. Then who else in the world can cure me? He sighed. Unexpectedly, Sun Simiao said, "Emperor Supreme, I can tell you that there is one person who can. But you have to promise me to show me the recipe you have asked for." Li Yuan suddenly became energetic. "Anyway, it's just a look, and I don't lose anything. I promise you. You tell me." "Okay." The 6 princes in the Shengteng group understand. "Is there anyone in this world more powerful than you?" Sun Simiao smiled. "How?" Before he could arrive, Li Minutes was already waiting in the hall to discuss important matters with everyone. Sun Simiao said so. Let Li Yuan frown. He's just a teenager. He can understand men's matters? This is very suspicious. He was full of deep doubts. At the same time, who knows, it was Sun Simiao who asked him to try Li Minutes on his behalf. If Li Minutes really came up with the magic formula again, then he would have a good meeting with him no matter what. That's right, the ability of the 6th prince is not inferior to that of the old man. The Supreme Emperor can give it a try. This is a bit of an exaggeration. Really? This old man won't lie. Okay, I will believe you once. After Li Yuan finished speaking, he went directly outside the palace. No matter how dark it is now, go out when it gets dark. He is so impatient. Perhaps the 6th prince can really be cured. Sun Simiao murmured. He had no clue, and then left. As for Li Yuan, he moved fast all the way. He also took a team of guards and was heading for the prosperous Tang group in a mighty manner. With so many people, Marquis Wu directly avoided it, daring not to meet them. "Zushan, what are you talking about? The Wang family also released Wei Jiu, and they are doing it according to our style. The sales are good." "Yes,
But their Yujiu is more like our previous Yujiu. It should be made of fruit wine. Zushan said, made from fruit wine? They actually know how to distill. This is surprising. Li Minutes was surprised that they actually knew how to distill. Mr. Zilli. The point of the matter is not this, but it's that they actually have the distillation equipment that we sent to the palace, and there are 100 of them, and they are still being built. I heard that it will be built to 1001. Li Minutes distillation equipment has been improved. Wang's households are basically products belonging to the previous generation. The purification efficiency is naturally not high, but it can also produce free wine. It's impossible. I sold one to him. He can't give it to the Wang family directly, right? He has a bad relationship with the Wang family. This is Li Shimin. Li Minutes sold a distillation equipment to Li Shimin before, and this distillation design actually appeared in the Wang family. How is this going? Well, it's probably not that simple. If the Wang family were to make wine and mass produce it, it would not be a good thing for Shengton Group. What can I do? The court must intervene. Then you don't have to do it yourself. In any case, this distillation equipment must not be owned by the Wang family. If they cut off their equipment, they would be defeated without a fight. Yuan Dangang. When Li Minutes walked in, and he said, I seem to have seen that distillation equipment being carried to the Wang family's mansion by your brother's people. The shape is very special. So I understand it at a glance. His brother, isn't that Li Chengqian? This pig teammate, who eats things inside and out, dares to take the equipment he sold to Li Shimin to the Wang family. He is really reckless in order to achieve his goals. In this way, the Wang family is afraid that it will become stronger. This move was something he didn't expect. It's like being caught off guard. Then what should we do? Let Li Shimin know this. In the end, Li Shimin took it back with a plan. How to do it? How to make Li Shimin listen to his own words. Until someone trotted in. Mr. Zilli, there is an old man with glasses asking to see him. The old man with glasses? Isn't that Li Yuan? Yes. As soon as their man finished speaking, Li Yuan walked in. Because he had guards, no one dared to stop him, If you let Li Yuan speak to Li Shimin for himself, then Li Chengqian is afraid that he will be beaten, and the scene where the Wang family is finally able to hold up is afraid that it will be broken. That's great. Li Yuan is the one who broke the game. With his existence, it is more important and useful than anyone else. But Li Minutes didn't understand. What was Li Yuan doing at this time? For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 223 Li Yuan's Unspeakable Concealment, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, chapter 224 The Biggest Punishment. Tang's First Iniquity. You find the latest chapter. As for how did Li Yuan who came in new, Li Minutes was talking about him at this time. When he entered it, he saw everyone looking at him with a curious expression. That he didn't wait for him to call out. Li Minutes first said, Grandpa, it's so late, but there is something urgent. After saying this, Li Yuan wanted to tell his story. But after looking at the people around him, he didn't dare to say anything. Because there are still several women, especially the wonderful Jiuxiu, and Cheng Chubai, Fang Yi, Zushan, Yuan Dangang, and Xrengai were also present. Everyone here, he doesn't want them to know that he has something wrong. Especially the men's problems. I don't want everyone to know, because if anyone knows, everything about him will be circulated in the entire Chainan city. There are no restrictions on consumption. I'm afraid his old face can't hold up anymore. Therefore, he directly said to Li Minutes, there is something, but I have to tell you about it alone. Can you let everyone avoid it for a while? Li Minutes couldn't help shaking his head and said, you all go out. This old man is really busy. Afterwards, Jiuxiu, Cheng Chubai and the others went out first. There were only 3 people in the entire room. Xrengai is among them. He goes out too. Li Yuan pointed at Xrengai and said, he can't do it. He has to stay here. Li Minutes felt very insecure. Once Xrengai was away,
He always felt that some people would be against him. This is his insistence. But, don't worry, Xrengai is very strict and won't say anything. Before, Li Shimin asked Cheng Yojin to recruit Xrengai, but he did not agree. For Xrengai, Li Minutes was very important, and even brought his mother to live in Shainan City. But it's not very stable yet. But it's too soon, but Xrengai was not too greedy. He only took what he needed, not a penny more. But Li Yuan was a little embarrassed. Grandpa, if you have something to say, don't hesitate. If there is nothing to do, then I will go to other things. Li Minutes said. He doesn't have time to accompany Li Yuan here like a bitch. Also curious, what happened to this old man? That Li Minutes couldn't take it anymore. Searched directly. When the time node arrived a few days later, Li Minutes laughed directly. It turned out to be the same thing. This smile made Li Yuan puzzled. What's so funny about this? Why is this so? Tanner, what are you laughing at? Li Yuan asked. I know what's wrong with you. Huh? What's the matter? Li Yuan's old face turned red, and he didn't know if Li Minutes knew. Has it been seen? Is he more powerful than Sun Simiao? Grandpa, this is kidney deficiency, right? Have you been sore and weak in your waist and knees, spontaneous sweating, fatigue, frequent urination, and cold limbs? Especially for that aspect, you are even more powerless. There. With a swipe of his face, the redness went straight to the base of his neck. Symptoms are exactly the same as what they described before. This is like stripping off his clothes and letting him stand in the crowd and be pointed at by others. But Li Yuan is always thick-skinned. Squeeze embarrassment. How do you know? He asked. I saw that your face was wrong, and there were signs of darkening, so I guessed it. Li Minutes said that, in fact, he found it. But we can't say that. How could these ancients understand what online search is? He got the results first, and then matched the performance, and it was easy to say the symptoms at will. Hearing that, Li Yuan was stunned. There is indeed such a thing. In his heart, he had long believed in Sun Simiao. You know, Sun Simiao had to let himself say what was going on, but Li Minutes directly guessed what the situation was. So he didn't even need to check his pulse. Sun Simiao doesn't have this kind of ability. No wonder he asked himself to come to Li Minutes. This trip will hopefully cure his deficiencies. Then, what are you doing here? I heard that you have a recipe to cure it. So, I want to come and try my luck. Li Yuan said. Not to mention, he is asking the right person. Li Minutes has thousands of recipes. As long as he is willing, he can take them out. In ancient times when Western medicine was not popular, traditional Chinese medicine shouldered the important health responsibility of the entire Chinese folk. Yes, Li Yuan was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Give me the recipe, and I'll get the medicine. He was just impatient. When something happens, it needs to be resolved. It was like he came to Li Minutes at night. However, Li Minutes turned around. But what? But this recipe can't be in vain. Li Yuan was shocked when he said this. Child, widows don't have money. You want to get money from me? But there's no way. The only thing that is valuable may be the concubine in the palace, otherwise the maid can also be. How much do you want? I'll have someone bring it to you. Whoever said something? Li Yuan was drunk and dreamed of death, taking pleasure in women. All he thought about was women, and women were valuable goods to him. Who wants your money? I don't want a woman. Then what do you want? I want Grandpa to do something for me, Li Minutes said. Li Yuan was puzzled. What is that? Why do you want him to do it? What's the matter? Let's talk about it first. This matter is very simple. As long as you agree, I will write you the recipe. Do you know how to hold people hostage? Grandpa, this is the price. There is no such thing in this world. Isn't it a free lunch? Li Minutes was right. He's not a philanthropist, and it's impossible to get nothing in return. And just let Li Yuan do one thing on his behalf. This matter is very easy, especially for Li Yuan. Okay, I promise you. What about the recipe? You don't ask what to do first. Just make a hasty decision? Li Minutes asked with a smile. This old man is really anxious, doing things in a hurry. You are reading www. Yukanzu.com is like that one thing, and it's over in a hurry. He didn't ask what to do, but asked what the formula was, and it seemed that he was really in a hurry. Putting a beautiful woman in front of her eyes, but she can't do anything, is undoubtedly the biggest punishment for herself. Compared with things, he was more concerned about the recipe Lee Minutes gave. That's right, what to do. If it's too difficult, I might have to think about it. What is it? I'm afraid he won't let him think about it, because he will definitely do it, unless he doesn't want the cure. Lee Minutes said something, and Li Yuan was not so nervous. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time the biggest punishment in chapter 224, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 225 6 Emperor Pills. This matter is very easy for you. Just tell him about the distillation equipment. Li Yuan even forgot his identity. For his own illness, he took the initiative to get a pen and paper for Lee Minutes. That's also because it's too rushed. Li Yuan understood, this is Li Shimin. Li Yuan wondered, and then wanted to correct Lee Minutes. Child? He is also your father. Grandpa, we don't talk about this, it's not important. The important thing is that you have to tell me about it. You promise me, and I will give you the recipe directly. If you don't agree, when I didn't tell you, you still have to ask for another. Brilliant. Okay, he'll help you with this. Li Yuan said so firmly. Then said that the prince stole the distillation equipment and invested in the Wang family's wine industry. At this time, the Wang family will produce nearly 1,000 pieces of equipment. That's it. Li Yuan Kai didn't care what equipment was stolen, who produces how many units. These matters have nothing to do with him. All he had to do was talk about it with Li Shimin. That's right, just these few words. That's easy. The widow will talk to him when he enters the palace. Li Yuan was afraid that he didn't understand the powerful relationship. Li Chengqian actually helped his opponent. For Li Shimin's coming say, it's a big deal. But to him, it was nothing. Okay, I'll write down the prescription now. You can take the medicine according to this prescription. Pay attention to the period of taking the medicine. You have to stop it, and drink less alcohol. After a month, you will be alive and well. If not, it will only aggravate. When the time comes, the gods won't be able to save you. Li Yuan's words came out of his heart. Really? When did I lie to you? That's great. I'll prepare a pen and paper for you. After a while, Lee Minutes wrote the 6 herbs on the paper. They are Chinese yam, alisma, Rehmannia glutinosa, dogwood, cortex mountain, Poria cocos. Lee Minutes didn't mean to stop him. Li Yuan was puzzled by the prescription. I saw that there are dozens of medicinal materials in Sun Zenran's prescription. Why are there only 6 kinds of medicines here? This is a prescription, and it is not enough to take more medicines. Sometimes there is more than one medicine, and this prescription may become poison, rather than a life-saving drug. Lee Minutes didn't want to pay attention to him. Just say, you can take it according to the main paper. I can guarantee the efficacy, and you don't have to worry about how much this medicine is. After saying this, Li Yuan didn't say anything more. And then, he asked, then does this prescription have a name? Luai Dai Wang Wan. Lee Minutes did not hide it. Said the square name directly. Luai Dai Wang pill is mainly used to treat kidney yin deficiency. Typical symptoms of kidney yin deficiency include hot flashes and night sweat, fever in the hands and feet, dry mouth and throat, as well as the male aspect. It can be said that it has played a role in Li Yuan's disease. Excellent rescue. 6 emperor pills. Have 6 emperors ever eaten them? Is it a special treatment for the emperor's disease? Li Yan was very depressed. How does this sound? How can it be explained like this? The meaning of the composition of the 6 flavors of Chinese medicine is not the 6 emperor pills. It turns out that the few people think too much. Li Yuan smiled. Okay, it's getting late. You go back and talk to him about it. This is feasible. The widow is one step ahead. Li Yuan was eager to grab the medicine and eat it directly. But what Li Minutes had promised, he had to do as usual. Of course, He also promised Sun Simiao himself to show him the prescription. After all, it was the way he was pointing. At this time, he felt that he seemed to be someone else's pawn. But what about being a chess piece in order to cure a disease? Having a good body is the main thing. Please, following Li Yuan, he left. As for the others, they walked in. Jiu Xiu asked first, Mr. Zilli, what is your grandfather here for? She was very curious. This. How should I tell her about this? You say that Li Yuan can't handle personnel, or what? In the end, he didn't choose to say it, but continued. He has something to look for me. But it's not important. The important thing is tomorrow. The Wang family will definitely be disappointed. Their plans should be in vain again, he said. Everyone was puzzled. Is it because of Li Yuan's arrival that it has become like this? Why? Everyone asked in unison. You know, Li Minutes was still very angry just now, but now he doesn't feel anything. It seems that tomorrow can really solve the problem of the Wang family. I'll find out tomorrow. And it's not easy for me to tell you this now. You can just deal with the affairs of the group with peace of mind. The crowd didn't say anything, and then Li Minutes started to ask questions. It's not easy to talk about their matter of letting Li Yuan enter the palace. Just put everyone at ease. Xiu, how did you deal with the soap and moisturizing cream? Mr. Huizili, my sisters have made 100,000 pieces of soap and 10,000 in this period of time. A bottle of moisturizer. Has their quantity made all that much? Very good. Just wait for the quantity to go up a little, and you can start selling. He pressed these two things tightly, just waiting for the winter to come and use them together. At this time, in Chainan, and even in every corner of the Tang dynasty, rumors about these two things are crazy, but they are rare. I believe that when they are sold one day, they will be able to achieve another huge success. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Very good, and then continue to produce. The more the better. This is what he is going to do next, and he has to be ready for anything. Then he turned to Yuan Tangang. Yuan Tangang, how many people have you interviewed today? Mr. Zilli, there are about 200 people who are qualified. I gave each of them a glazed nameplate and charged them the money for joining. They also left their addresses and went back to decorate first. As for the plaques, use the same style. Very good. Next, I want you to recruit 3,000 workers. Let them come and produce things related to Liu Lai. As for the money, I will get it from the franchise fee. It's not enough. Take it with me. There. Franchise fee can basically be used on the salary of 3,000 people. In this way, one group alone can solve 3,000 jobs. This is equivalent to generating income for the people. Fortunately, the group's place is big enough. But these people have to go through Yuan Tangang's interview, so as to guarantee their loyalty, to prevent leaks. Yes, I will recruit tomorrow. These people are not limited to Chainan, they can be recruited from nearby places. Understood. At this time, Zushan stepped forward. Is there anything I need to do? You and Chubai and the others can keep the store and production well, and leave other things alone. Understood. Favorable direction of development. As for Li Yuan already in the palace, he was in a hurry. His spirit improved, and his steps were light. The error-free chapters of the first trouble of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the new novel network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend new ones. If you like Datang's #1 Rebel, please collect it. The new update of Datang's #1 Rebel is the fastest. Chapter 226 Sun Simiao can't wait to find the latest chapter in the first trouble of the Tang dynasty. P.S. Thank you book friends for the shameless reward. Li Yuan returned to the palace all the way. Holding the recipe in his hand, he rushed towards Sun Simiao's residence. First, he promised Sun Simiao that he would show him the recipe when he got it. Second, he wanted Sun Simiao to come up with some medicines. After all, Sun Simiao understood the preparation of these medicines better. He also believed in Sun Simiao more, and he would not talk nonsense. If other people looked at the prescription and knew that there was something wrong with him, They were afraid that he would be embarrassed. When he arrived at Sun Simiao's residence, he saw that Sun Simiao was sorting out the medicinal materials. There was also Empress Cheng Sun's prescription beside him. It seemed that she was preparing a medicine for Empress Cheng Sun to treat qi diseases. There were too many medicines, and they had to be ground into powder. It is very troublesome to do the same. I was worried about letting others do it, so Sun Simiao came by himself. No one was asked to notify Sun Simiao of Li Yuan's arrival, but directly into it. Shenzhenren. When Sun Simiao saw him, he immediately got up. It's the Emperor Chang. Fang Tsai and the widow got it. Sun Simiao was overjoyed. Where is it? Let me see. Can you prepare this medicine for the widow first? Sun Simiao looked embarrassed. But the medicine I have prepared for the queen has already arrived. Can I be a little later? Li Yuan Kai didn't care that Sun Simiao was dispensing medicine for the eldest queen. After all, his own was also very important. My medicine can be prepared quickly, only 6 flavors. 6 flavors? Sun Simiao wondered. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, okay. The Emperor Chang will show me first. Complete. Look at it. After finishing, he handed the recipe to Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao watched for a while, then patted his thigh. Good recipe, good recipe. Then he asked, what's the name of this recipe? Luai Dai Wang Wan. It's really famous. Luai. Li Yuan asked. At the same time puzzled. Sun Simiao said, Rehmannia glutinosa is used in this recipe to nourish yin and nourish the kidney, fill the essence and nourish the marrow, and it is the king medicine. Cornus can nourish the liver and kidney, and can astringe the essence, which means liver and kidney are homologous. Chinese yam nourishes the spleen and yin, and can also strengthen the kidney, a total of ministerial medicine. The combination of the 3 medicines, the kidney, liver, spleen and 3 yin supplements are called 3 tonics, but the amount of Rehmannia glutinosa is the largest, so it is still mainly used to invigorate the kidney. Alisma removes dampness and purifies kidney turbidity, and can reduce Rehmannia glutinosa nourishes greasy, porrhea lightly infiltrates spleen dampness, and helps yam to be healthy, and together with alisma purifies kidney turbidity, helps true yin restore its position. The medicines are called 3 purgings, all of which are adjuvants. The 6 medicines are used together, 3 tonic and 3 purging, of which the amount of tonic is greater than the amount of laxative, and the main is tonic, which has the effect of nourishing yin and nourishing the kidney. Sun Simiao said a lot. Li Yuan couldn't understand a single one. He looked at Sun Simiao with a bewildered look on his face. That's right, those who can come out here are very accomplished. I can't wait to meet the 6th prince. Sun Simiao's tone was full of anticipation. That's not true. He is still the grandson of a widow. Can't he be excellent? Li Yuan actually blew it himself. At the same time, I am overjoyed. But Li Minut's excellence seems to have nothing to do with Li Yuan. This Li Yuan's behavior is really the same as Li Shimin's. The Emperor Chang is right. Sun Simiao did not argue with him. Then when will the medicine for this prescription be ready? Come and pick it up tomorrow. After all, it needs to be boiled into pills. Not so fast. It was. Ain't a bad night anyway. All right. Then the widow will come and pick it up tomorrow. Li Yuan left. Sun Simiao murmured, tomorrow I have to meet the 6th prince, maybe it can solve a lot of doubts for me. I didn't expect a young prince to be so accomplished, it's really shocking. As for Li Yuan's exit here, headed towards the Lising Hall. Next, he has to do the second thing. A major event that made Li Shimin furious. Li Yuan did not give up looking for Li Shimin because of the night. It can be seen that he is a very trustworthy person. Once at the door, Your Majesty is here, he shouted. The whole palace could hear it. At the same time in the bedroom, Li Shimin was about to fall asleep with the queen. But being called felt uncomfortable. Li Shimin must be thinking. At this time, why is Li Yuan still not sleeping? What do you want to do, Your Majesty? The widow has something to discuss. Please come out. Li Yuan saw no response inside. Then again, louder. No one in the entire palace dares to act like him. Li Shimin was very angry and even more serious. Light up the lights. Empress Chengsun is more sensible, she said. The bedroom lights up. Li Yuan saw the lights come on. He said again, Your Majesty, don't get up. It's a little cold outside. Let the widow in. There is really something to say. As a result, the entire palace woke up. Your Majesty, when the Emperor Chang came to look for him at this time, he must have something important to do. Why don't we meet him? Although Li Shimin didn't want to see him, he had to see him now. Somewhat unhappy, what exactly does he want to do? I don't know that the Queen is not in good health. Do you need to rest? I won't sleep this big night. It was obvious that Queen Chengsun was not in good health, but in fact he didn't want to see her. Your Majesty, it's getting colder this day, so if an old man is standing outside, I'm afraid people will gossip. They will even be criticized. Li Shimin sighed. This stuff is embarrassing. Why come at this time if it doesn't come sooner or later? It's incomprehensible. He was angry. Empress Chengsun immediately persuaded, Your Majesty, calm down. Let's take a look. Anyway, my concubine isn't sleepy today. What's the matter? If I miss it, it will be bad. All right. Come on. Dress me. Let him come in and wait outside. There. Palace maids waited for Li Shimin to get dressed. At the same time, Empress Zhangsun also asked Li Yuan to wait in the outer hall. They also served hot milk tea for them to drink to drive away the cold. She is polite and considerate. Then Li Shimin got dressed. There was no smile on his face. The tone was even harsher. As soon as he went out to see Li Yuan, he said, Your Majesty, it's so late. Why did you come to me? Li Yuan said, Your Majesty, if the few people know about this, it may put the court in an embarrassing situation. That's why I came to Minai. See you. Li Yuan said. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Li Shimin, who was sleepy at first, immediately woke up. Because Li Yuan can't talk indiscriminately, he was also an emperor. There must be a basis for him to say such a thing. What's the matter? Tell me now. So Li Shimin asked. At this time, Li Yuan spoke up. Talk it out. When Li Shimin knew the truth, the whole bedroom was about to explode. After confirming that Li Yuan's words were true, he kept roaring. The entire palace surrounds his voice. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 226 Sun Simi Hour Can't Wait, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 227 The Trial of the Prince. Find the latest chapter in Tang's first negative son. Li Yuan said. The prince stole the distillation equipment and invested in the Wang family's wine industry. At this time, the Wang family has already produced nearly 1,000 sets of equipment according to the appearance of the equipment. When Li Shimin heard the news, his expression became very ugly. Since this was said from the Emperor Chang, it is more than 80% true. Having said that, Li Chengqian has done some disgusting things. Empress Chengsun is for safety. He asked directly, Emperor Chang, where did you get this news? Li Yuan hesitated and did not speak continuously. This made Li Shimin feel that there must be something in it. He asked directly, Emperor Chang, where did you come from? Wouldn't it be to provoke the relationship between our father and son? Li Yuan waved his hand and said, there is no need for a widow to do that. Believe it or not. If it wasn't for Li Minut's entrustment, how could he say these words? It was obvious that it was for the Tang dynasty, but in fact it was because Li Minutes had explained it. Then tell me, where did this news come from? Li Shimin asked. I got it from Li Minutes. Li Yuan finished speaking, and Li Shimin was upset. Why are you looking for him? Don't look for him in the future. This villain. Li Shimin turned his attention to Li Minutes. Shouldn't your majesty take care of the prince and the Wang family first, instead of taking care of why the widow went there? But Li Shimin said, I think the motives of the rebels are impure, so I have to know why you went to him. And I don't know whether the matter is true or not. It seems that Li Shimin will not let himself go. Li Yuan had no choice but to say, in the afternoon, the widow went to Sun Zhenren and asked him to prepare a prescription for the widow, but he refused and directly directed the widow to find Li Minutes. I just heard the news about the above from him. So, are you satisfied? As for the formula, he, Li Yuan, did not say. Empress Zhang Sun said, there is something wrong with the Emperor Chang. Why didn't he say it earlier? What does he know? What kind of disease can he cure? Talk about it. Li Yuan was so anxious that the roots of his neck were red. What happened to Li? Don't worry about this. It's my physical illness anyway. It'll get better in a while. Li Yuan was anxious. What's wrong? You have to talk about it. Otherwise how can I believe you? If you believe it or not, ask the prince yourself. Even if you are a widow. Li Yuan didn't want to go on. Just flip your sleeves and leave. After all, that aspect is hard to tell. Li Shimin wanted to know. He asked himself. He has no face to stay here. Let Sun Zhenren enter the palace. Li Shimin was not a reckless person, so he directly let Sun Simiao enter the palace, and he had to ask clearly what he said. Ask Li Yuan if he really got the prescription, what disease the prescription treats, etc. Whether the recipe was created by Li Minutes is very important. Empress Zhang Sun said, Your Majesty, this matter. Li Shimin spoke loudly. If it's true as the Emperor Chang said, then the Crown Prince will have to beat him again. But if it's not true, Li Minutes, this rebellious son, I will definitely find him to settle the account. Empress Zhang Sun actually didn't want this to be true. After all, Li Chengqian is his own child. She is also selfish. At the same time, she is taking care of Li Minutes. After all, she is also Li Shimin's son. No matter which child it is, she will do her best to protect it. Even if it is Wang Gui's child Li Yun, she is very fond of it. Empress Cheng Sun didn't say anything. She just waited for Sun Simiao to come over and ask. This morning really was a sleepless night. After a while, Sun Simiao came over. He didn't understand why it was so late, and he let him come over. In the Emperor's house, you really have no freedom at all. When the Emperor asks you to come, you can't help but go. Your Majesty, Empress, why are you looking for this old man? Li Shimin tried his best to make his tone a little better. After all, the one in front of him was the king of medicine, not an ordinary minister. It made people unhappy and might not give you face. Leaving directly, he also relied on him to dispense medicine for the queen, Zhen's son. I ask you, did the emperor just look for you? Sun Simiao replied directly, yes. Then he showed you the recipe? Yes. Sun Simiao didn't understand. How could Li Yuan's disease cause it? Li Shimin's concern? Does he have the same disease? Or what? Who did Fang Zi do? Where is he? Look at Li Shimin so urgent. Your Majesty, the recipe is here. It is said that it was given by the sixth prince. Sun Simiao took out the recipe, and Li Shimin took a look. The thin gold body above is a business card of Li Minutes. Because no one in the entire Tang dynasty can write such a font. Even if Sun Simiao didn't say it was written by Li Minutes, he would recognize it at a glance. Li Shimin also recognizes that he has praised Li Minutes before, saying that this font is unique, and its perfection is shocking. He also encouraged Li Minutes to study hard and make his attainments higher, become a calligrapher, be admired, and live forever. Now starting from selling poetry, and then to the prescription, Li Shimin is all shocked. The text is only the carrier, and the content above is the treasure of this era. What's the use of this recipe? It treats kidney deficiency. It fits with the Emperor Chang's disease. The Emperor Chang is really sick? What kind of disease? What is the specific situation? Empress Zhang Sun on the side was still a little embarrassed after hearing this. It seems to be true. Li Shimin put his hand down. If this is from Li Minutes, 80% of it is true. But Li Shimin still refused to fully believe it. At this time, his movements were very large, making the entire palace uneasy, because the matter about the prince colluding with the Wang family is a big deal. If this is the case, then Li Shimin will never forgive Li Chengqian lightly. He was fighting the family, but Li Chengqian was actually helping the Wang family. When the guard entered the palace, after explaining everything, Li Shimin was furious. He roared, "Rebel! They are all rebels." This child even invested in the Wang family. Where does he keep his face? It's really ignoring it. Come on, take Li Chengqian and Xu Jingzong to the Tji Palace and let all the officials go. Zhao, I want to judge the prince well. Sun Simiao was puzzled. Why was Li Shimin so angry when he saw Fang Zi? Did he do anything wrong? Empress Cheng Sun was shocked. Isn't this a big deal? What does Li Shimin want to do? This is equivalent to judging the prince in public. Your Majesty's matter. Let's discuss it from a long-term perspective. Queen, you don't need to worry about this matter. Usually, there is little management of gainer. Let him make such a mistake. It hurts, but the pain returns to the pain. Such a disobedient son should be judged. I want to kill the chickens and show the monkeys. Empress Zhang Sun looked sad. But Li Shimin's order has also been given, and there is no possibility of recovery. The entire palace was in chaos again. The last time it was like this was the change in Xuanyuan. Everyone guessed, is it going to come again? For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this chapter 227 Trial of the Prince, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 228 Impeaching the Crown Prince. Manchu's civil and military officials were called up in the middle of the night. They went to the palace. He didn't say anything, but there were some complaints in his heart. Until they entered the palace, Li Shimin sat on the dragon chair, sternly. Empress Zhang Sun was actually there, but she had a solemn expression on the side. The ministers were shocked. Usually, Li Shimin was the last to come, but today he was waiting for them here, so everyone could not help but speed up and walk in. "I'm waiting to meet your Majesty and the Queen." Everyone saluted. Li Shimin did not speak, and did not let everyone down. Seeing this, Empress Cheng Sun said instead of him, "All the achings are flat." Then, Li Shimin suddenly raised his head. "Where is the crown prince? Where is Xu Jingzong?" As soon as these words came out, everyone understood something. All this must be directly related to Li Chengqian. Then the eunuch reported, "His Royal Highness is here." After that, Li Chengqian entered the palace. At this time, he saw Li Shimin's straight face. He was afraid. Generally speaking, Li Shimin will not be like this. At this time, Xu Jingzong, who was beside him, was also frightened. "My son-in-law pays respects to his father and mother." Li Chengqian threatened, "Kneel down." Li Shimin shouted suddenly. This frightened him. But he didn't dare to disobey, and fell to his knees directly. "And you, Xu Jingzong?" Li Shimin shouted. Xu Jingzong was puzzled, but still knelt down. The Tang dynasty is generally not allowed to kneel, unless it is a big mistake, so everyone understands that the crown prince must have made a mistake. "Royal father, did your son do something wrong?" Li Shimin was angry. "What did you do wrong?" "What's the explanation for the distillation equipment?" "Why does the Wang family have this equipment?" "You also invested in their business, and they built 1,000 units. What is it for?" Li Chengqian surprised. "No way. How did Li Shimin know about this so quickly?" "But that doesn't seem like a big deal." "Why is Li Shimin so angry?" "Father, I don't know." "I don't know? Are you going to be mad at me?" "Xu Jingzong, tell me." Xu Jingzong was terrified. "How come to yourself?" "Your Majesty doesn't know either." "I don't know, right? It's very good. Come here." Use torture until Xu Jingzong speaks. That made Xu Jingzong tremble. "Why do you always get hurt yourself instead of punishing the prince?" I said it." Xu Jingzong was straight. "Xu Jingzong, don't talk nonsense." Xu Jingzong said that he didn't want to. But if he didn't tell the truth in this situation, he was afraid that he would be beaten to death. Why? Because since Li Shimin asked the two of them to come, he must have found out something. If he didn't admit his mistake, it would definitely make them suffer even more in the future. "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness instructed the minister to do this." Xu Jingzong's words made Li Chengqian want to kill him. This teammate sells so fast. Of course, He was also protecting himself. If he didn't do this, Xu Jingzong might also die. But if you do this, at least there is still a way to survive, because behind the scenes is not your own. Gainer, what else do you have to say? Father, you have been wronged. Do I need to produce a physical witness? Li Chengqian did not dare to speak. At this time, an old man stood up. He is the cousin of Empress Chengsun. Chengsun shunned. He said, Your Majesty, that's just a distillation facility. There's no need to make this a big thing, right? After saying this, the ministers also said that a facility really doesn't need to be like this. Seeing this, Wang Gui came forward and said, Yes, Your Majesty, it's just a piece of equipment. It's really not necessary. They thought it was really unnecessary because of a piece of equipment. There is a kind of strange Li Shimin amplifying the situation. Wai Zheng, however, thought, this matter depends on the importance of this equipment. The minister believes that this thing is spread out for the distillation equipment of Waiujiu, which is not conducive to the implementation of the prohibition. These people take things superficially. In fact, Li Shimin did not want to make the family stronger. Cheng Yojin said at this time, I said a word. The distillation equipment was the property of the imperial court. It was bought with a lot of money at that time. It was a secret, but the prince gave it away. No, after this incident, in the future, it is really a military secret. Does he do the same? And Fang Xuanling also said, the key lies in the attitude of admitting mistakes, right and wrong. If the prince admits his mistakes in advance, he will not be severely punished. Li Shimin still said with a straight face, Qiana, what do you have to say now? Li Chengqian did not speak. Li Shimin even said, since you don't speak, then good, come here and hit the 10 boards with a stick. He ordered, and a guard rushed up. Empress Chengsun stopped him. Wait there. Guard dared not move. She continued, Your Majesty, he is still a child. Give him another chance. Li Shimin said nothing. Empress Zhangsun turned to Li Chengqian and said, Gainer, just admit your mistake. Father, this son knows it's wrong. Li Chengqian had to say in the end, acknowledging the mistake early, wouldn't it be better? Must be so. After admitting his mistake, Wai Zheng came out again and said, Your Majesty, please impeach the crown prince. Such an immoral crown prince has brought shame to the Tang dynasty. When he said this, he was directly approved by many people. It is better not to stand for such a prince. Others said that it would be better for the 6th prince to be the crown prince. At least he could revitalize Chainan's economy, and Tang would be better off with him in the future. But people like the eldest grandson Shund and Wang Gui think so. The prince cannot be impeached, and even if he is impeached, only the heir apparent. It was never Li Minut's turn. It would be cool if Li Minut knew that he didn't want to be a prince. These people belittle Li Chengqian and elevate Li Minut. The whole palace was noisy. People even forgot what to do with Li Chengqian. They focus on impeachment or not. Okay, shut up. Li Shimin roared. Everyone is quiet. Gainer, the official is not a businessman. As a crown prince, you dare to test the law by yourself. You are also related to the Wang family and take private money. That is not allowed by me. I have to punish you. If there is a second time, I will deprive you of it. Your crown prince. Just like Li Minut, exiled from the palace. From today, you are not allowed to leave the palace for 1 month. Also, fined for 1 year. Can't live. Because of what? Because he didn't have that ability to survive. This may be the biggest punishment for him. Yes, father, the son admits the punishment. Li Chengqian finally had to admit it. Also, and, as for the distillation equipment, it is originally a thing of the imperial court. I will give you 1 night to recycle all the equipment, no matter what method is used. Except for the Shengton group, no one else can recreate it. Otherwise, it will be recycled. As for Xu Jingzong, another year of fines. This is the hardest part. How can you grab the meat that is in the mouths of others? It also shows Li Shimin's favor for Shengton group. The latter things are still necessary. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Otherwise, if you charge 1000 sets, and craftsmen will do it, the result will be the same. Li Chengqian fell into deep thought. What can we do then? Instead, Cheng Yojin reminded him, His Royal Highness can replace it with private creation. This is interesting, and the Wang family is afraid that there will be no benefit at all. Without the distillation equipment, nothing can be done. Finally, Li Shimin said so. In the future, no one is allowed to provide things from the palace to the outside world. If you let me know, I will be severely punished. This was said to others, especially people like Wang Gui. Because of a hassle-free wine thing. In the future, it will be even more difficult for their family to obtain things from the palace. Finally, Li Shimin announced his withdrawal from the DPRK. Li Chengqian looked at Xu Jingzong with a straight face. Well, you Xu Jingzong, you dare to betray me. His Royal Highness, if I don't do this, I will die even worse. Your Majesty asked us to come here, just to give us a chance to admit our mistakes. You are true. Admit our mistakes. Everything is fine. You, His Royal Highness, this is not your enemy, but Li Minutes. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be like this. In order to make the future more secure, I think it is necessary to unite the family. Click. Xu Jingzong said. It must be Li Minutes who sent someone to tell the Emperor. No one will do this except him. This person will kill him. I have the same idea. Li Chengqian said bitterly. A conspiracy is about to unfold. The error-free chapters of the first trouble of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the new novel network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend new ones. If you like Datang's #1 Rebel, please collect it. The new update of Datang's #1 Rebel is the fastest. Chapter 229 Dangerous. Find the latest chapter in Datang's first negative son. That night, a big event happened in Cheng'an City. A large number of officers and soldiers entered the Wang family, and all the distillation equipment of the Wang family was confiscated into the palace. Wang Yang tried to stop it, but couldn't. After all, facing an army coming, what can he do with the family? There are also a large number of semi-finished products that were asked to complete and then confiscated. Meanwhile, his cooperation with the prince ended there. He even said that this was deliberately done by Li Shimin, and he deliberately sent Li Chengqian to cooperate with him, and then used his financial resources to help the court build distillation equipment. All of this was because they were acting. Until midnight, Li Chengqian appeared in the Wang family. Wang Yang did not like to see him. Very rude to him. Li Chengqian said that he was also very hurt. He said, Wang Yang, what are you doing? All these things are done by that son. He told His Majesty everything about us, and the pressure from above. I can't do anything about it. You royals are not allowed, believe it. The ice product business didn't do a good job last time, and the salt asked you to take it back. This time I made 1,000 distillation equipment for your royal family. It's free. What do you want to do? He going pissed. Wang Yang, our common enemy is Zilli. I hope you understand that. What's the use of understanding? I won't be your pawn anymore. Leave here. Wang Yang, wake up. Question. The root of it lies in Zilli, not me. HMPH, isn't that different? It's different. This time, I want him to die, and after he dies, there will be no trouble in the future. When it came to murder, Wang Yang believed in Li Chengqian again. I'm afraid this is the only way to give them peace of mind. From tomorrow onwards, I will only be able to go out in the East Palace, but before that, I will give you some dead soldiers and cooperate with you to kill Zilli. After they kill Zilli, I will send someone to kill them. Once he dies, we are all relieved. No one will stop us from developing. Having said this, Wang Yang smiled. Okay, I'll trust you again. When will you do it? You decide this matter. I won't interfere, as long as he dies. Okay, as far as I know, he is 10 miles south of Cheng'an City. With dozens of I don't know what to do with a mud kiln, he will visit there every once in a while. Maybe, we can do it before then. Wang Yang smiled evilly. It turned out that they had been monitoring Li Minutes. Those dozens of mud kilns were the next move Li Minutes was preparing for. In fact, it had already started, but it had not been able to make progress. Originally these mud kilns were engaged in the production of bricks and ceramics. Lee Minutes spent a lot of money to buy all the mud kilns nearby, and also surrounded, in order to prevent people from discovering what he was doing. After taking over dozens of mud kilns, they are used as a supply point for raw materials, and they are used for cement experiments. Cement is made of limestone and clay as the main raw materials, which are crushed, batched and ground to make raw meal, and then fed into the kiln to calcine the clinker, and then the clinker is ground with an appropriate amount of gypsum, cement raw meal fine powder ground from limestone plus loess plus iron ore in a certain proportion through the kiln 13501450 degree calcination to form cement clinker. Then, a certain proportion of gypsum and mixed materials slag, fly ash, etc. are added for grinding. Finally, the fine powder obtained is cement. First of all, Tang did not have a thermometer at this time, and the temperature was not easy to grasp, so the craftsmen needed to explore by themselves. Secondly, the specific ratio of the raw materials was also known, and it was necessary to confirm the best ratio through many tests. What Lee Minutes found out, he still needed to make it further. At least let the artisans know how to do it. Very good. Very good. In this case, I am also at ease. Those dead men will also come to the king's house in the second half of the night. As for how to arrange it, everything is up to you. I want to set a trap, and then the death of the prince will be up to you. The soldiers will kill Zilli. I don't care about that. I just want the result. Wouldn't it be better to do this earlier? Wang Yang said. Li Chengqian wanted to say, he also wanted to, but he had taken care of his brotherhood before. But Lee Minutes did not treat him as a brother, so this time, he must kill Lee Minutes. Listen to your good news. I can finally avenge my son. Wang Yang clenched his fists and said bitterly, at that time, I will not be able to leave the palace. Xijingzong, you must report everything that happened to me closely at that time, and I will hear the news of his death with my own ears. Yes, I will definitely go to the palace. As for Wang Yang, he directed his family to go 10 miles south of the city. All this, Li Yan did not know. He only knew everything about the Wang family on the second day. It was also because Zushan came to report. At this point everyone cheered. Jiuxiu said, Mr. Zilli is really amazing. In just one night, the Wang family's Yu liquor was removed from the shelves and no longer sold. Regarding the Wang family's incident last night, the city was full of storms. Some people say that the court has benefited again. Some people also said that the Wang family was defeated this time. However, Lee Minutes knew that it was what he said to Li Yuan that had an effect. Li Yuan is really a perfect tool man. It will be used more in the future. As for everything that happened in the palace, he also heard about it. Some even blame Li Shimin. Why not impeach the prince? This is a pity. But what happened today shocked everyone. It only took one day to solve the crisis of Yu Jiu, and there was no one left. Yuan Dangang said, that's because of Mr. Zilli's appearance. It's because of the wealth and honor. He looked at Lee Minutes, and then suddenly came to something. Mr. Zilli, if you can today, don't go south. I seem to see that it's not good. Anyway, don't go south. It's better to be in the prosperous Tang group. After hearing this, Lee Minutes knew that this was not a matter of Yuan Dangang's randomness. Said, today's matter about cement has also reached a critical period, and Lee Minutes must go to see it. Mr. Zilli, how about going tomorrow? Although Yuan Dangang couldn't count his future, the recent events could be clearly counted. Having said this, Zushan said, today, Mr. Zilli is going to the south of the city, saying that he has something important to deal with. Jiuxiu said. Yuan Dangang said, the same. The danger in the south of you. Reading www.yuukanzu.com, unless it is necessary. Don't go for this period of time. Then how can it be done? Your own cement is at the point. Lee Minutes said, it's okay, I have Xrengai here, so don't be afraid. Even though he said that, he continued to search. At present, there is no wrong place in the entry. Just do a search when you leave. But Mr. Zilli, Yuan Dangang still thought. Lee Minutes said that there is no need to say any more. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time chapter 229 Dangerous. The reading record, you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 230 Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, I prefer to go to the Tiger Mountain. Tang's first iniquity knew to find the latest chapter. In the afternoon, Zushan came to report. Mr. Zilli, the research on the mud kiln in the south of the city has made a big breakthrough. Okay, then I'll go take a look. You can do your job. Zushan went out. Lee Minutes is overjoyed. The next step will be to change the construction of the entire Tang dynasty. Maybe a Shengton Group construction company can be established, so that people can live in stable houses, and their wealth will explode again. A large number of people will also be recruited as employees to make Tang's society more stable. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait. So regardless of Yuan Dangang's warning, he wanted to go and have a look. At this moment, Jiuxiu came out and persuaded Mr. Zilli. Yuan Dangang said, "Don't go to the south. Do you really want to go? I'm afraid there will be danger." Jiuxiu's performance seems to be, she cares about Lee Minutes very much. If there is something wrong, she doesn't know what to do. Who will lead the entire Shengton group? They can't lead such a big group by themselves. In the end, it can only be used as a stepping stone for the aristocratic family, or it may be better, that is, let Li Shimin take over and make Tang dynasty. For these, Lee Minutes was not worried at all, because it is impossible. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Instead of hiding, it's better to face it. God really wants me to die, and I can't live now. And my life is hard. Those who want to take my life will miscalculate. You will lose your future. What kind of confidence is this? He was so sure in his heart that when he encountered some special events at that time, he would search it, be able to detect danger in advance and be prepared. At least so far he has not noticed that his lifespan has shortened. That means it's okay to go. Jiuxiu suddenly demanded, "Why don't you? Let me come with you." This woman always felt that something was wrong. "No, you don't have to go. You take good care of your sisters, and you will use them a lot in the future." Jiuxiu was silent, because she knew that she wanted to persuade Lee Minutes that basically impossible. The decision he made is impossible to change. "Mr. Zilli, let me go now." Xrengai, who had been silent for a while, seemed to have something to say. Probably because of this. After all, Yuan Dangang's prediction was very accurate, and what he said has never happened. "Going to the south this time, I am afraid it is dangerous." Xrengai, "Are you afraid?" Lee Minutes asked instead. "Afraid? Yes, I'm afraid. I'm afraid you will get hurt." "This is the truth. With you here, I won't get hurt. I should face it. I'm never timid." Lee Minutes said. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, Xrengai felt that his burden was heavier. Since Lee Minutes believed in himself so much, he didn't say anything else. Everything can only be fully protected. At this time, suddenly there was a commotion outside. "What's the matter? It's so noisy outside," Lee Minutes asked. After a while, Zushan came with one person. Lee Minutes recognized this man. "Isn't that Kui Mingliang in the Chainan Chamber of Commerce?" This is the Kui family, one of the 5 great families. In the Tang dynasty, the Kui surname was divided into 10 Kui clans from King and Bling Wang, and a total of 29 prime ministers were formed. At that time, there was a common saying in the world that there is no one who speaks a noble surname like Kui Lu and Li Zheng Wang. The energy of the Kui family and the Wang family is not small, but in business, the Wang family is better. That's why Wang Yang can be so arrogant. "What is this guy doing here?" "Mr. Zilli, we found this person outside, and we don't know what to do. Also, this is what we found from him." Zushan took out a piece of paper. Lee Minutes took it and looked at it, and it turned out that this guy came to stealthily learn how to make milk tea. The method written above is very detailed. Maybe it's for the Kui family? Lee Minutes didn't want to talk nonsense with these thieves. He said directly, "Let it go to the government and let them stop." Unexpectedly, Kui Mingliang was very resistant. "No, No, I was wrong. I'll pay you some money. Money? I don't need it. I have more. I don't want your stinky money. Kui Mingliang shouted that he didn't dare. Suddenly Li Minutes thought, why not bring Kui Mingliang with him when he goes to the south, with him around? Even if the 5 major families were to be disadvantaged against him, there would still be a shield against their damage. Maybe when necessary. Then, he randomly searched about the situation of Kui Mingliang. This search, he smiled. So this is the Wang family really dared to do it, and they dared to assassinate themselves in the south, which was interesting. Then this person must bring it. So, he said, Kui Mingliang, I'll give you a clear way to see if you can go. What way? Put on your clothes and walk with me 10 miles south of the city. I'll let you go. How about you? Kui Mingliang was puzzled. Why did he go there? And why did he change his clothes? Is it bad for him? Murder? Can't even think about it. Everyone in the family knows what happened. Why did you do this? You don't have to worry about it. I won't hurt you. I will ask you, are you willing? If you don't, then I will have to send you to the official. Let the official judge you. No loss to me. Mr. Z asked him to go. Then Zushan said halfway, fearing that the secret would be discovered. Okay. When will we leave then? Kui Mingliang heard something good. No matter what, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Anyway, it's just a trip, and I have nothing to lose to myself. Wouldn't it be better if there really was a secret? Let's go now. Sure. Let's go now. After that, someone brought a light blue dress for Kui Mingliang to put on. The color of the clothes was the same as what Li Minutes was wearing. As for Li Minutes, he was wearing the clothes of the guys. When he did this, I understood. Oh, I see. If it is dangerous to go to the south this time, then Kui Mingliang will be the primary target. As for them, it will be fine. If there is no danger, it would be redundant to do so. But then again, Li Minutes has never done anything superfluous. He is able to see tricks and dismantle tricks, and can even understand the enemy's moves before the enemy makes a move. Li Minutes looked at Kui Mingliang with great satisfaction. Very good, let's go. A group of 3, with Kui Mingliang in front, Li Minutes and Xrengai behind, walked out of the south gate. After they left the south gate, 5 miles away, they came to a forest. At this time, Li Minutes subconsciously distanced himself from Kui Mingliang. Kui Mingliang didn't understand what the intention was, he just walked forward. Suddenly he ran forward, trying to get away from Li Minutes and the others. It turned out that he was thinking about this. Li Minutes thought, how could he agree so readily? Suddenly, a loud noise came. Kui Mingliang is gone. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 230, knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, but preferring to go to the mountains. You can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time. Chapter 231 Is Li Minutes dead? Help. There is a mechanism here. It hurts to death. Kui Mingliang shouted. He fell into a huge hole. Inside was a piece of black. This probably wouldn't have happened if it wasn't running. But who's to blame? Xrengai was shocked. If it was the 2 of them walking in front, then it might be them who fell. There are still organs inside. If they go down together, no matter how strong Xrengai is, I am afraid that they will not be able to save their lives, right? Fortunately, Li Minutes had a plan ahead of time. Let Kui Mingliang act as a scapegoat. It's not over yet. Li Minutes pretended to yell, Mr. Zilli, well, find someone to rescue you. You wait inside. After finishing, he ran back instead. Xrengai paused for a while before reacting. He also shouted, Mr. Zilli, hold on for a while. Then he also stepped back. Kui Mingliang's voice came from the trap. Don't go. Save me. But it was too late, because someone appeared at this time. There were about 6 people with bows and arrows in their hands, shot straight into it. Sound. Kui Mingliang died inside before he understood what was going on. It turned out that Li Minutes asked him to wear his own clothes in order to pretend to be himself. As for Li Minutes and Xrengai, they were hiding in the dark, watching everything on the field. Xrengai was a little scared. How dare these people do it? Murder in broad daylight. Their courage is really big. How dare ordinary people do this? These people must not be ordinary people. Sure enough, he heard these conversations. The sixth prince is really careless, but it's a bit of an accident to run away from the two men. That doesn't matter. They are not a threat. Who knows who killed the sixth prince? Isn't it enough to put the blame on someone else? He smiled and said, hurry up and inform His Royal Highness the Crown Prince that we have killed the sixth prince. We will go back to receive the reward. These people turned out to be people in the palace. Then, they just left. Lee Minutes only appeared on the spot at this time. Xrengai was stunned. He asked with incredible eyes, Prince, he wants to kill you? Lee Minutes nodded. Yeah, this prince, I'm afraid he's in a hurry. He didn't expect that Li Chengqian would dare to be so bold. Just before, he searched about what was going to happen next. Fortunately, Kui Mingliang appeared. Let him use a trick to provoke the relationship between King Kui and the second family. Once the two fight, it must be very interesting. This prince, how dare you? It's too embarrassing. The next time I meet him, I'll be rude to him. Xrengai said indignantly. No, he will come to collect it one day. This time, the Wang family participated in the assassination of me. Next, we just need to watch a good show. The pattern of Chenin will change. Lee Minutes said with a smile. Then what are we going to do next? Naturally go to the mud kiln. The things there are much more important. We can go back later, because the next thing must be very interesting. Xrengai wondered why he did this. But he still didn't ask too much. He could only follow Lee Minutes' meaning. They continued to walk forward, and when they walked half a mile, they saw 6 corpses lying in front of them. These were the 6 people who assassinated Kui Mingliang just now. They were actually killed here. It seems that Li Chengqian was afraid of being found out that he ordered these people to kill them. This prince is really ruthless. However, it is basically impossible for him to calculate Li Minutes, maybe not. Let's go. Li Yan and Xrengai left, go to the destination. And half an hour later, the entire chain exploded. Wang family, Wang Yang laughed. Zilly, you are finally dead. I see how you can still fight me. Next, I will take over your prosperous Tang group. There is no one in your group that can compare to my Wang family. Everyone will be included by me, and my royal family will be invincible again. Another hour passed. Someone found Kui Mingliang who died in the trap. His face was full of bows and arrows, and it was beyond recognition. A large number of officers and soldiers blocked the place. He was wearing Li Yin's clothes, and his body was relatively thin, because his appearance was ugly, and his body shape could not be seen to be different from a Li Yin's. Therefore, he was regarded as Li Minutes, and declared dead. In Chenin City, it was also spread that people began to talk about Li Minutes' death. Some say it's a vendetta. Some say it's a profit. And some people say that Xrengai did it, because they both disappeared at the same time. It was even said that he was eaten by a wolf. At the same time, everyone in the Shengteng group had no heart to work. Yuan Dangang sighed, and said, I already told Mr. Zilli about this, but he just doesn't listen to me. It's better now that someone has been assassinated. How can that be? Jiuxiu wiped away her tears. If I had known, I would be with him too. It's my fault for not persuading him to stay. Zushan said, before I saw Mr. Zilli's body, it was too early to say this. What if he didn't die? Yuan Dangang said, isn't dead? It's hard. The officials found a body in the south, and it was beyond recognition. Those people are really vicious. They dare to make things like this. Then where is Xrengai? Find him. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Maybe you can find out who did it. Jiuxiu said suddenly. Yes. Find Xrengai. No matter how much money you spend, you must find Xrengai. Zushan said. Because he has the power to deal with Li Minutes' words, even if he doesn't have it, he still has shares, and it is possible to use his shares. Before Li Minutes left, he didn't designate anyone to take over, but for all expenses, Jiuxiu, Zushan and Yuan Dangang nodded at the same time. When Zushan mentioned this, the other two agreed. Yes, the reward is 10,000 tals. Fine, Xrengai. Jiuxiu said. Okay, let's do it. Xrengai probably didn't know, everyone was looking for him at this time. What about all the affairs in the Shengteng group? It can't be stopped, right? At the same time, it became noisy outside the Shengteng group. What's going on? Jiuxiu asked. A large number of people gathered outside, and they said they wanted to return to Waiujiu. It should come, but it will come. These people are really down to earth. Because Li Minutes usually takes great care of Jiuxiu, this time, she took the initiative to stir up the lead. Yuan Dangang said that it didn't matter, anyway, he only served Li Minutes in this prosperous Tang group, and he had no thoughts about property. But then again, Yuan Dangang didn't leave, which surprised Jiuxiu. As for Zushan, he said, he will also take the initiative to bear everything. The error-free chapters of the first trouble of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the new novel network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend new ones. If you like Datang's #1 Rebel, please collect it. The new update of Datang's #1 Rebel is the fastest. Chapter 232. Turns out I am so popular. 2 chapters in 1. Datang's first negative son. Find the latest chapter. P.S. Today's chapter is a bit long. 2 chapters are combined into 1 chapter. Chapter 12. Go out and have a look. Everyone went outside. There are so many people in front of you. They completely surrounded the Shengteng group. Some people say that the group is a liar. This scale is no smaller than any of the group's openings. These people came over with wine, and shouted that they wanted to return the wine and pay back the money. Among them, there are many people from big families. They fished in troubled waters, making the scene even more chaotic. Almost rushed into the group to destroy. But if they do, they will be killed and injured, because the mechanism inside is not a joke. At this time, Jiuxiu felt a little tricky at the scene. If it was Li Minutes, this would definitely not have happened. They looked at these people, bewildered. Someone in the crowd said, Shengteng group, we're here to return the wine, please return the money to us. Now that Mr. Zilli is dead, who can guarantee our income for the next 10 years? Mr. Li, can the group develop in the future? Can it still be able to repay the wine money? Jiuxiu could only say, in the next 10 years, we will follow what Mr. Zilli has done, please rest assured. Even though she said that, people didn't listen to her. We only listen to Mr. Zilli, and only recognize him. We regard what he said as a classic, but he is gone now, and there is no need to believe in Shengteng group. So refund the wine and money. Shengteng group is a child. It was founded by Mr. Li, although his whereabouts are unknown, but we will take good care of it and keep our promises. Jiuxiu didn't want to say that Li Minutes was dead, but only said that his whereabouts were unknown. That was a glimmer of help in his heart. Will not agree to refund. There is no reason to return what is sold. It is said that after 10 years, it will be recycled after 10 years. There is no reason for advance. But no matter what, she couldn't hold back these people. After all, the ability is limited. At this time, if Li Yan appeared. After all, they thought, Li Minutes was gone now. He didn't speak, and no one dared to respond. At this time someone said, why don't we join the group to get our money back? At this time, hundreds of workers in the group rushed out. The leader said, who dares to go in? Ask us if we agree or not. These people are absolutely loyal. Even if Li Minutes is not here, they still guard the group. This was the loyal person Li Minutes had been looking for. It also made Jiuxiu a little relieved. Otherwise, let everyone rush into the group. The consequences will be unimaginable. It's not that they are afraid of the money being taken, because they don't know how to handle the organs. When they get in, half of them have to die. Then, in this way, things will really get bigger, and that's a tragedy. Faced with hundreds of workers, these people were frightened. They are all rich, or they are officials. Because of their limited power, even with a large number of people, the combat power is limited. In front of the Great Wall of Muscles, how can they enter it? Therefore, the two sides confronted each other, and neither of them retreated. They couldn't get in, and neither could Jiuxiu and the others, no matter who can last the longest, These people are still smart, because without the backbone of Li minutes, the interior will disintegrate. Similarly, in the West City, it is the same. This is the fruit buried by Wang at that time. So they all came. I am afraid that these wines will be bought at a loss. Cheng Chubai and Fang Yi even recruited a large number of servants, as well as family thugs to suppress them. Otherwise it will definitely not work. In an instant, the entire chain exploded. The matter about the group has been known to everyone. The group faces its biggest crisis since opening. The happiest one is Wang Yang. He was happy. This time the Shengteng group was in complete chaos. He also asked the people below, "Can I inform His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Informed. He should know now. Very good. It's good to know. Tai Kai Palace, East Palace. Li Chengqian crossed Erlang's legs and jumped up when he heard the news of Li Minutes' murder. What? The sixth brother is really dead? Yes, His Royal Highness. The little one saw it with his own eyes. Dead, really dead. Ha ha ha. Let you be arrogant, now you are dead. I see. How are you fighting me? That's great. Li Chengqian laughed madly. In the entire Eastern Palace, there is his voice. At the same time, in the main hall of Ji Palace, Li Shimin was full of sorrow. From Li Shimin's tone, you can listen to it. Out of regret. Standing in front of him were Concubine Yang and Empress Chengsun, as well as Cheng Chu Yao, Fang Xiu Anling, Wai Zheng and others. Li Shimin said, "Nizai, I told him to restrain his character, but he didn't listen. Now it's better. He was assassinated. Hey, is it not good to live well? After all, he is also his own child. Yes, he will be sad too." Everyone has feelings, no matter how much Li Minutes scolded him. He didn't want to lose Li Minutes. Otherwise, if Li Minutes was directly beheaded, there would be no need for so many troubles. Yang cried bitterly. He refused to stop. For a long time, a mother who lost a child was heartbroken. Empress Chengsun went over to persuade, "Sister, don't cry anymore. People can't be resurrected from the dead. Maybe he is underground and there is no fighting, so he can be happier." Concubine Yang hugged Empress Chengsun directly, crying even more sadly. Cheng Yojin sighed and said, "Who did it? I want to catch him and smash him into pieces." This was his own Cheng Yojin's anger. "Yes, Your Majesty, this murderer must be found out, no matter what. The sixth prince has the royal bloodline. It can't be the end. The royal dignity has been trampled on." Fang Xuanling said. And Wai Zheng. "The loss of the sixth prince is really a great loss to the Tang dynasty. The economy is about to improve." But Li Shimin did not correct everyone at this time. After all, Li Minutes died, and the dead were the worst. This time, I won't say anything more. How did I die? We must find out. At the same time, Li Yuan appeared. He shouted. Even Li Yuan came out to ask for an investigation. Needless to say, Li Shimin will definitely do it. "Don't worry about this, I will catch the murderer," he said bitterly. At the same time, another eunuch came. "Your Majesty, the people in Chainan City spontaneously organized the event to see off Mr. Zilli. This should have been forbidden. But this time Li Shimin was abnormal. Let them go, as long as they don't cause trouble. Let them go. This is the honor Li Minutes deserves." "Sister, you see that Minor is so loved by people, you should be proud to be like him." "Empress." Woo-woo. Concubine Yang's cry broke everyone's heart. "But what about everyone? Everyone is dead. So what?" Sun Semiao also sighed. "What a young man, just died like this. God is jealous of Ying Kai." Little did he know, Li Minutes was heading back to the south gate at this time. When he appears, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. When he sees this scene, he will definitely say, "I am so popular." Chapter 22. Li Minutes appeared at the south gate. At this time, it was also close to evening, and the sun was setting in the west. But people are still on the street. He looked at the people on the street and felt very curious. Looking at the words in the team, it seems to be written, "Who, woe, grief, Mr. Zilli, leave us. This completely blinded him. I'm not dead yet. What are these people doing? He stepped forward. Drink directly. What are you doing? I'm not dead yet. Recruiting spirits for me. Everyone stopped walking now. People didn't find Lee minutes immediately. On the contrary, they saw Xrengai. Someone shouted, "It's Xrengai. Go and inform Shengteng Group that we saw Xrengai." That's 10,000 tls. People surrounded Xrengai, but they didn't let him leave. Xrengai was puzzled. It seems that you have also been rewarded. Then a Tang knife came out horizontally, and no one dared to take half a step. Everyone knows that his martial arts are so powerful that no one dares to do it. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Lee Minutes shouted. At this time, someone finally recognized Lee Minutes. They all stepped back. Ghost. Lee Minutes rolled his eyes at them and pointed at his shadow. Have you seen ghosts with shadows? I'm still alive. Only then did everyone relax. One of the old men came over. Mr. Zilly? Are you really Mr. Zilly? Is it possible to fake it? What's going on? Lee Minutes said angrily. Didn't you already? I'm not doing well. Well, it's just for me. You are all gone. It's bad luck. There. Crowd dispersed, leaving Xrengai alone. Because Lee Minutes was alive, there was no need. And no one dared to approach him, let alone catch him. Lee Minutes did not expect that these people would do so much for themselves. Even Li Shimin doesn't have this kind of treatment, right? Should he be happy or sad? Forget it. Don't think about it so much. Go back and have a look first. Right now, I am afraid that the entire chain is in chaos. My own prosperous Tang group is even more chaotic. So, he quickened his pace and walked back. And those who wore sackcloth directly took off their sackcloth and followed him to the Shengteng group. This group of people waited all the way. When I went outside the Shengteng group, I saw a woman crying there. Mr. Zilly, why are you willing to leave me? How can you bear to leave me alone? You still remember the love poem you gave me at that time? I still remember how the poem was written, every line. If the two loves last forever, when is the time? How can it be in the morning and evening? That woman was really conjuncting. This cry made people move. What kind of emotion must be moved? Many women even went up to persuade her, saying that people cannot be resurrected from the dead. And condolences, by the way. Jiuxiu was a little surprised. All this made Lee Minutes even more embarrassed. After all, the reason why Kweki Xianyan's clever poem was misrepresented was not his own intention. God's will, God's will. At the same time, do these people need to be so exaggerated? I'm not dead yet. And he also saw people outside the Shengteng group. What are they going to do? But when you listen again, these people moved. We want to return the wine, return our money. If we don't return, we won't leave. Yes, Mr. Zilly has passed away. We can't have this wine. Lee Minutes understood. Everyone knew that he was dead, so they all came back off. Is this society so realistic? Look at the hundreds of workers outside the Shengteng group, forming a human wall. Don't let these people in. This made him very happy. It's really a good thing that one day I'll go out on my own and still have these people to bear. Seeing that these people are about to rush into the Shengteng group, Lee Minutes spoke up. You say it again. What are you going to do? As soon as these words came out, everyone was quiet. People looked at Lee Minutes as if they saw a ghost. How is this going? Didn't it say that Lee Minutes was dead? Especially the people from the Wang family mixed in. They were even more alarmed. If Lee Minutes is not dead, then who died in the woods? Did they kill the wrong person? It's a big deal now. At the same time, Jiuxiu also saw Lee Minutes. She was all excited. He trotted directly over and hugged Lee Minutes. This made Lee Minutes at a loss. As for, I'm not dead. Need this? Mr. Zilly, you scared me to death. I thought you were going to leave me. At the same time, Conjuncting rushed over and hugged Lee Minutes at the same time. Mr. Zilly, not dead, that's great. I thought I was going to lose you in my life. Lee Minutes, embarrassing. In full view, he was fixed there. Being held so actively by two beauties, I am afraid that few people in this world can have this kind of treatment. Zushan is also wiping away tears. As if you aren't Angang. He looked calm. "Isn't it okay? You let me go." Lee Minutes felt that he was about to suffocate. How could the strength of the two women be so great? Good. The two women let go of Lee Minutes at the same time. Who is better and who is worse can be seen at a glance. The two women are sincere to themselves. But that's not the point now. It's about solving current problems. So, he stood up. "Whoever wants to refund the money, stand up. Refund now. If you refund, someone will replace you." No one dared to move. Where did the most arrogant person go just now? Everyone in the Shengton group breathed a sigh of relief, and their main force was back. "Now I am no longer afraid of being bullied by these people. Come out." "What? Don't you want to get your money back?" Now I'm putting down a sentence here. Yuukanzu www.yuukanzu.com. If you want to get back, you can get it back at any time. But if you get it back today, in the future, you will be "I am a blacklisted person of Shengton Group, I will not do your business anymore." What do you call this? It is called robbery. The most important thing in a business body is integrity, even more so in Shengton Group. Since you don't trust it Shengton Group, then retire. This made everyone bow their heads and say nothing. Jiuxiu looked at Lee Minutes. This is the temperament of a leader. A simple sentence that made everyone ashamed. Yes, their behavior is really shameful. Someone even sneaked away. After all, Lee Minutes didn't know them, even if they ran 1 or 2. No one knew. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 232. I was so popular, 2 chapters in 1, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 233. Slap everyone in the face. Da Tang's first iniquity. New. Find the latest chapter. Lee Minutes was not dead. His appearance slapped everyone in the face. Everyone stopped talking. It was embarrassing now. Lee Minutes added, "Since everyone doesn't want to talk about it, then the money won't be refunded." Very good. All those who don't refund, let's all go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Don't hinder us from doing business. I wonder again, who said that Mr. Zilli died? What a waste of everyone's time. At the same time, Lee Minutes added, "There is one more thing. The people of the Wang family, I know that you are here. Go back and tell your master, he wants to plot against me, but unfortunately I have a big fate. Go back and see who the murderer is." This time, everyone is blown up. It turns out that the Wang family is such an existence. Who would dare to do business with the Wang family in the future? It turned out that everything was done by the Wang family. No wonder the news of Lee Minutes' death came out so quickly. It must be the Wang family who deliberately wanted Lee Minutes' death to make a big fuss, and then took the opportunity to attack the Shengton group. Everyone is talking about all this. Again, I despise what the Wang family has done. Lee Minutes' goal was achieved, and there was no need to say anything else. Then the people outside scattered in a hurry. Do not stay here, because it was also necessary to stay here. Lee Minutes was not dead, and their money would not be lost. Some people also said that they want to buy more. After all, Lee Minutes is very clever. Buy more without losing, and still earn. Lee Minutes turned to everyone in the group and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Each of you will receive 100 tals as a reward. My Shengton group needs people like you. Even if I'm not here, you can protect the group well!" Exclamation mark. As soon as Lee Minutes said this, everyone cheered. Because of money, but also because of certainty. Because Lee Minutes is not dead. In this way, everyone will do the same in the future. But Jiuxiu said this, "Mr. Zilli, this is what we should do. I don't want to take this money." Zushan also said, "I don't want to take it either." Because of what? Because of the group, my family. Yuan Dangang. He also said he didn't need a lot of money. But Lee Minutes said, "This is what you deserve, and you will be used for a lot in the future. If you don't accept it, then I won't dare to entrust you with a major event." It's only 50,000 tals, which is really nothing in terms of the size of the Shengton group. Anyway, I have too much money to spend. Why not buy people's hearts? People's hearts are the foundation of greatness. It is the basis for competing with Lear. After saying that, everyone stopped talking. Then everyone welcomed Lee Minutes into the hall. They must be very curious. Concubines stood aside, not knowing what everyone was talking about. He only thought that Li Minutes was very powerful. Look, why didn't Li Minutes die? And who was the dead man? As for Concubines, he also went in. Because Li Minutes did not reject her, the group waited into the hall. Jiuxiu asked first, Mr. Zilli, what's going on? Li Minutes drank tea and did not reply. Xrengai took the initiative to say, Mr. Zilli has a clever plan, and the Wang family's conspiracy has long been known. Let Kui Mingliang accompany us ahead of time, and let the Wang family mistake him for Mr. Zilli. And that's what happened. Jiuxiu was shocked. So, the person who died is really Kui Mingliang? Yes, it's him. Yuan Dangang shouted, Mr. As a result, the chain and chamber of commerce may be disintegrated and cease to exist, and the Shengton group will become even bigger. Not to mention, what Yuan Dangang said was also what Li Minutes thought. This is also the way of the future. He also calculated it again. The crisis was lifted, and everything was fine. This time, everyone felt incredible. Someone said, it turns out that Mr. Zilli has thought so far. Since Kui Mingliang appeared, he has already thought about the next thing. At the same time, his two eyes stared straight at Li Minutes, for fear of missing Li Minutes. This made Li Minutes a little embarrassed. Such a crazy woman. Today I can also see the true feelings. As for Jiuxiu and Concubines, they are both sincere to them. But it's not the time to fall in love yet. At the moment, we have to deal with the 5 major families, as well as Li Chengqian and Li Shimin's surprise attacks from time to time. We must also come up with something that will make the future of Tang even better. He has no skills, and he has no time to fall in love. This love, he will take it first. Wait until you get older. If this continues, the Wang family will face interrogation by the imperial court this time. They are afraid that someone is going to die. Concubines spoke suddenly. When Jiuxiu heard it, she could only interpret it as because Zilli knew many people at the level of the prince, so the court would go to investigate the Wang family. How could he know that the 6th prince of the Tang dynasty was in front of him? He was almost killed, and Li Shimin would definitely take action. And it will still be punished heavily. Let them know the pain. I don't want to talk about this matter anymore. Just stop here. We have more important things to do. Li Minutes said. Everyone didn't say anything. At the same time, Li Minutes asked again, Yuan Dangang, how did you handle the 3,000 positions? Mr. Zilli, 2,000 people have been recruited so far. For these people, I will let the old man first take it and let them get acquainted as soon as possible. There are still 1,000 people who will be in place soon. Very well. You should also make a copy of the regulations for Liu Cheng so that everyone can memorize them by heart. This is to set a rule for everyone to abide by, especially for some core knowledge. Don't expose it. Be more careful with people. Li Minutes said earnestly. Yuan Dangang said, understood. This involves the future development of our Shengton group. He said some important things. Okay, it's getting late. You all go to rest. And you, Concubines, you can go back too. Thank you today. Mr. Zilli, you'll be fine. Then he'll go back first. Wait. Mr. Zilli has something to do. Zushan, find some people to take Concubines back. Yes, Miss Kong please. Concubines expressed her gratitude and left. Then Li Minutes explained something and went to rest. Regarding the news that Li Minutes is not dead, you were reading www.yuukanzu.com spread again, along with his news. There was also the fact that the Wang family assassinated Li Minutes, and it was spread out at the same time. Because after the news spread, the reputation of the Wang family plummeted. Some businessmen who were close to the Wang family directly distanced themselves from them, for fear of being assassinated. Wang Yang was going crazy. I thought he had killed Li Minutes, but now Li Minutes came back alive and pointed out what he had done. Moreover, he sent someone to find out that the deceased was Kui Mingliang, and now he was completely flustered. At the same time, the news spread directly to the palace. As long as Li Minutes doesn't have an accident, Everything is easy to say. Everyone was shocked. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time chapter 233 slap everyone in the face, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 234 Li Shimin intervenes in the investigation. Taikai Palace. Li Shimin was angry because some news that Li Minutes was still alive spread to the palace again. I just said that Li Minutes was dead. Why did he come back to life? What is your information? Yes, I was just saying that I felt sorry for Li Minutes' death, but now it's another story. Condition. This made Li Shimin uncomfortable, not because they misreported information, but because of his behavior, which did not meet his face. As for the others, they are happy. Li Minutes is not dead, and all those who are interested are very happy, especially Cheng Yao, Jin Fang and Xu Anling. The happiest one is Concubine Yang. Her mood is like a roller coaster. At this time, a eunuch hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this is the latest news. The sixth prince has just returned to the Shengteng group. A major conflict in the Shengteng group has been resolved, and thousands of people saw him appear. It can't be wrong." Their eldest grandson the queen asked, "What kind of oolong is that? Why did the news come back that Li Minutes was dead? Why is he alive again? There must be some misinformation." Cheng Yojin said, "There must be some hope. He died and there was false news. Or wouldn't it be like this? Who would it be? Who is so boring to do such a thing?" As for Concubine Yang, she wiped away her tears. "It's okay if you're okay. It's okay if you're okay." Fortunately, he was okay. Otherwise, Concubine Yang would be in pain for the rest of her life. Since it is fake news, there is no big problem. As for who spread it, it doesn't matter. What the hell is going on? Who can tell me? Li Yuan said. Who is controlling all this? We must find out. At the same time, another eunuch came to report. "Your Majesty, we got news just now that the sixth prince was almost killed and has a little relationship with the Wang family." This is what Li Minutes said personally, and then someone went to check it, and this investigation turned out to be true. Li Shimin was shocked. The Wang family? They want to kill Li Minutes? Not too timid. Also! What else? One out. Everyone blew up. Concubine Yang said first, East Palace. It was Li Chengqian who did it. Your Majesty, this matter must be found out. If it is true, it must be severely punished. Li Shimin was also a little puzzled. What happened to Li Chengqian, who kept doing it thing? Your Majesty, please punish the sinners severely. You cannot let them go unpunished. Concubine Yang said again. Empress Chengsun stopped speaking at this time. If it is really related to Li Chengqian, it is equivalent to killing each other. Back then, Li Shimin's transformation of the Xuanwu Gate also made her a deep memory. No one wants to do this again. If so, then history will repeat itself. But at that time, Li Shimin was for the crown prince. And what is Prince Li Chengqian for? Why did you want to kill Li Minutes? The two are not equal. After Li Chengqian was beaten last time, Li Minutes was also punished. Then what is the motive for Li Chengqian to kill Li Minutes? This makes everyone wonder. The crown prince is the future emperor. As long as there is no accident, Li Shimin will abdicate. He will be. But Li Chengqian's operation made everyone very fascinated. Concubine Yang did not return when she saw Li Shimin. Say it again. Empress Zhangsun came forward at this time and said, Sister, this matter can't be just a one-sided statement. It has to be checked carefully. It should be punished. Your Majesty doesn't care about software. She also didn't want to believe that Li Chengqian manipulated all this. If it was him, what would she do? Good prince, how could you do such a stupid thing? At the same time, she may have to find a time to tell Li Chengqian about this. Li Shimin also agreed with Empress Chengsun's words. Let Fang Xuanling investigate this matter. Did you hear Fang Xuanling? Fang Xuanling immediately came out. Yes, Your Majesty. Since Fang Xuanling came to check, everything was fine. Concubine Yang didn't say anything anymore, but the fact was that Li Chengqian did it. She would never let him go, even if he was the prince. So what? Suddenly, a eunuch came to report. Your Majesty, Master Qiren asks to see you. At the same time, Master Qiren came. Qiren Shai was a member of the Qi family, ranked 4th in the palace, and was also an important official. What is he doing here at this time? Let him in. He is also deeply loved by Li Shimin, because he is upright and fair, and he can give a lot of good opinions. Therefore, Li Shimin attaches great importance to him. Things were chaotic enough, but Li Shimin couldn't be chaotic. Well, talk about it after everything is found out. Qiren Shai entered the palace. As soon as he came, he fell to his knees. Your Majesty, please be your elder brother. What is going on here? Get up quickly. What's going on? The people of the Wang family conspired to kill my chief minister, Kui Mingliang. It's just south of the city. Please also ask your Majesty to investigate the Wang family and seek justice for the minister. He probably understood now. It was Kui Mingliang who died in Chengnan, not Li Minutes. So Kui Mingliang died instead of Li Minutes. Li Minutes was going to die, so Kui Mingliang was dying. Fang Xuanling said at this time, Your Majesty, this matter is not easy. In the same place, there are guards from the East Palace, and the Wang family intervenes. There seems to be a conspiracy. Li Shimin also realized that it seemed that Li Chengqian went to find it again. The Wang family. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Everything can only be known by asking. He is also thinking of going to Li Chengqian to ask. You should check this matter together. There are really people from the East Palace intervening, as well as the participation of the Wang family. You can't let any of them go. Li Shimin was angry. This is the only way to convince everyone, especially Concubine Yang, and Li Minutes. This justice must be returned to others. Qiren Shai hurriedly said again, Your Majesty, if necessary, this minister is willing to investigate the case with Wai Gu Ogong. Regarding Qiren Shai's request to investigate the case, Li Shimin agreed. As for why he agreed, he also has his own ideas. Why? Because of Wang Gui's two families, there may be a huge estrangement because of this incident. Okay, I promise you, you and Fang Xuanling will take care of everything. Yes. Qiren Shai gritted his teeth. Whether or not the Wang family killed Kui Mingliang by mistake, it has become a fact. If the Wang family didn't provoke Li Minutes, I'm afraid this wouldn't happen. Right? I will also intervene in this matter. Don't worry. Now everyone leave. At this time, everyone left. When everyone leaves, Empress Zhangsun stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, that East Palace. I have to talk to Gainer at night. At the same time, in another courtyard, Sun Simiao put down his work. The sixth prince is really not dead. That's great. I'll go find him tomorrow. Li Yuan left the palace again and went to the Shengteng group. The error-free chapters of the first treble of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the new novel network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend new ones. If you like Datang's #1 Rebel, please collect it. The new update of Datang's #1 Rebel is the fastest. Chapter 235. If Li Tu abdicates, I can consider becoming the emperor. The first rebel son of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. P.S. Thanks to the book friends who are shameless and skinless, and the 5 elements are short of gold for the reward. Another, more violent tomorrow. Ask for support. Li Yuan quickly came to the prosperous Tang group. He saw Li Minutes. Child, you really aren't dead. That's great. He came to confirm whether Li Minutes was dead. Everything went as he wished, and Li Minutes was fine. That's great. In the future, the wine and medicine will still need Li Minutes to match. Li Minutes was also puzzled that he was so important, and the news spread so quickly. On the one hand, he is also a public figure, on the other hand, he is too good. People need him, and Datang needs him even more. What? Does everyone in the palace know about it? Yes. His Majesty is very sad to hear that you are dead. He also said some touching words. If Li Yuan didn't say anything about the palace, then Li Minutes also didn't say anything. He knew. He didn't know that apart from the sensation in Chengnan City, the entire palace felt sorry for his death. Thankfully he didn't die in the end. Li Minutes sneered and said, He's also said, "It's really strange, he's just pretending." I don't care. What about my mother? Li Yuan also knew about the relationship between Li Minutes and Li Shimin. Yes, in that case, he didn't mention Li Shimin too much. It responded, "She's fine." Very good. It's just that I don't know something. Li Yuan said, "Grandpa, is there anything you don't understand? Just say it." Is he really related to this matter? Li Yuan still asked. At that time, Li Chengqian's name was taken by Li Yuan, which injected his own hope, helped to inherit the ancestral glory. If this matter is really related to Li Chengqian, it will disappoint him too much, because his throne was also forced to cede. If Li Minutes can also let Li Shimin give way, then it must be very fun. Li Minutes didn't hide anything. That's right, he colluded with the Wang family to frame me, and even sent dead men together, but he didn't want to hurt Kui Mingliang. Why is this kid so confused? Why did he do this? There's no reason. Grandpa, you have to ask him about this to see what he thinks in his heart. Li Minutes said. Li Yuan sighed. His Majesty values him very much, but his performance has been unsatisfactory during this period of time. If this continues, the position of the prince will probably be replaced. It has nothing to do with Li Minutes. But what surprised Li Minutes was that Li Yuan took the initiative to speak. If so, the widow may be able to recommend you to be the prince. How about it? Your Majesty will listen to my advice. Li Yuan really thinks of himself too highly. Li Minutes smiled. Why are you laughing? Li Yuan was puzzled. I carry the bloodline of the royal family of the Sui and Tang dynasties. You said the old people in the palace would agree? Especially the eldest grandson Wu Ji has a good relationship with him, and his sister is married to him, so it will never be my turn. Besides, I don't have any interest in the crown prince position, but if he abdicates, I can think about it. Crown prince? Forget it. If other people heard this, they would definitely think it was outrageous. But Li Yuan was very pleasant to hear it. At that time, Li Shimin took control of the entire military in Chainan, and he was in power. All his confidants were disintegrated and turned to Li Shimin. Therefore, it doesn't make much sense for him to be the emperor. If in the future, Li Minutes would also become emperor because of this, that would really be retribution. Li Minutes was speechless when he saw Li Yuan. I don't know what to be happy about. Then he said, also, I am living a good life now. In terms of luxury, can the prince compare me to me? Even if he lives in the palace, he can't, right? There is nothing in the palace, or grandpa wouldn't come out of the palace to come with me. I want these and those things. Li Yuan was shocked, which was something he didn't expect. Unexpectedly, Li Minutes in the palace thought that it was nothing. There is a place that everyone in the entire Tang dynasty yearns for. There is nothing here in Li Minutes. The young man in front of him, in Li Yuan's view, has a height that he cannot reach. What you said, it seems to be the same. It's really unpleasant in the palace, but there is always power, standing at the pinnacle of power, the feeling of commanding the world. You don't want to come down when you go up. Never thought about. Maybe in the future. Okay, let's not talk about this. Besides, this has no meaning. It's okay. By the way, Sun Zenran said yesterday that your prescription is for the gods, and it can restore the glory of the people. The people are full of confidence. Full. Li Yuan said. It seems that his Luai Dai Wang pills were shown to Sun Simiao. Don't grandpa believe me? Why show him? Li Minutes asked with a smile. No, it's what Sun Zenzan asked. Otherwise how could a widow know that he is coming to you? Li Yuan said. Li Minutes felt very cool. So Sun Simiao has noticed himself, so it's really interesting. I am afraid that my future pharmaceutical company is about to be established. As long as Sun Simiao is recruited, everything will be easy. The business empire will expand. Really? That's right. I think His Majesty seems to be incapable of doing this. Why don't I give him this direction? Li also has shortcomings in this regard. If Li Yuan didn't say it, he wouldn't know either. But he refused. This formula is not applicable to everyone. Kidney deficiency. Some people are yang deficiency, others are yin deficiency. These are two concepts. and the prescription is not universal. You have to ask the pulse. This can't be done. He can't use that recipe. Why? If you let him use it, maybe he will come and beg you. Give it to him. Will he still come? Besides, this recipe, it applies to you, not necessarily to him. He really wants to recuperate. I may be able to help him, but he has to come and beg me. Lee Minutes said. How is that possible? Let an emperor come to beg you? Is he shameless? Furthermore, Lee Minutes was expelled by him again, and he came to the door again, which was really despised, although he had come secretly once before. Also because of that time, he won't come again, right? Well, let him lose the fun. Lee Minutes laughed. Losing the fun? Son, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. You haven't got personnel yet, so you can't appreciate the beauty of it. When you get married, you'll know the benefits. Although the body is a virgin, but that feeling is not without. In addition, because of his body, because he is not an adult, he does not want to think about this matter. Therefore, he did not follow Li Yuan's words. By the way, Grandpa, you go back and tell Li Chengqian, let him not be too arrogant, otherwise even the crown prince will be lost. Li Yuan said. Shocked Li Yuan, is this a choking sound? Okay, this child is going to be in charge. I'll go back and talk to him. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time chapter 235. If Li abdicates, I can consider being an emperor. Reading records. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 236. Their prince is disappointing. The first iniquitous son of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. Li Yuan went directly to the East Palace after returning to the palace. When he arrived at the East Palace, he saw Li Chengqian in a daze. It keeps saying it's impossible. Impossible. Was Li Yuan bought by Li Minutes? He may have also received some news. The news that Li Minutes is still alive. So, he was shocked. Obviously it was well arranged. How could this happen? Damn! Li Yuan shouted. Only then did Li Chengqian wake up. Oh, I have seen the Emperor Chang. He saluted. Regarding Li Yuan, Li Chengqian was still afraid, and when he was a child, he also admired him very much. Why would he take the initiative to come to the East Palace today? Don't be too polite. The widow came to look for you today. What? He wondered. What could Li Yuan have to look for himself? About Li Minutes. When Li Chengqian heard this, his whole person felt bad. Does the emperor even know about this? What's wrong with the Emperor Chang? What's the matter with him? He asked. He asked the widow to come and have a word with you. Li Yuan responded. And Li Chengqian felt that it was not easy. Under normal circumstances, Li Yuan would not take the initiative to come to himself and say these words. And it was entrusted by Li Minutes. That means there is a certain connection between the two. If this is the case, then he is in danger. Some of the things he did were under Li Minutes' control. Seriously terrified. How did that happen? Gainer, are you listening to me? He lost his mind for a while. So Li Yuan asked again. Yes, what's the matter? Li Minutes asked me to tell you, don't be an enemy of him in the future, it's not good for everyone. Emperor Chang, what are you talking about? How could I be an enemy of him? Gainer, everyone knows this. You don't have to hide anything. Everyone knows what you've done. But there's no need to say it. It's not good for everyone. He didn't want to slap him in the face, but he didn't know what to expect. The Emperor Chang ... Li Chengqian was shocked. It turned out that he was the pawn. Everything you do is under the control of others. Terrible. Okay, that's all I have to say. At least the matter between your brothers needs to be handled by yourself. I'm just talking about it. As for your majesty, it may be about to find out about you. You can do it yourself. As soon as Li Yuan finished speaking, he turned to leave. But when he turned around, he saw Li Shimin looking at the two with a gloomy face. Li Yuan didn't care. Just left. It's just that Li Chengqian doesn't know why. Because everything about him has been exposed. Kina, why are you doing this? Li Shimin was angry. Father, Li Chengqian couldn't hide it any longer. You are leading this matter, right? Yes, It is urgent leading, because Li Minutes is too hateful. Oppose me everywhere. I have to let him disappear from this world. Li Chengqian simply did not hide it, but also no need, because some things hide in his heart very uncomfortable. Why did you treat your brother like this? Li Shimin asked. The conflict between the two brothers only broke out on the day of Princess Chil's wedding. After that, there seemed to be only minor contradictions, and there was no particularly big feeling. But this time, it was indeed Li Chengqian who went too far, because he loves performance too much. From a year ago, the position of my crown prince was very unstable. The ministers were talking about everything about Li Minutes, and they all felt that he was the best candidate for the crown prince. There are many things about the prince's failure to be the king of God. His existence is a threat to me. It's a threat. Does the royal father know? This is what Li Chengqian said in his heart. Li Shimin's heart hurts about the brother cannibalism. Is the event of that year going to happen again? Now it seems that Li Chengqian has gone too far. Li Minutes is only developing his own business empire and has no intention of killing Li Chengqian, because they are not at the same level. Li Chengqian had absolutely no influence on Li Minutes. Very good. Come here, lower Xu Jingzong's official to the third rank, and remove him from the Beijing official! But Li Chengqian is different. After Li Shimin heard it, he felt the same way. But he still scolded Li Chengqian. You bastard! What you do makes me very sad. Father, my son is forced. Don't say it. I ask you again. How much did you take from the Wang family? Li Chengqian was shocked. It seemed that his own everything is exposed. Last time, because of the distillation equipment, Li Shimin found out after cooperating with the Wang family, and punished himself. Now his past things have to be dug up. Father, you'd better be more honest, or let me find out. Don't blame me for being rude. Li Chengqian knew Li Shimin's methods, so he told everything. My son took 100,000 tals from the Wang family. Where is their money? In the East Palace. Good. Very good. All the money will be put into the treasury. Li Shimin said. Li Chengqian regretted it, but he did not dare to disobey. In all of this, does Xu Jingzong participate in it again? Father, it's none of his business. The purpose of what he did was to allow Li Chengqian not to be influenced by Xu Jingzong. And you, I have to punish you. As soon as the penalty word came out, Li Chengqian was terrified. However, why should I know this in the first place? Your position as a prince. Father, you can't do this. If you punish your son as a prince, the mother will be sad and excited, but she can't be excited. It's not good for your health. Yes. Empress Chengsun can't be excited. Li Shimin did not expect this. But Li Chengqian wanted to be punished again. Nizai. Li Shimin was hit by his point. He thought about it. You make me very disappointed. You just stay in the East Palace, and no one is allowed to see you in the future. As for the position of the prince, I will keep it for you for the time being. When your mother recovers, we will deal with it. Although the crown prince was retained, but not absolutely. At the same time, Li Shimin issued a strictest ban. Li Chengqian couldn't go out in the East Palace. It was basically equivalent to the concubine being put into the cold palace. u.uukanzu.com. On the same day, Fang Xuanling and Kui Renshai really found out about the Wang family. It was the Wang family who planned this play. They wanted to kill Li Minutes, but they killed Kui Mingliang. However, the court did not reveal the identity of Li Minutes. And under the protection of Wang Gui, Li Shimin finally executed 20 leading figures of the Wang family. Regarding Wang Yang, he is at large. After hearing about all this, Li Minutes directly gave the entire group of workers a day off to celebrate, and everyone was shocked by his arrival. On this day, outside the Shengton group, an old man came. Taking a closer look, it was Sun Simiao. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 236 Prince is disappointing, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 237. The old man who lived through 4 dynasties. The inner hall of their prosperous Tang group. Lee Minutes was dealing with some chores. Suddenly, a large number of people seemed to be coming from outside the door, and people's voices were noisy. He wondered, this time is not the time to sell, and there are no new products recently. How come there are so many people? So he intends to go out. As soon as he goes out, then he saw an old man with a crane-haired face walking towards him. The old man was fast on his feet. There were many people around him, all surrounding him, and the faces of the people were full of respect. He thought to himself, wouldn't it be Sun Simiao? So I searched for his name and chose a picture, and a portrait of Sun Simiao appeared. He was overjoyed. It was him. At the same time, Jiuxiu also walked out. He exclaimed, isn't that Sun Zhenren? How come he is here? At this time, there are legends among the folks that the best place to see celebrities is to stay outside the gate of the prosperous Tang group. No matter princes, or various celebrities, you can see them here. Yuan Dangang then said, some time ago, I heard that he was entrusted by His Majesty to Chainan City, but I never had the chance to see him. I finally saw him today. Sun Simiao then went forward and was heading towards the group. Zushan said, it seems that he is from the Shengtan group. Does he want to buy wine? These people were wrong, but Lee Minutes knew what Sun Simiao's purpose was. Because his recipe was known and verified by Sun Simiao, he should have come to ask him for advice at this time. In that case, he might be able to recruit him. Just like Yuan Dangang, the place became very lively. A large number of people followed. They said, Sun Zhenren, it's Sun Zhenren, I finally saw Sun Zhenren today. Sun Zhenren is a genius doctor for a generation, for the sake of the people, and his medical skills are very good. It's windy when we walk. Maybe we can try our luck and see if he can cure us. Sun Simiao has gone through 4 dynasties and seen all the people in the world. Young people are poor. People are even more puzzled. Why would such a genius doctor come to Shengtan Group? Their first reaction was that the genius doctor also wanted to drink. Others said yes, it must be Mr. Zili who was ill and asked Sun Zhenren to see a doctor. Judging from the performance of these people, Sun Simiao and Lee Minutes are both deeply loved and admired by people. A cure is a person who is physically sick, and the other is an existence that makes oneself better. Both of them have a low status among the people. Now they are going to meet each other. What will happen next? People were talking. I just don't know why Sun Simiao came here. Until Sun Simiao walked to the door of the Shengtan group. He opened his mouth. I don't know where Mr. Zili is. He was full of anger, and his voice was loud and very polite. Sure enough, he came to find Lee Minutes. Then Yuan Dangang stepped forward directly. Sun Zhenren, Mr. Zili is here. Sun Simiao glanced at Lee Minutes. The face became very strange. The legend turned out to be true. Lee Minutes was only a teenager, yet he was so powerful. Lee Minutes walked towards Sun Simiao. Sun Zhenren, I am Zili. Sun Simiao stared at Lee Minutes for a long time, and everyone was puzzled. What is he looking at? Look at Lee Minutes handsome, or look at him young. The old and the young stood just like that in front of people. Lee Minutes was also depressed. What does this old man want to do? Don't wait for him to speak. Sun Simiao said, I didn't expect Mr. Zili to be so young. I thought they lied to the old man. It was a surprise to see him today. I don't know why Sun Zhenren came to the Shengtan group this time. As everyone knows, Lee Minutes then asked directly. He thought, no. The old man's true wishes. It's good to see tricks and dismantle tricks. Convince him and recruit him. I heard that Mr. Zili provided 3 strange prescriptions, and I want to come and see you and discuss medical skills with you. Sun Simiao said. The words came out of his mouth, and everyone was shocked. Someone said, how did Zili know medical skills? Did Sun Zhenren make a mistake? Some people say that Sun Simiao is afraid of being deceived, right? Mr. Zilli is a businessman, not a doctor. Some people even said that Mr. Zilli must have gotten the recipe from somewhere else and then changed hands. From the trajectory of his business, that seems to be the case. The left and right hands fall down, turning the rotten into a miraculous. Sun Zenran is joking, it's just a random recipe. This is very unpleasant. How arrogant. What is a random opening formula? This kind of recipe has become the strange recipe in Sun Simiao's mouth. Everyone thought Li Minutes was bragging. Some people even started to feel bad about Zilli, although Zilli has a very high status in people's hearts. But compared to the Dr. Sun Simiao, his weight is not enough. After all, one party is for the people, the other is only to improve the quality of life. Without a good body, no matter how good the quality of life is, it is useless. Yuan, Tang, Jiuxiu and others also worship Sun Simiao in their hearts. But hearing Li Minutes say such a thing, I couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Although everyone knows that Li Minutes has this kind of personality, it seems that it is not very good to say this in front of Sun Zenran. However, Sun Simiao smiled, smiling lightly and calmly. What a casual. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Young people are really very confident. Sun Simiao was not angry, on the contrary, he completely agreed with Li Minutes' reply. To tell the truth, this is really what Li Minutes wrote at will. After all, it's not his own thing, and Sun Simiao has to come to the real professional thing. You can provide some ideas yourself. Let Sun Simiao go further. Zens and Sun, it's windy outside. Please come to the house and talk. Li Minutes invited. Sun Simiao directly refused. No, it's right here. Today, the old man wants to discuss medicine with you. If it can be known to others, it will definitely benefit the people. This old man is really stubborn. Well, let him go. You don't dare to make trouble. In fact, Li Minutes wanted to give Sun Simiao some face, so he asked him to say it inside the house. But he doesn't seem to appreciate it. Young man, you can't lose your aura just now. In this case, Li Minutes responded directly. He was afraid that it would break Sun Simiao's heart. But perhaps this will recruit them. Okay, I don't know what Sun Zenran wants to talk about. There. People were shocked. At the same time, no one is optimistic about Li Minutes. After all, he is a descendant, and facing Sun Simiao, who is 4 times his age, must not have enough experience. Some people also said that Zilli looked down on himself too much. At the same time, the Imperial Guards arranged in the surrounding area also told Li Shimin what happened today. P.S. It will be violent tomorrow. Please support the spread and full order support. The error-free chapters of the first trouble of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the new novel network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend new ones. If you like Tang's #1 Rebel, please collect it. The new update of Tang's #1 Rebel is the fastest. Chapter 238 Kick the Restaurant. Find the latest chapter in Tang's first negative son. P.S. The violence has begun. Ask for completeness. Thank you book friends for the shameless reward. No one thinks that Li Minutes will win. They all think that he is just looking for abuse. Chen Zenran is invited. Li Minutes said first. There doesn't seem to be any fear. Very well, the young man really has no fear. Then I would like to ask Mr. Zilli, what is the core idea of Chinese medicine? The way is natural. Sun Simiao smiled knowingly. Because this coincides with his own theory. In the next few years, the content of the competition between the two of them was also written into his book by Sun Simiao, and also gave Li Minutes a special signature. Sun Simiao then asked, very good. Can you be more specific? There. People were ignorant. When the 4 characters are said, everyone is wondering, what is Taoism and nature? No one understood what was going on. Only some Langs Hong probably understand something. But they didn't know exactly what it was like. Everyone learns to be ignorant. Regarding what is definiture, Li Minutes directly searched, and the first content that appeared greatly summarized the core idea of the 4 words definiture. Chen Zenran, please listen. Taoism is natural, and there are 5 other core ideas. First, Chinese medicine is to neutralize. Second, Chinese medicine is to repair vitality. Third, Chinese medicine is to worry about 100 years old. Fourth, Chinese medicine is the unity of man and nature. Fifth, Chinese medicine is time and space medicine. Li Minutes said. Sun Simiao was completely shocked. Before, everything he had learned was not as generalized as Li Minutes. Today is a complete perception, so there are still such 5 cores. This is something he has not studied before, and it turns out that there is so much unknown knowledge in it. Therefore, he switched from learning to learning. Mr. Zilli, can you be a little more detailed? The old man has seen a glimpse of understanding. When Sun Simiao's words came out, everyone was shocked. Originally, everyone thought that Li Minutes was just a big talker. It doesn't seem so now. And people who originally admired Sun Simiao turned to worship Li Minutes even more. Regarding these theories, Li Minutes came at his fingertips. He won't be stingy either. Sun Simiao wanted to learn, and he was willing to teach. So he opened his mouth and said, what is to achieve neutrality, the top and the bottom? The bailing of the massage, the thinness of the calamity, the suitability for the sake of the situation, the period of peace, and the importance of harmony. The middle is the great foundation of the world. The harmony is the world. It is also the way to reach the Tao. To achieve neutrality, the status of heaven is the status of heaven, and all things are nurtured. Those who are good at talking about heaven must be verified by people. Those who are good at talking about people must be rooted in heaven. It is for the unity of heaven and man. The 5 elements theory and the luck theory are integrated. 10,000 words omitted. He was just reading it, but it was admirable. You must know that if he memorized it, he would have to memorize these knowledge points for several days. But he came at random without the slightest hesitation. It just feels a little lacking. But this makes people feel very arrogant. Some Langs Hong even closed his eyes, feeling the truth of that word. Li Minutes' words made Sun Simiao uncontrollably nod and say yes. Yes, he said all the useful things, which is admirable. Then Sun Simiao thought deeply. He seemed to be digesting what Li Minutes said just now. At the same time, some of the people among the common people brought a pen and paper and memorized it directly. These are all knowledge points and theoretical knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. In the future, there will also be a theoretical basis for the demonstration. At this point people were slapped in the face. Just look at Sun Simiao's performance. It turned out that the most powerful talent was Li Minutes. Unexpectedly, a young man has such ability. Everyone was shocked. If you don't look at him, you will definitely think that he is about the same age as Sun Simiao, otherwise how could he know so much? The entry about Li Minutes will also be updated. Demonstrate traditional Chinese medicine with Sun Simiao, and let him learn with an open mind. He was named the 2nd medical saint after Zhang Zongjing, and his name appears many times in many of Sun Simiao's works. Faced with people's adoring gazes, Li Minutes was very used to it. At this time, Sun Simiao couldn't help nodding his head. Well said, it's really shocking to solve the old man's doubts for many years, he said from his heart. Then, Sun Simiao asked, how can we live long? Longevity is very important for an old man. Sun Simiao knows how to maintain health, so his lifespan is very long. But that wasn't enough. He wanted to know more. With longevity, we can serve the people more and save the lives of the people. And Li Minutes' performance just now had convinced him. He is simply a genius. Regarding this point that Sun Simiao asked, Li Minutes smiled knowingly. Because of what? Later generations knew very well what Sun Simiao said. Therefore, he wanted to use his later works to let him comprehend. Therefore, he said, I have a little research on this. I would like to hear it in detail. For Sun Zenran's interest in learning, then I can tell you. If he said this before, it will definitely make people think he is pretending to be a boss. Now it seems that there is nothing wrong with what he said. After all, his argument could convince Sun Simiao. He really wants to learn. Thank you. Sun Simiao actually said thank you. Seeing that Sun Simiao was so eager to learn, Li Minutes opened his mouth and said, if a person is good at taking care of life, he should be able to avoid illness. As long as a good doctor guides him with medicine and stone, and saves him with injections, there are diseases that can be cured in the body, and there are diseases that can be eliminated in the world. Disasters. Don't forget about death. Don't forget about danger. You must adjust chi, replenish and reduce, massage, and guide every day, and don't take healthy stools as normal. Personal hygiene must be maintained. Exercise and health care are also indispensable. Diet therapy, combination of medicine, health preservation, nurturing nature, and health care. Only longevity can be achieved. When he finished speaking, no one said a word, and everyone silently wrote down what he said about longevity. But how many people can actually do it? Can you be more detailed? Sun Simiao asked again. Of course, it can be summed up in 4 points. Third, the circulation of qi and blood should be paid attention to. Do not be lazy and sluggish, and exercise more. The first point is to maintain a balanced attitude in life, and not to pursue fame and fortune too much. Second, there should be some moderation in eating, not overeating, and eating in moderation. Fourth, life should be orderly, work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Don't go against nature law. Few of the 4 points he mentioned can be done. But, Sun Simiao said, these 4 points, the old man can do it. It's no wonder that he will live a long life. Suddenly, someone said something. I wonder if Mr. Zilli can cure my eye disease. Isn't this obviously kicking a restaurant? It was just an argument just now. Should he be cured now? Sun Simiao's expression also became very eager. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time. Chapter 238 Kick the Restaurant. First update the reading record. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like the first rebel of the Tang dynasty, please recommend it to your friends QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. This book. Thank you for your support. Chapter 239 Hanging Potjashi. Da Tang's first rebels Ixen find the latest chapter. Lee Minutes is a little surprised. Someone really came to see a doctor. Maybe it's because he said that's great. Lee Minutes looked at the speaker. It was a middle-aged man with a very haggard face. In fact, he could choose not to watch it. But if Sun Simiao admired him and recruited him, he was ready to agree. As for how to look at it, he could ask Sun Simiao to give him a pulse first, because he didn't know what to do with it. Yes. So he said, yes. Thank you, Mr. Zilli. Welcome. Can you take a look for him first, Zenran-san? Check the pulse. What is the disease? Then Sun Simiao said, the old man is to take a look, and then come up with a solution. After a while, there are more. How about asking Mr. Zilli to come out as well? Of course. This is where Lee Minutes is clever. Let Sun Simiao diagnose the cause first, and then search for the right medicine. As such, it is quite appropriate. And I can also say that without taking my pulse, I can know how to prescribe the prescription, which is full of force. The middle-aged man stepped forward happily. Sun Simiao's pulse number 1 asked again, I don't have much problem with seeing your eyes. Shenzhenren, I can't see at night. Every night, my eyes are dim and my farsightedness is unclear. Speaking of which, that is night blindness. In today's words, it is caused by the lack of vitamin A. This disease can be cured, as long as you add vitamin A. So it is. Sun Simiao has his own opinions on traditional Chinese medicine. The old man took a look at your illness. It's not a miscellaneous illness. I'll give you a recipe now. Then, Lee Minutes motioned for Zushan to bring the table. Sun Simiao began to write his recipe, and delivered to middle-aged men. Someone came over and muttered, Quanch, Jinquan stone, Xianling pie, Sophora japonica, clam powder, chicasa, windproof, Nepeta, Qianuo, Atractalodes, chamomile, Scutellaria, Tribulus terrestris, Extum, Digupi, mint, licorice each 30 money, Quanch 7 grams of pepper. The above medicines are researched into fine powder. Each serving is 6 yuan, warmed with tea after eating, 1 to 2 times a day. There are more than a dozen herbs before and after, and drinking these medicines is not enough. After finishing, The middle-aged man was overjoyed and bowed to Sun Simiao. Li Minutes said, although this recipe is good, there are too many flavors of traditional Chinese medicine, and drinking too much may be harmful to the stomach. Yes, the herbs with so many flavors are really not very good for the stomach. The crowd was puzzled. Li Minutes even questioned Sun Simiao's formula and belied it. If you don't bring this, everyone is curious. What kind of recipe will Li Minutes come up with? Sun Simiao was shocked. Be humble. So, please ask Mr. Zilli to teach me. Li Minutes heard that Sun Simiao's tone was very complicated. You know, he has used this recipe many times and has never been questioned. When he heard Li Minutes say that, also puzzled, also curious, is there anything better for Li Minutes? The people were quiet. They wanted to hear how Li Minutes broke. Hyperopia is weak. That's because the liver is weak. Only 3 ingredients are needed to cure it. Is he here to make trouble? How can food be used as medicine? Li Minutes saw that everyone was puzzled. Then he said, the so-called medicine and food are of the same origin, and some foods can also cure diseases. Sun Simiao agreed. Yes, it is true. I don't know what to do. As a result, everyone believed. It turns out that everyone is just ignorant. So, what are the 3 ingredients? Pork liver, scallion, and chicken. These 3 kinds of ingredients are very common ingredients. Did you expect them to have such effects? Sun Simiao asked. How do I eat it? 1 piece of pork liver, which is finely cut to remove the fascia, 1 piece of scallion white, and 3 pieces of chicken. The top is boiled in soy sauce to make a soup, and the chicken is broken when it is cooked, and eaten inside. The liver contains a lot of vitamin A, and it is suitable to use it as the main medicine. Sun Simiao didn't say anything, just picked up the pen and wrote down silently. It must be an argument. Anyway, pig liver is very useful. Li Minutes thought to himself, why don't you give such a good thing to everyone? So he said, there are many wonderful uses of pig liver. I will provide a few more recipes. If anyone in the family has the following diseases, they can use my recipes. I hope it can be passed on and the children and grandchildren will be blessed. Mr. Zilli, it's really cool, old man. Write it down. In the future, even if you don't need to see a doctor, you can get it and eat it yourself. Others even started to memorize with pens. This recipe is very good, saves money, and is not like Chinese medicine. Some Chinese medicine will eat dead people. First, to treat the bird's eye, the eyes can't be seen at night, a leaf of the liver of a male pig, and 3 bucks of yeming shaw are placed in the liver, tied with twine, and cooked with rice swill to 7 points, and don't dip it in mussel powder and chew it carefully, and send it with the juice. Second, treatment of internal and external impediment nebulous size, 2 liang of pig liver, batch open, mixed with 2 Kian daggers of yeming sand powder, mixed in the liver, tied with hemp rope. 1 cup of water, boiled to make the liver turn white, take out and chew it. Use cook liver soup and take it after eating. Third, treat chankarai. Sea octopus and oysters are divided into equal parts. As the end, every 3 money is equal to 1 or 2 of pig liver, and boiled with swill. Fourth, treat spleen and stomach qi deficiency. Eat vomiting out, a pound of pig liver, thin on the tile, make it extremely dry, smash it to the end, boil the white porridge, twist it to extract the juice, and mix it up. Li Minutes said a dozen recipes at once. Each uses pig liver as the main medicine. As a result, people in the Tang dynasty who didn't eat pig liver very much at first also began to eat pig liver. Popular. Sun Simiao looks like a studious child. Keep taking notes. People also silently wrote down these recipes, which are simple, can be used as medicine, may be used as a dish, and can be eaten at ordinary times to prevent some diseases, which is the best of both worlds. Others directly stated that they wanted Li Minutes to treat them. Regarding this, Li Minutes said, he doesn't treat illnesses himself, but he can provide some common ailments. In the future, he will write them directly on the wall outside the Shengton group. At that time, he will focus on food. Food is medicine, and medicine is food. His actions shocked Sun Simiao. Therefore, Sun Simiao took the initiative to mention it. Sun Simiao asked, Mr. Zilli, the old man sees that you have such medical skills, why not be a doctor to save people from pain? Hanging the pot to help the world. It will be praised by thousands of people. When he asked the question, the eyes of the people were like torches, and all of them were extremely fiery. They hoped that Lee Minutes would agree. Before you were reading www.uukanzu.com. There was Sun Simiao, and now Mr. Zilli. The two of them cooperated, and the blessing of all people in the world. But Li Yan refused. One person's strength is limited, and I can provide all the needs of the doctor. If you let me help the world, I'm afraid I will make a mistake. Mr. Zilli is humble. He was not humble about this. Regarding Jishe, Sun Simiao is more suitable. Lee Minutes also felt that the time was ripe. Therefore, he is going to start recruiting Sun Simiao. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 239, Hanging the Pot to Help the World's second update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time. Chapter 240, The Arrogance of the Genius Doctor. The first iniquity of the Tang dynasty. Find the latest chapter. Lee Minutes said at this moment, Shenzhenren, why don't you change the way? A better way than me practicing medicine. Oh, what kind of way is that? This idea has been around for a long time. I want to form a medical research institute, and then I will open a pharmaceutical company. I wonder if you would like to join our hospital? Sun Simiao was moved, but he hesitated. Why he hesitated? Most of it was because of Li Shimin. Someone said, as far as I know, Sun Zhenren has refused many invitations in the past few decades. No matter who it is, he refuses it for the same reason. Even the current sage cannot last forever. Others said that the reason why he stayed was because he encountered intractable diseases. If not, he would have left long ago. Jiuxiu and the others were even more puzzled as to why Lee Minutes wanted to recruit Sun Simiao. And would they want to save the world, or a specialty drug? The reason is puzzling. Had to be patient and listen. As for Sun Simiao's true thoughts, I am afraid that only he knows. Everyone focused their attention on him. Everyone hoped that he could stay and help Lee Minutes. But Sun Simiao said, this old man likes to go deep into medical skills, but if he restrains him, I'm afraid it won't work. After all, this old man is used to things, and doesn't like being bound by common things. To put it bluntly, he just didn't want to stay in one place. Later, he talked about common things, which showed that he was somewhat conflicted with Lee Minutes' businessman status. It was a profession full of copper stench. But Lee Minutes wanted to say, without the smell of copper, what do you rely on to live? But such words cannot be said. He just said, Sun Zhenren doesn't have to refuse so quickly. Why don't you listen to my question? Everyone wondered, what else is wrong with Lee Minutes? Sun Simiao was even more curious about what kind of questions he would ask. How long has Sun Zhenren been practicing medicine? How many people have been treated in total? This question was a bit abrupt and had the smell of ignition powder. As a doctor whose primary mission is to save lives, how can you count how many people have been treated? But this question was asked by Lee Minutes. Sun Simiao said, if it's an ordinary person, I don't need to reply. But this question was asked by Mr. Zilli. If I don't reply, it'll be disrespectful to you. The meaning behind this is to accept your prescription just now and let him. He has gained a lot, so he will answer this question. Lee Minutes said, thanks to Sun Zhenren not to dislike it, and willing to let me know. This Sun Simiao is also a good person. Sun Simiao said very proudly, this old man has practiced medicine for more than 60 years, deducting the time for collecting medicines and visiting around, and there are nearly 200 days a year to see a doctor for the people. Calculated, it is more than 300,000 people together. 300,000 people can be said to be a very terrifying number. Everyone was shocked. One person against 300,000 people, that only Sun Simiao can do. But then again, he was poor all his life. But it was only 300,000 people. Even if it's a genius doctor, it's just like that. But these numbers, in front of a city, are completely insufficient. Therefore, Li Minutes said directly. 300,000 people in a lifetime is still too few. I am powerful, but only I am strong, and my own strength is extremely limited. Everyone was upset. The concept of 300,000 people is not 30 people. That's a scary number. And Sun Simiao could live another 60 years. There are also 600,000 people. Regarding Li Minutes' words, Sun Simiao was a little angry. Mr. Zilli, this old man doesn't like to hear what you say. Why? Because there are so few things that Li Minutes is proud of. Anyone would be upset. Even Sun Simiao would express his anger. Li Minutes smiled. Mr. Zilli, what are you laughing at? I'm telling the truth, and it doesn't matter if you like to hear it or not. That's it. Well, tell me, what's the point? Okay, listen. There are millions of people in the entire city of Chainan, and there are thousands of patients every day. This month there are tens of thousands of patients, and the number of patients in a year can reach 400,000. There are more than this number. May I ask, can you cure the world with your own power? Not everyone is a good doctor like Sun Zhenren. How many people lost their lives because of quack doctors? And how many people lost their lives because of delaying the most died for the best treatment time? These are all lessons of blood. Sun Simiao said nothing. If so, his own strength is indeed insufficient. 300,000 people are really too few to save the world. Li Minutes' meaning was obvious. In the end, Sun Simiao thought for a while, but still said, the ability of this old man is there. How many people can be saved? And his mood fluctuated. Then Sun Zhenren is really selfish, and he said that he was dedicated to the world, all for fun. Mr. Zilli, what you said is wrong. This old man has a clear conscience. Sun Simiao was angry. After all, to be said that the achievements of his 60 years are worthless. Sun Zhenren, you can actually choose. It's easier to choose than to change. Li Minutes said. But the arrogant Sun Simiao had no intention of listening. Mr. Zilli, this old man doesn't want to talk to you about this matter. I will not borrow Sun Zhenren's strength to cooperate with me to benefit the world. Li Minutes showed his sincerity. Sun Simiao did not appreciate it. Mr. Zilli, your way is different from my doctor. So let's do this first. He turned around and left after saying that. Li Minutes did not give up. Everyone felt sorry for him. It may be a good thing to really join the Shenzhen group. Zens and Sun, please take a long-term view. Why don't you take more apprentices? Spread the medical skills to the world. As I did before, all symptoms can be treated with prescriptions, and these prescriptions can be made into pills, which will help the world. Ordinary diseases can even be cured by themselves. Although Li Minutes' words moved Sun Simiao, he had already left, and he didn't look back due to the issue of face. Sun Simiao left in the sight of people. That would be a good thing for the people, and I don't know why Sun Simiao refused. You are reading www.uukansu. Maybe, as a genius doctor, it has its own arrogance. Right? When Sun Simiao was far away, Jiuxu came up and asked, Mr. Zilli, that Sun Zhenren. Li Minutes smiled. He will come back, and I will wait for him to join us. Yuan Dangang, do you think so? Yuan Dangang said, yes, Mr. Zilli is right. Both of them could see the future, and Sun Simiao would eventually join him. Let's go. Let's all go to work. Li Minutes joined the group. I just took a step, but I heard someone calling from the back. Mr. Zilli, are you here? For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time chapter 240 The Arrogance of the Genius Doctor, the 3rd edition. Reading records. You can see them next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 241 Take over the Gui family. Tang's first iniquity. You find the latest chapter. When Li Minutes turned around, he saw a middle-aged man standing there. He seemed to be somewhat familiar with this middle-aged man, but can't call the name. But what is certain is that this person is a member of the court. He's seen it before. What are the people of this court doing here? What's your business? Li Minutes asked. Oh, Mr. Zilli, Gui Renshai, I have something to do with you. Can I take a step to talk to you? Gui Renshai, isn't that the celebrity in front of Li Shimin? Although his status is not as good as Wang Gui's, His words still carry weight. This person came to find himself, and he must have something for himself. Maybe we can find an opportunity in him. There are many people outside, so it is inconvenient to speak outside. Of course, please come in. Afterwards, Li Minutes led Kui Renshai into the house. When Kui Renshai entered it, he looked left and right. Because there is a luxurious atmosphere everywhere. Decoration is very high grade, with a lot of glaze embellishment. Makes the whole room very special. After a while, Jiuxiu brought milk tea and other items. Li Minutes signaled everyone to leave. At the moment, there were only Xrengai, Li Minutes and Kui Renshai in the entire room. Kui Renshai watched after everyone left. He saluted Li Minutes directly. I have seen the sixth prince, Master Kui Ren. I'm not a prince now, you can call me Zilli. Li Minutes said. He didn't even want a name. Yes, Mr. Zilli. Come, drink milk tea. After Kui Renshai took a sip of milk tea, he couldn't stop. Finally finished drinking the milk tea. Do you still want to drink? I'll give you this cup too. He handed his cup to Master Kui Ren. Sorry, I made Mr. Zilli laugh. Because this milk tea is so delicious, I can't help but greedy. You guys like it. It makes me even more gratified. Drink it slowly, as much as you want. I have it. Li Minutes said. Kui Renshai was not polite and just drank another cup. After finishing, he gently put the cup down. Instead, he said, Mr. Zilli, I came here today to find you for something. Li Minutes was also curious. Kui Renshai has nothing to do with him. Why did he come to him? The only one related is probably the Kui family. He also checked everything about Kui Renshai. He was from the Kui family in Chainan. Yes. Or Kui Mingliang's brother. Oh, what's the matter? I want to ask you to lead the Chainan Kui family to defeat the Chainan Wang family. When Li Minutes heard this, what did this guy want to do? Why do you lead the Kui family by yourself? Or in Chainan, not the entire Tang dynasty? Did they find out something? Or because of hatred? When Kui Renshai saw that Li Minutes was not speaking, he continued, I know, I'm a little abrupt. But you have to do this, because only you have the ability to protect Chang and Kui's family from being swallowed up by the Wang family. Although the Wang family has been punished recently, their expansion has become bigger. Kui, because of the death of my elder brother, the family lacked the backbone, and I was on duty in the imperial court, so I had no time to manage it. And the entire Kui family was in chaos again. That's why I have this request. Kui Renshai said. Li Minutes still didn't speak. He was thinking about whether it was possible. Then Kui Renshai said, of course, all this will not be done in vain. As long as you agree, then the resources of the Kui family in Chainan can be deployed by you as long as you keep the Kui family in an invincible position. Anything will do at. It turned out to be like this. Seeing that the Wang family killed Kui Mingliang by mistake, he simply decided not to do anything else. He directly wanted to engulf the Kui family of Chainan. If he really did that, it would be a good thing for the Wang family. For the Chainan Kui family, it was a disaster. For Li Shimin, it was even worse. For Li Minutes, he didn't feel anything. Only then did Kui Renshai find himself. But what if the Chainan Kui family was merged into the Shangtan group? Maybe you can think about it later. In this way, it can be a win-win. A little later, he can also eat the Kui family other than Chainan. Therefore, Li Minutes may agree to Kui Renshai. Having said that, the Kui family would not let him eat it too easily. More than half will also seize power and go back. So he has to calculate it. Kui family was a big family in the Tang dynasty, but each place was relatively independent. Mr. Zilli, how is it? You're afraid it's also for revenge on the Wang family? Li Minutes asked. Yes, that's it. Since the Kui family joined the Chainan Chamber of Commerce, they haven't gotten the slightest benefit, but they have paid a lot of membership fees, because they were too busy these days and couldn't let them quit. After thinking about it, I'm afraid there is no people are more suitable to handle this matter than you. This is Kui Renshai's appeal. It is considered that he has come to the door and asked Li Minutes. But to get Li Minutes to agree, the conditions must be favorable. Li Minutes raised his index finger. I want this number. If you agree, I will help you. Cheng and Gui family shares 10% of the shares. No, half of the income from the time I lead the Gui family. Shares are only for income. After all, that is money. He can lead the Gui family, but also profit. After all, the Gui family is also a big family. If you go too far, it will backfire. It's in Cheng. Yes. It's half of all the income of the Gui family in Cheng. Think about it, let Wang Yang engulf your Gui family, or let me lead. It's up to you to defeat the Wang family. Cheng's Gui family is the largest, and if they are crowded out by the Wang family, they may disappear, and by then, there will be no shit. Gui Renshai gritted his teeth. It seems like a very difficult decision has been made. Okay, I promise you. At that time, I will let the people from the Gui family come here and listen to your dispatch. No, they don't have to come. I will send someone there. I don't know who Mr. Zilli wants to send. Jill likes snow. Lee Minutes said softly. Gui Renshai was shocked. A woman's house. Doesn't Mr. Zilli go in person? He obviously looked down on Jiruxiu, thinking she could do anything. Don't underestimate her. She is smarter than the people in your Gui family, and it's much better for her to go than me. Don't worry, I will arrange everything, and the Gui family will not become weak. It will only be stronger. If he really controlled the Gui family, he would be able to compete with the Wang family to a certain extent, so that the Wang family would not dare to be too inferior. Okay, you are reading www.uukanzu.com. I promise you. When will it start? Now. Done. It's best to strike while the iron is hot. Lee Minutes didn't waste any time, and quickly called Jiruxiu, who led 10 sisters to settle in the Gui family, and assigned them 30 loyal and strong workers to protect them. And under Jiruxiu's instruction, they immediately withdrew from the Cheng Chamber of Commerce. The news spread in a short time. The Wang family was furious when they found out. At the same time, Li Shimin also heard about it. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 241 takes over the Gui family 4th update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time. Chapter 242. Could it be that Lee Minutes is the reincarnation of a god? Find the latest chapter in Tang's first negative son. In the Lising Hall, Li Shimin looked at a dish on the table with disgust. Empress, I have eaten pig liver for a few days, why do I still eat it? Queen Chesun said, Your Majesty has been suffering from eye discomfort recently, and my concubine heard that dish is made from pig liver can be used as medicine, so I asked the following people to use it as medicine. People have cooked this dish. Your Majesty has not been more comfortable in the eyes recently. Li Shimin seemed to be like this when he heard it. It seems to be the same. If you don't say it, I haven't felt it yet. Recently, my eyes have become less dry, and I can see things a lot more clearly. I thought it was Luai Dai Wang Wan's effect. I didn't expect it to be like this. An unremarkable dish. Although he said so, Li Shimin was also hurt. No one can stand eating one thing every day. At the same time, he was curious. By the way, who invented this dish? How amazing. It was Lee Minutes. It was recommended by Sun Zenran. Li Shimin was silent. What? This? Why is it him again? This kid is very smart. Before, Sun Zenran even ran to him to learn theory. And he still got some income. Li Shimin couldn't believe his ears. Sun Simiao went to study theory with Lee Minutes. This is not the other way around. Shouldn't he learn from Sun Simiao? What about the world? Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone in the people knows that, and he still wants Sun Zenran to work hard with him. Let him join his group, but Sun Zenran refuses. HMPH. How could Sun Zenran agree to him? I have talked to him more than once, asking him to stay, but he refuses. I don't believe that kid can recruit him. But then again, I am very surprised by this kid. Regarding the recruitment of Sun Simiao, Li Shimin, he has done a lot, but he is willing to join him. How could Lee Minutes have more face than himself? Not only that, the incident of Shentong Express that I mentioned last time actually made him recruit 3,000 people, and the public opinion is boiling. because these people's income is not low, and some people's monthly income can be as much as the previous year. People are trying to get into the prosperous Tang group. However, Lee minutes let Yuan and Gang control it, not letting anyone enter at will. And what to say, as long as loyal people. Even so, the competition is still fierce. This kid, I'm very cautious in doing things. I regret letting you and Gang leave. People's hearts are not there. That's right, but I always have a lump in my heart. Li Shimin took away his own people. How could Li Shimin not feel uncomfortable? Your Majesty has an idea to bring Li Minutes back to the palace. As soon as he comes back, the people he recruited will belong to the imperial court. Empress Cheng Yojin persuaded. There is no such plan at the moment. Let him exercise well in the folk. Maybe it is a good thing for the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin's implication is that he also wants to use Li Minutes' prosperous Tang group to cut down the major families and develop the Tang dynasty. Once Li Minutes really entered the palace, can't do many things. This child is talented and intelligent. A year ago, he was an ordinary teenager. After that, he suddenly received some inheritance. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of a god? Otherwise, how could he have made so many changes? Queen Cheng Yojin guessed. Queen, don't say these things. How could he be? There are quite a few clever people, but fortunately this kid didn't do anything out of the ordinary, otherwise I wouldn't let him go. Having said this, Queen Cheng Yojin was silent. For a while, she thought of Li Chengqian. Then he said, Gamer, what is your Majesty going to do with it? Empress, don't worry about this, he is our first child. I will not punish him heavily, but he has to realize that what he did is wrong. Only in this way can I possibly let go of the ban. Before that, he has to reflect on it. Of course, all of this is what Li Shimin said. It is true that when Empress Cheng Yojin recovers, he may abolish the crown prince. At this point, Li Shimin asked, by the way, how did the queen feel after taking that medicine? Thanks to your Majesty's blessing, my concubine has been breathing smoothly recently. That medicine is really useful, but I ate alcohol at night, which made my concubine feel sleepy all the time. That's a good thing. When you are cured, I will take you with me. Play around. Yes, Your Majesty. Empress Zhang Sun leaned against Li Shimin's shoulder. She didn't speak for a long time until she suddenly remembered something. Then he said, Your Majesty, there is one more thing about Li Minutes. Why is he again? No, it should be said to be from the Shengton group. What's the difference? This. Empress Zhang Sun was embarrassed. Li Shimin seemed to realize that he was wrong. Then he turned to say, Speak. I'm listening. Li Minutes' subordinate Jiuxiu brought her former sisters into the Gui family, and she ordered to withdraw from the Chainan Chamber of Commerce. She did a lot of shocking things. Huh? These women have really done a good job. Not bad. Who says women are inferior to men? These people can be regarded as pioneers in business. I also hope that they can work hard. At this time, Li Shimin and before view is different. It turned into a compliment because of a Jiuxiu relationship. Li Shimin has not given up his fantasy about Jiuxiu. However, he basically has no drama. Since ancient times, beauties have loved heroes, while Jiuxiu prefers talented people. She has an unwavering heart for Li Minutes. In this regard, Empress Cheng Yojin has no special feeling. He just said, it's good. It will allow the Gui family to grow up. With Li Minutes here, we will be able to restrain the Wang family from doing what they do. It's a good thing, but don't forget, there are 3 supporters of the Wang family, and they are not small together, but I admire the courage of those women. They dared to face the big family. I'm not even afraid. Someday I think go meet her. Their last meeting with Jiuxiu made Li Shimin very embarrassed. At the same time, what Li Shimin said sounds strange to people. But Empress Cheng Yojin didn't say anything else. Suddenly, someone from reading www.uukanzu.com came to report smallpox was found in Chainan City. 10 people died of smallpox. Li Shimin was stunned when he said this. Smallpox! Exclamation mark. That is a very terrible disease. What did you say? Let Sun Zhenren enter the palace, and Xu Anwen and military officials make decisions together. This matter is no trivial matter. Sun Simiao had to come to preside over it. For a time, the entire Chainan city was filled with fear. After all, smallpox is a kind of plague. 10 people died and they were diagnosed, so it may have been prevalent for some time. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time. Chapter 242 is Li Minutes, a reincarnation of a god. 5th update reading record. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 243. Civil and military officials ask Li Minutes to come out. After Sun Simiao heard the news, he immediately went to the palace. Find the latest chapter in Tang's first negative sun. At this time, the palace was already full of people. These people were mainly doctors, and some ministers were also there. Smallpox is a severe infectious disease caused by the smallpox virus infecting people. After recovery, lifelong immunity can be obtained. It is one of the oldest infectious diseases with the highest mortality rate. It is extremely contagious and severe, and can be infected by anyone who has never suffered from smallpox. There is no cure for smallpox infection, and the patient will have pockmarks on his face after recovery, hence the name smallpox. It is highly resistant against dryness and low temperatures, and can survive for months to a year and a half on crusts, dust, and quilts. There is no effective treatment in this day and age. The most basic, effective and easiest way to prevent it is to get vaccinated. People still don't know what happened. Why let so many doctors come together? Until Li Shimin and Empress Cheng Yojin appeared. After the people bowed, Li Shimin said, "Today, a smallpox patient was found in the Anil Square in Chainan City. The situation is very urgent. So let everyone come over to discuss the countermeasures. The economy is the most backward and the people are the poorest." Smallpox broke out from there, and it will go unchecked for the first time. When he said it, everyone was shocked, followed by fear. Smallpox has not been discovered for many years, and among those who have heard of it, 12 out of 10 people will die. A doctor said, in fact, it may be higher, even if the response is timely, and it's extremely contagious. As long as one person is found, a large number of people will be infected. What should I do next? And when all the civil servants and generals heard this, they were even more shocked. What? Smallpox hasn't been seen in years. This time it happened strangely. Makes everyone talk about it. Among them are some generals. They broke out from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, and they were not even afraid of ghosts and gods. But the word smallpox made everyone's expressions shocked. Compared with the enemy that can be seen, smallpox is more terrifying than any enemy. Because it can kill people invisibly, if it is not well controlled, it may turn the rapidly developing Great Tang into a purgatory on Earth overnight. It even made the entire Tang economy go back decades. Smallpox ... outbreak ... It turns out to be so terrifying. Empress Zhangsun was a little confused when she spoke. I didn't expect this disease to be so terrible. If it is introduced into the palace, the entire palace is afraid that tenths of the people will die. Wang Gui was also trembling with fright. No one could survive in such a situation. He said, thousands of people died in one county alone. Many people were displaced and their families were destroyed. Reality is cruel. Then fear followed. He also said, Your Majesty, this minister believes that heaven punishes sinners, and those who get them are both sinners and wicked. And those who are with wicked people, please control the entire Anlefang and do not let them come out. They should be get rid of it. Burn it directly. Wang Gui's method was also the simplest and crudest way for the ancients to deal with the plague. Also the most useful. But it is the cruelest. Whoever dares to issue such an order is simply not taking human life as his life, and it is bound to attract people's hatred. At this moment, Cheng Yojin said directly, if someone from your Wang family got smallpox, wouldn't all the Wang family be burned? Wang Gui ignored Cheng Yojin. That Gui Renshai directly reprimanded. Wang Gui, where are you putting people's lives? Smallpox is terrifying, but as long as it is properly controlled, the epidemic will definitely be brought under control. You don't distinguish right from wrong. You just set fire to it. Your actions are too cruel. This is not what a parent official should do. His words attracted everyone's approval. Everyone blamed Wang Gui. What is your peace of mind? For your own safety, do you disregard the life and death of the people? Wang Gui said directly, you have a solution, then you can talk about it. What is the solution? Everyone waited silently. Wang Gui added, Your Majesty, this disease is in the city of Cheng'an. If you don't clean it up directly, the entire Cheng'an will be trapped in crisis. This hard-earned prosperity will be destroyed in one fell swoop. Please, Your Majesty, please clear it up. Li Shimin fell into contemplation. At this time, he asked, What do you think, Queen? Usually, when Li Shimin was undecided, he would always ask Empress Zhang San what she meant. Your Majesty, you must not learn from the cruelty of King Zhu of Shang. The reason why the Shang dynasty perished was because their king put the lives of the people at risk, and even fell into trouble. Your Majesty, for the sake of a wise king, should lead the people to prosperity together, and do not believe in false words! Li Shimin couldn't calm down either. He looked around. Sun Simiao was on the side and did not speak. Seems to be thinking about something. Your Majesty. The old man thought that he could go to the sixth prince to find a solution. His words were approved by some people. That's right. There must be a way for the sixth prince. The queen's condition can be improved, and it is his prescription that works. Yes, after my wife took the sixth prince's prescription, her complexion became extremely rosy. The sixth prince. There. Ministers were all talking about the sixth prince. Li Shimin was tired of listening. Shut up. Wang Gui came out again and said, Your Majesty. How can you hand over the life of a city to a young man? Isn't that a gamble? I don't even want to put my life in his hands. However, Sun Simiao said, the sixth prince's medical skills can be said to be very powerful. This old man feels that he can guarantee the smallpox. At this time, Sun Simiao was a little less confident. Before, he would definitely take the initiative to say that he could cure it. So, Sun Zhenren can't cure this disease? Wang Gui asked. Is this asking for no reason? But Sun Simiao said very honestly, this old man can only lighten some of the burden on the patient and treat the disease. This old man is not very sure about it. Even Sun Simiao is not sure about it. Who else has this grasp? Empress Cheng Sun said again, Your Majesty. The concubine thinks that Sun Zhenren is right. At the same time, the ministers and the people all said in unison, Why doesn't Your Majesty let the sixth prince die? Li Shimin hesitated. Do you really want people to ask Li minutes? The people around were very anxious. I can't wait to make a decision for Li Shimin. Think twice, Your Majesty. Wang Gui said aside, Your Majesty. Sun Simiao seemed to see Li Shimin's embarrassment. You were reading www.yuukanzu.com said, again, Your Majesty, why don't I ask this old man to invite the sixth prince? Sun Simiao did not agree to Li Yin's request before, but now he is going to ask Li Yin again. Maybe Li Yin will not agree to him, but for the sake of the people, Sun Simiao struggled. Cheng Yojin, Fang Xuanling, and Wei Zheng also came out. Your Majesty. The ministers and others will also go together. This approach makes people feel that these ministers are more sensible than Li Shimin. More and more people joined in, and they all wanted to invite Li minutes to go out. Li Shimin was silent. What is he going to do? For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 243 Civil and military officials ask Li minutes to come out. 6th update, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Chapter 244 I know the plot, how to develop it according to the mood. Tang's first iniquity knew to find the latest chapter. Facing the eager eyes of civil and military officials, and constant and urging, Li Shimin finally made a difficult decision. You all go. I'm sure. If he agrees, no matter what the price is, the court is willing to pay. No matter what he wants to do, he can follow his instructions. As long as the ceiling can be suppressed, Your Majesty is wise. Civil and military officials said in unison. Everyone wants to live. Sun Simiao said that it is possible. It must be possible. Li Shimin also felt that he was not very secure. Then he said, everyone present here, all civil and military officials will go. Those are all civil and military officials. If we go to Li minutes together, then Li minutes will surely be remembered for thousands of years. But then again, all this is for Li Shimin, for people, for Tang, or he would do it. But don't let the officials say it's their own decision. Along with the civil and military officials, they left the Qi Palace. Empress Zhangsun still felt a little bad. Your Majesty, is it really okay for them to go? If not, what should we do? Li Minutes even changed his name, indicating that he also wanted to distance himself from the royal family. They lived a happy life outside. Li Shimin thought too much. Why not? Otherwise, you can let concubine Yang go in person, and you will definitely get good results. Li Shimin would only ask others to go, and he would not go. He couldn't take this face off. In everything, think of concubine Yang first. Never think of yourself. Empress Chengsun said, I hope it is possible. If not, the concubine can also go once. Facing Empress Chengsun's sincere heart, Li Shimin rejected her directly. No, you can't go. As the mother of a country, how can you be submissive to others? How can you beg someone like this? At this time, he still has such thoughts. If you let Li Minutes speak and scold him again, it would be a waste to be a king. Your Majesty, he is also your son. He is not an outsider, so why can't he ask for it? Li Shimin said, Empress, if he doesn't have this consciousness, he will lose the face of the royal family. Empress Chengsun was depressed. Li Shimin is really pedantic on this issue. But what can she do? The current Li Minutes is not a royal person. How could he be proud of being the royal family? If it really doesn't work, she will really ask Li Minutes to solve the problem. I'm afraid it's a problem that he can solve, and she's not afraid to bend her knees. This is the height of Empress Chengsun. Li Shimin was able to marry her, which was a blessing that he had cultivated in 10 lifetimes. Okay, well, just wait for the result here. I hope Li Minutes won't let me down. And another half an hour passed. Hundreds of people went to Shengton Group. Their arrival shocked the people around us, because these people were appointed officials of the imperial court. Many were still respected as princes of the state. Others are officials such as generals. There are also some people who have not been out of the palace for many years, but today it is enough for the common people to meet at one time. Some people were named by everyone, such as Kui Renshai, Cheng Yojin, Fang Xuanling, Hua Zheng and Qin Kaiyan, as well as 6 Shangxiu books. People wonder, what are they doing? Until they went in the direction of Shengton Group. You probably know that this should have something to do with Shengton Group. Look at the person at the head, it is Sun Simiao. People along the way were bombed. Such a lineup, I'm afraid no one has seen it before. Such a complete set of officials must be seen all at once. I am afraid that only the emperor can do it. Hundreds of people continued to move forward, and they also attracted a large number of onlookers. Some people say that this is to buy things in the Shengton Group. Others said that Mr. Zilli must have made a mistake, and they came to settle the account within the Shengton Group. But then again, people like Cheng Yojin, Fang Xuanling, and others are going to Li Minutes, so everyone has refuted the specifics. I'm afraid we can only know when they arrive, right? The Wang family, also located in Dongxi, also received news at this time, and Wang Yang wondered. What did you say? Civil and military officials are going to the prosperous Tang group? What is this? Question mark inside. What kind of existence is this person named Zilli? Why are there such high-ranking officials looking for him together? Come with me to see. Also, let the principals of the other 3 families also together. I want to see. What is this Zilli doing? Wang Yang said again. At this time, due to the withdrawal of the Kui family, the Chainan Chamber of Commerce is now only supported by the 4 major families, and the other dozen or so merchants are also irrelevant. Soon, Wang Yang took the other 3 to the place of the prosperous Tang group. The news that the civil and military officials went to the prosperous Tang group together spread like wildfire. A large number of people gathered in one place, and they were very curious. How is this? Whenever Shengteng group does something, it will attract a lot of attention. This time is no exception. Li Minutes was studying something in the room. Zushan came in a hurry at this time. Mr. Zilli, it's not good. There are many officers and soldiers, including high officials. Oh, is that so? Li Minutes was not in a hurry at all. Mr. Zilli is not in a hurry. Their purpose is unclear. Sun Simiao is also among them. Li Minutes asked. How do you know? I also said that Sun Simiao will definitely join me. No, he is here, and he brought so many people to witness. Li Minutes' words left Zushan puzzled. Why did Sun Simiao bring more here to be a witness? Is he crazy? Or is Mr. Zilli crazy? Or did you hear it wrong? Wait, we'll know when they come. Li Minutes was not in a hurry at all. As for the purpose of Sun Simiao's trip, he already knew it. At the same time, it was cowpox that he was studying. Why did he study so in advance? Because when he searched for Sun Simiao, he found that there would be such a disaster in Chainan City. So long ago, everything was ready, and he could even know where those cases were. After he finished speaking, he inadvertently revealed the scar on his arm. Mr. Zilli, what's wrong with your hand? Zushan asked. How did he know that this was the pox that Li Minutes had planted on himself, so that he would be permanently immune to smallpox? Otherwise, what would he do with everything in Anlifang? Throughout the era, you were reading www.yuukanzu.com. He is the only one who knows the plot, and how to play it all depends on his mood. ! This wound is also the key to the whole smallpox. After Li Minutes finished speaking, he was fiddling with a lot of bottles. The bottles, all made of glass, are the keys to research into making medicines. Then you prepare 100,000 limestones first. Hurry up. Although he didn't know what Li Minutes wanted to do, Zushan still did it. Before the civil and military officials arrived, Li Minutes was already ready. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time chapter 244. I know the plot, how to develop it according to my mood. 7th more reading record. You can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, chapter 245. You must be joking, right? Find the latest chapter in Da Tang's first negative son. After a while, Yuan Dangang came to report. Mr. Zilli, there are hundreds of officials outside the Shengteng group asking to see you. The momentum is huge. Li Shimin didn't come yet? Yuan Dangang used to be a court official. This scale is only common during the Li Shimin ceremony in the court. It is the first time that it has appeared in the public for so many years. Li Minutes murmured. Mr. Zilli, did you know in advance that they would come? Yuan Dangang asked. What he didn't count. Li Minutes counted again. What do you think? Mr. Zilli's divination is getting more and more accurate. Not only that, Li Minutes also made a series of preparations in advance. That's why he is undefeated and prosperous. Let them wait for me for a while. Him at the last minute. He'll go out after a while. Yuan Dangang had no choice but to go out. Not long after he went out, Jiuxiu came in again. Mr. Zilli, are people outside begging to see you? They say there is something important. Please go out and see. Is Zushan back? Li Minutes asked instead of answering her question. Not yet. Listen to him. Maybe half an hour. Half an hour is fast. After all, there are so many things to buy. Have you made your leaders and masks well before? Li Minutes asked again. Yes, 10,000 have been made. The mask was prepared in advance by him and made by all the women in the Shengteng group. In the process of doing it, no one knew what it was for, nor what Li Minutes was doing. Only when they actually use it will they realize how important a small mask is. Mr. Zilli, why are these masks used? Are they used to keep warm in winter? No, you'll know when the time comes. Now we'll explain to you. You may not understand. Li Minutes told the truth. What droplet infection, what virus isolation and so on. How does she understand as an ancient person? I will introduce it later. Then I'll wait for your explanation in the future. Jiuxiu had to say. Okay, let's go. By the way, hold that piece of paper for me. Li Minutes tidied up. Jiuxiu picked up the piece of paper on the table as he wished. It was something like a map. There are 3 words written on it. It is for Anlifang. The markings on the paper are very clear. The two left the room and went outside the Shengteng group. When they arrived, they saw the civil and military officials in front of them. There are also a large number of officers and soldiers to maintain order, headed by Sun Simiao, Wang Gui, Cheng Yojin and others. Li Minutes knew the few people in front of him, and he was very familiar with them. As for the people in the back, some he can't name, but he knows them. As soon as Sun Simiao saw Li Minutes, he came out. Go straight ahead, Mr. Zilli. The old man has something to ask for. Because there is nothing wrong with Sun Simiao here. What are you afraid of? This old man has something to ask for, he said. People are also curious. Sun Zenzan actually asked for something, and it was Mr. Zilli. How is this? When did Mr. Zilli's status become so high? The old man wants you to help save the smallpox epidemic in the Inlefang. When Sun Simiao's words came out, everyone was shocked. At the same time, there was a lot of fear in his eyes. The scene that had been quiet for a while turned into chaos. After all, this smallpox is really too scary. The average person who gets it will die in 2 or 3 times out of 10. People who are not dead, even if they survive, have a high probability of being disfigured. Wang Yang and the other 4 were even more shocked. They stayed on the sidelines early to watch what happened on the field. After Sun Simiao said about the smallpox, the 4 of them were quite frightened. They even want to go back, behind closed doors and without communication with the outside world. The 4 were very afraid of death. More and more people are thrown into chaos. In the face of such a battle, Cheng Yojin screamed, "Quiet it down for Lao Tzu, with Sun Zenzan here, what are you afraid of?" As soon as he said that, everyone immediately went quiet. He is a genius doctor. But then again, the genius doctor came to ask Mr. Zilli. Ask Mr. Zilli to take action. What is this operation? Could it be that Mr. Zilli's medical skills are better than that of Sun Simiao? Otherwise how could this be the result? At the same time, everyone is also speculating that the civil and military officials behind Sun Simiao, what are they doing here? Make up the number of people, or come to watch the fun, inspected, or surveillance? Sun Zenzan asked Mr. Zilli to take action. Is he okay? Someone shouted. Sun Simiao was a little embarrassed. Yes, in the face of smallpox, he has no way to cure it. This disease was not completely eliminated until the 1970s. More than 1,300 years from now, even in the name of a genius doctor, it is impossible to cure smallpox. Stop its spread. When the man said this, Cheng Yojin was quiet. With Mr. Zilli here, I believe him. The pig liver recipe he made last time was very useful, and it cured my night blindness. Yes, Sun Zenzan thinks that Mr. Zilli is powerful, and came to ask Mr. Zilli. He must have a way to do it. Others comforted everyone, saying that Mr. Zilli could do it, and at the same time gave others hope. Unexpectedly, Sun Zenzan was anxious for the people, and came to ask Mr. Zilli to take action. As for Jiuxiu, she looked at Li Minutes. The man in front of her had given her too many surprises. In this world, what else could he not know? If there is, he will not accept his own love, right? Mr. Zilli ... That Sun Simiao called again. Li Minutes looked at the crowd and asked, then what are these officials here for? He didn't say whether he could cure it or not. Just ask. Your Majesty attaches great importance to this matter. Sun Zenzan said that you can cure smallpox, so let the civil and military officials come to ask you to take action. Fang's Yuanling said. This time completely detonated everyone. Civil and military officials come to ask Zilli to take action. How noble is that? Ordinary people don't have this kind of treatment. In this world, only Li Shimin has this kind of treatment. Let Wen Wu please come out. Also at Sun Simiao, the king of medicine. People started talking. His son is enough. If we can be like him, we will die. They didn't know that Li Yan had already made all preparations at this time. He is waiting for Zushan's return, At the same time, Lee Minutes deliberately made fun of some people. Smallpox. I can't cure it, Lee Minutes said suddenly. Everyone blew up now. What? Mr. Zilly can't cure smallpox? That shit. It's no use. Sun Simi are coming. You are reading www.youcanzu.com. He will not cure. Civil and military officials were all stunned, and at the same time, some people were angry. That's it? They came here to invite Lee Minutes to come out, but he didn't know anything? Isn't this playing them? Sun Simiao didn't believe it, and asked again, Mr. Zilly, you must be joking, right? In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click favorites below to record this time chapter 245. You must be joking. Yes, 8th more the reading record. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 246 Wang Gui, kneel down for me. Mr. Zilly, you must be joking, right? Sun Simiao asked again. He thought he had heard it wrong. That's right, I can't cure smallpox. Li Yan's words shocked everyone. It also made Sun Simiao very faceless. Because of what? He brought this up. He said that Lee Minutes knew how to cure smallpox. Isn't it embarrassing for him now? He also asked all the civil and military officials to come and beg Lee Minutes. Now Lee Minutes says he can't cure it. It was fun. This is interesting. So what should we do? If Li Shimin found out, he would be very angry. Sun Simiao didn't give up. Mr. Zilly, one of your recipes must be able to cure smallpox. Think again. Okay, he asked. There is no recipe for it. Lee Minutes replied directly. There is really no cure for smallpox. Lee Minutes did not lie. Smallpox basically depends on personal immunity to defeat it. If you can't defeat it, you can only die. Although there is no cure, it is preventable. Give people lifelong immunity. At this time, Wang Gui smiled. I thought Mr. Zilly in Sun Zen's mouth was so powerful. It's not as good as this. I see. It must have been some way before Sun Zen believed that Mr. Zilly knew medical skills. It really happened. I can't help you with anything. I've gone all this time in vain. Everyone go back. It's boring. Wang Gui's words were very ugly. But it also caused some people to feel the same way. These people made Lee Minutes remember. Most of them have a good personal relationship with Wang Gui. He thought to himself, let these people go to Anlafang together in a while. I remember you, Lee Minutes said directly. Made everyone laugh. Remember what? How else can he take them? These people didn't say that you are no longer a prince, and you don't have the right to instruct us. But it just so happened that Lee Minutes really had a way to humiliate these people. These people who are close to Wang Gui are their own enemies. The ridicule about these people actually caused people's dissatisfaction. People started to stand up for Lee Minutes. Wouldn't it be normal? How old is Mr. Zilly? It is necessary to entrust such an important task to a young man. Sun Zenran can't do anything. How could he be a teenager? Others scolded these officials. At the same time, Wang Gui's appearance and the words of some officials made Cheng Yojin very upset. You guys are so rude. So why don't you think of a way? As soon as his words came out, those people didn't dare to speak. Sun Simiao became a good man. Be kind and be kind. Everyone is kind. Just think of a way. How is it possible to be kind? But, Lee Minutes said suddenly. Sun Simiao knew that things must turn around. But what? Everyone was shocked. However, I can eliminate smallpox. Let it disappear forever in the Tang dynasty and never reappear. What he meant by his words was that he had no rule for those who did. He came here, after all. He was right. But the unreached can be freed from smallpox. Sun Simiao breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Minutes said that if there is a way, there must be a way. Then what are we going to do? You have to promise me two things. First, let Wang Gui and them kneel in front of me. Second, I'll talk about it later, and then I'll think about what to do. Everyone sighed. If Wang Gui and the mocking people kneel in front of Lee Minutes, can they tell them how to eradicate smallpox? Wang Gui was not happy. Zilly, are you avenging a private revenge? Did you do it on purpose? There were other people who also expressed their dissatisfaction, saying that you are also a court official. How can you kneel casually? But really, in terms of Lee Minutes' blood, their kneeling was nothing. Anyway, Some people can't stand up after kneeling for a long time. That's right. Lee Minutes didn't hide it at all. It's public revenge. If you want to kneel, let you kneel. It's not impossible for me to come out. Let Wang Gui and the people who laughed at me just now kneel in front of me and kowtow 10 times. Let's talk about the next thing. You can think about it if you kneel or not. Think about it. Lee Minutes wouldn't back down even half a step. In fact, before, he was also ready, just waiting for the appearance of Zushan. Everything can start. Until then, some people have to be taught a lesson. Of course, he still has a back move. All the people cheered. Someone even applauded. Some people even urged Wang Gui and others to kneel quickly. They wanted to hear what Mr. Zill's approach was like. At this time, the civil and military officials were even more shocked. Let the big red man in front of Li Shimin kneel down. Some people say that you have to go and ask your majesty. Some people say that this is a mistake. Lee Minutes didn't care what these people said. He walked directly in front of Wang Gui. Wang Gui, kneel down. Wang Gui turned his head, and then suddenly a force came from behind him. With a plop, Wang Gui knelt down. Everyone was shocked. He is a court official. Who dares to kick him? When everyone saw it, it was Cheng Yojin. He retracted his feet and went to the people who mocked Lee Minutes just now, kicking them to the ground one by one. Cheng Yojin, what are you doing? Wang Gui and others fell to their knees and couldn't get up for a while. Let you kneel. You kneel? Why is there so much nonsense? Have you forgotten? What did your majesty say? Let us obey. In any case, you reading www.uukanzu.com must obey. People's lives are the most important. Cheng Yojin cried. On this point, everyone's favorability to him has risen. At this time, Wei Zheng also came out and said, yes, your majesty has said something like this. Li Shimin did say, if he is willing to agree, no matter what the price, the court is willing to pay. No matter what he wants to do, he can follow his instructions. Therefore, it is impossible for Wang Gui to sue Cheng Yojin. The people all gave their thumbs up. This is Ming Jun. Kowtow, Lee Minutes shouted. Wang Gui is extremely popular. Make yourself kowtow. That is impossible. The fact that he knelt down was also caused by Cheng Yojin, otherwise before he could speak, his head began to slam down. He hasn't had time to react yet. He is already on his own. Happy. Cheng Yojin's laughter came from the side. It's him. It's him. The relationship between the two is very bad. This time Cheng Yojin breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Yojin, you, there. 10 kowtows were quickly over. Lee Minutes smiled and said, Wang Gui, how is it? What else do you want to say? If you're not happy, you can add 10 more. At this time, the Wang family was shocked. Isn't it obvious to give yourself prestige? They hated Lee Minutes to the core. He was playing with fire. P.S. I'll be here today, come back tomorrow, and ask for a full order. Thank you all for your support. The error-free chapters of the first trouble of the Tang dynasty will continue to be updated on the new novel network. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend new ones. If you like Tang's #1 Rebel, please collect it. The new update of Tang's #1 Rebel is the fastest. Chapter 247 Promise the Second Thing. P.S. The violence has begun. Still 9 chapters. Ask for completeness. Thank you book friends for the shameless reward again. Lee Minutes smiled and looked at Wang Gui. Then he said, Wang Gui, the way you kneel makes me very happy. This kind of smile made Wang Gui very depressed. After that, he walked over and whispered, I know everything your Wang family has done. This is just for you. Small punishment. Don't provoke me, you will die. Wang Gui stared at Lee Minutes with 2 eyes. He was so angry that he couldn't even get up for a while. There is a feeling of powerlessness. Finally, he endured the pain, sat directly on the ground, and said loudly, Zilly, you are wasting time. Now is a good time for treatment. but you wasted a lot of time because of your own selfishness. Is it interesting that you target me like this? Will the people be healed by doing this to me? Will smallpox disappear? Impossible. Everything is impossible. He was right. People also said that fighting at this time is not good for the situation at all. Instead, it will waste time and make everyone less and less time. This, I don't need you to teach me. Don't miss the best time. You'll know after a while. After Lee Minutes finished speaking, he added, "Okay, this first thing is over, and it's over. There is one thing, if you promise me, I will start to act. I can guarantee that within 10 days, there will be no smallpox in Cheng'an City, and within 1 month, smallpox will disappear forever in the Tang dynasty." Of excitement. But people like Wang Gui and others are very disdainful. In their hearts, Lee Minutes is just talking big. How is that possible? The smallpox disease has been prevalent for hundreds of years. Throughout the ages, many genius doctors have not been able to solve this problem. Neither can Sun Simiao. How could Lee Minutes be able to solve it? Mr. Zilli, what are the two things? Sun Simiao was very impatient. He asked. Lee Minutes looked at Sun Simiao with a smile. Was about to say something. What if you can't do it within 10 days? Wang Gui said suddenly. Lee Minutes gave this guy a blank look. Does he need to lie? Besides, if Cheng'an falls, who will sell his things? Without a stable and peaceful era, all business activities are a joke. And money, nowhere to spend. It is meaningless. He didn't want to reply to Wang Gui's question. But in order to show his determination, he still replied, "If I can't, I will disperse the family wealth to all the people of the world." To show my determination. Humphrey, you are just talking casually. That's all. How could it really be scattered? Wang Gui came out to be a demon again. Who do you consider yourself to be? Wang Gui, do you think these officials are air? When the people nearby didn't hear it, they all watched. If what I said today, if it doesn't come true, you can crusade against me as much as you want. I have a clear conscience. Mr. Lee can definitely do it. It's better than someone who has been talking nonsense. Cheng Yojin first came out to support. He was directly talking about Wang Gui. This thing is simply too much. There are also many officials who have come out to support. Although these people usually have nothing to do with Lee Minutes, but because he is willing to take action, it has already proved that he is under the Tang dynasty, so there is no need to not support the Tang dynasty. So, as the officials say so, everyone is more convinced. Lee Minutes said such words in front of civil and military officials, which was tantamount to expressing his determination. It is equivalent to expressing his determination in front of Li Shimin. Everyone listens, can't run away. Sun Simiao then came out and said, Mr. Zilli doesn't have to gamble like this. There's no need to be like this. We know your determination is enough. And this old man knows that smallpox is not easy to cure. It has been like this since ancient times, whether it is Huachuo's genius doctor. Sometimes, don't push yourself too hard. He could see through. Lee Minutes really didn't know how to cure smallpox. If he was forced to cure it, it would be too difficult for a strong person. Can't be cured. How can it be eliminated? There is an insurmountable gulf between the two. Sun Zenran, don't worry, I will do what I say, just to see if you can promise me the second thing. As soon as Lee Minutes finished speaking, Sun Simiao seemed to realize that something was wrong. How did this second thing become what he promised him? Mr. Zilli, I don't understand why. The second thing is that I want to invite Sun Zenran to study medicine together, so that future generations can benefit. Let Tang not suffer from injuries and diseases. How? This is Lee Minutes' lofty aspirations. At this time, the people said, it's rare to be as profound and righteous as Mr. Zilli. Sun Zenran, right? Some people said, yes, there are not many people like Mr. Zilli. If I were Sun Zenran, I would have agreed long ago. For the sake of the people and future generations, Sun Zenran must agree. There are many words like this. Civil and military officials said, if Sun Zenran can join the prosperous Tang group, it must be a strong alliance, and fused Tang is also. Zen's and Sun, You are reading www.uukanzu.com. Hurry up and agree. This is a good opportunity. The current Shengteng group is very rich, and there is such a reliable Mr. Zilli. What he does will definitely be done. Yes. There is really a medicine to cure disease, that is to fully utilize Sun Zenran's strength to allow more people to be treated. These people persuaded Sun Simiao. Yes. He hesitated again. He had rejected Li Minutes before because of his own personality. Now it is for the common people. If Li Minutes did not take action, the epidemic in Anlifang would break out directly. There. Not one or two people will die. Some people may say that Li Minutes took advantage of the dangers of others and did not do good deeds. But these words are undecided. First of all, he has already started to order, but there is a time difference. Furthermore, he recruited Sun Simiao for the sake of the common people. Although this time was a bit wrong, he had a clear conscience. In the end, Sun Simiao promised Li Shimin, unless he put people's lives at risk. Everyone is also waiting for Sun Simiao's reply. If he refuses, then Li Minutes may not do it. Shen Zenran, please promise. Some people knelt down. They petitioned for myself and for future generations. More and more people are joining in. Among the civil and military officials, 2/3 also persuaded Sun Simiao to agree. Wang Gui still had a shy expression on his face. He said, Sun Zenran, don't be influenced by some words. Come from your heart. Sun Simiao ignored him this time. After all, Wang Gui was very annoying to him. Then Sun Simiao looked at the situation around him again, and after a long time, he was silent. Finally, he gritted his teeth and spoke. Chapter 248. Find the latest chapter in Tang's first negative son. Sun Simiao looked at the crowd. Look at their sincere expressions. Think again of the people in pain in the comfort zone. If he waits for him to come for treatment, he can only relieve the pain of those people. As for treatment, it depends on individual resistance. More than half will have sequelae. That's why he came to find Li Minutes. I hope Li Minutes can solve this problem. Li Minutes can solve problems and eliminate smallpox, but he can't save those who are sick. Everything can only depend on their good fortune. At this time, Wang Gui said again, Shenzhen Zen, you can promise first. If he can't do it, then block him directly in the medical world, so that he will never turn over. He had already stood up at this time. Some people have been kneeling for a long time and still do not want to repent. Wang Gui, if you don't speak, no one thinks you are dumb. Sun Simiao finally made up his mind. Cheng Yojin and others were also very happy. And then, Li Minutes was overjoyed. Okay. The old man promises you. But if you really can't save the people, the old man will leave at any time. If Li Minutes really couldn't do it, he wouldn't force Sun Simiao to stay, because he has no face to let him stay. Besides, he had already made plans. When the people heard that Sun Simiao wanted to join, they were happier than Li Minutes. They cheered, and now Chainan City was saved. Otherwise more people will die. Okay. Very good. In the future, my Shengteng group will produce a lot of medicines for people in the world to treat diseases. Your participation, Sun Zenran, will be a very correct choice. Regarding medicine, it is also a kind of medicine. Very profitable industry. Because his investment is also high, and high returns can allow him to have the money to increase investment in the production of new drugs, so that new drugs can be continuously produced and people can be treated continuously. The people waited and cheered, and they were looking forward to the next medicines from Shengteng Group. Mr. Zilli, what about Anlifang? Sun Simiao asked anxiously. Li Minutes looked at the sky and said, no hurry. Just wait. What? Not in a hurry. So why is it urgent? Why wait? What is he doing? It makes people feel cheated. This Zilli doesn't seem to want to heal the people of Anlifang. If that's the case, I suggest burning all the patients to avoid future troubles. Wang Gui said again. This is the fastest method, although cruel, but in places with poor medical conditions in ancient times, this may be the best method. Wang Gui, if you don't speak, no one thinks you are dumb. Shut up. Cheng Yojin shouted, raising his fist at the same time. Wang Gui stopped talking because of Cheng Yojin's force. Mr. Zilli, not in a hurry. How is that? Sun Simiao asked again. I have already made arrangements for this matter. It's just that things haven't arrived yet, so don't worry about it. Only then did people breathe a sigh of relief. Also shocked. It turned out that he had already made arrangements, but when did he arrange it? Nobody knows. As early as half a month ago, Li Minutes began to prepare. About this, he will not let everyone know. Yes, Mr. Zilli, Your Majesty said that our officials here can obey your orders. But only for the smallpox issue, Fang Xuanling said, and he added the second half of the sentence with obvious meaning, because he was afraid misunderstood by others. At the same time, it also shows that Li Shimin attaches great importance to smallpox. If you don't pay attention, the economy that Tang has developed with great difficulty will collapse. Very well, if that's the case, then everyone will obey my orders. Li Minutes looked at everyone with a smile, and some people felt terrified. Mr. Zilli, please speak. Wai Zheng also came out and said at this time. Qin Kaiang also said, if you need anything, just say it. Even the people on the side came out. Mr. Zilli, we can also help. As long as we can help, we will definitely participate. This is an anti-epidemic action with the participation of the whole people. Okay. Very good. I am very moved by everyone's actions. Now I will assign personnel. Then Li Minutes walked towards the officials. Officials and people who have never had smallpox before, stand on my left. Those who have, don't move. Let me state first, this is very important. You have to have a good understanding of whether you have it or not, because it's not a joke! Everyone wondered, what is this for? But despite his doubts, he did it anyway. People began to separate. The phenomenon is very obvious. On the left, they are all elderly. The youngest may be in their 30s. For example, Cheng Yojin, Fang Xuanling, Wai Zheng and Qin Kaiang are all on the left. The people on the right are a large number of young people and teenagers. As for the officials, the same is true. People in the Li Minutes group, such as Gyuxu and her sisters, have not suffered from smallpox. So, they are potentially infected people. It has to be treated with attention. Sun Simiao also stood on the left. He asked, Mr. Zilli, what are you doing? Those who have had smallpox will never get it again. I need these people to fight against smallpox with me. After that, we will go deep into Anlifang. Now, take good care of the smallpox epidemic. Li Minutes said, just when he saw that Wang Gui was going to the right. This guy must have heard that he was going to Anlifang, and was scared to pee. Is this real? Sun Simiao tried hard to recall. Then he said, no wonder, I have experienced smallpox more than 10 times before, and I have penetrated into the public, and I have never had smallpox again. So it is. Mr. Zilli, you are really knowledgeable. Li Minutes was also not good. Explain to him about the so-called lifelong immunity. It's just like saying that. Wang Gui, what are you doing? Li Minutes suddenly grabbed Wang Gui. Are you lying? Are you trying to trick us on purpose? How can you get it once and never get it again? That's a plague. It's not a simple cold and cough. He expressed puzzled. Don't you know if you try it? Li Minutes smiled. No, I won't try. Wang Gui, are you trying to resist the decree? Cheng Yojin shouted. He's not your majesty. How can I resist the decree? You are not too timid. Regarding the smallpox matter, your majesty said that everything should be arranged by Mr. Zilli, but you dare not listen. I will report it to your majesty now. At the same time, everyone in Yu reading www.uukanzu.com began to condemn Wang Gui. Even the members of the Wang family looked down on him. This is an escape. No matter how old your child is, you have to rush ahead. Putting his own life and death aside, Wang Gui is so greedy for life and fear of death. Everyone pointed to the back of his spine and cursed. The power of public opinion is enormous. In the end, Wang Gui said nothing. Just stand there. At this time, Zushan returned. Li Minutes ignored Wang Gui and turned directly to Zushan. For the convenience of reading next time, You can click favorites below to record the reading record. Chapter 248 will keep you from turning over forever. Second update, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 249. Are you teaching me to do things? Find the latest chapter in Da Tang's first negative son. Mr. Zilli, I'm back. Zhu Shan's voice came from a distance. Then a large number of carriages drove towards the Shengton group. Everyone looked at Zhu Shan in unison, wondering at the same time, what is this for? What was on the carriage? Jia Yuxiu and others were also puzzled. What is this for? Not to mention the people. Until someone recognized the above. It's lime. Lime. Lots of lime. Why lime? Everyone started to guess. What does Mr. Zilli want to do? Could it be that Li Minutes still wants to come up with another kind of business? It's really surprising that these things are still being done at this time. Sun Simiao, who is also a doctor, is also puzzled. Mr. Zilli, what are you doing? Get so much lime. Also because of the smallpox? It turned out that Li Minutes said to wait. Just to wait for the lime? Incredible. Yes, because of the smallpox. That's why so much lime. Smallpox. Why? Why lime? Sun Simiao was very puzzled. Sun Zenran, if I ask you a question, you will understand why. Ah. You have to ask questions before you can know why. What is this operation? That's because Li Minutes really didn't understand how this lime can kill poison. I would like to hear the details. Sun Simiao said humbly. What happens when lime touches human skin? It will burn when it sticks to the skin. If it is not cleaned in time, it will burn the skin. It leaves scars and is very difficult to treat. That's right, since it can burn people, then we can definitely deal with smallpox. I want to use lime to sterilize the poison in the anlifang. Let the smallpox poison have nowhere to hide. In this way, more people will not be infected. This is the same as burning with fire, just burn it, all gone. Once the lime has passed, there is still the possibility of reuse, and it is more practical. The reason why epidemics become popular is that on the one hand, it is transmitted from person to person, and on the other hand, it is transmitted from the environment. Li Minutes also tried to make it simple and easy to understand. Sun Simiao suddenly realized, if the chain of environmental transmission is cut off, the entire epidemic can be more controllable, as long as you control this part of people well. Here, it turns out that this thing still has such a role. Why didn't we think of it before? Sun Simiao suddenly opened. Generally speaking, plagues are spread through the environment. Cheng Yojin asked, how did Mr. Zilli know about it? Fang Xuanling said, Sun Zenran thinks it's feasible, so don't get involved. I just wanted to ask. Wai Zheng also joined the discussion. What Mr. Zilli knows is what we can imagine. He must have his reasons for making such a decision. Wang Gui on the side was confused. Okay, let's not talk nonsense. Yuxiu, take out the map. Jia Yuxiu took out the map. This map is very detailed, and places like some wells and rivers are marked on it. Officials on the left, come and see. There. Crowd walked to where Li Minutes was, and he asked Zrengai to take the blueprints. Then he said, first of all, thank you for joining the fight against smallpox. I will assign tasks now. Whether or not you can defeat it is up to you. The officials said, we will listen to Mr. Huzalis arrangement. Uncle Cheng, I want you to lead the army to block the Anlifang, and implement the policy of only entering and not entering. I also need to mobilize Jin Ui to guard chain and city, only enter and not enter, until the smallpox disappears. Jin Ui, that's right. But the guards of the imperial city must be transferred from above. I don't have time now, so I can transfer them directly. Didn't I agree? Can I transfer personnel for the smallpox? Li Minutes said. Understood. I'll do it now. Cheng Yojin left immediately. Wai Guogong, Zheng Guogong, Fang Xuanling and Wai Zheng should be. Yes. I want you to take the people on the left and point this Li Minutes to the drawing and say. The place he shows is very easy to remember, and as long as you get to Anlifang, and then go through the Licheng there, they will lead the way. Everything that needs to be sprinkled with lime is finished. He arranges things without any ambiguity, and people's favorability for him suddenly rises to the highest point. Understood. You all go with us, there. Two of them shouted, and everyone waited together, and they drove the carriage and took everyone to the Anlifang. General Qin, Sun Zhenren and all the officials, follow me into the Anlifang to treat the sick. What does it mean to take the lead? That's someone like Li Minutes. It's much better than Li Shimin staying in the palace. Then what should we do? Jiuxiu asked. You should register in the group. Once you find smallpox appearing, you can mark it on the map for people to see. If smallpox also breaks out in other places, in the same way, first antivirus and then ban it. This point, Master Qiren. Participate too. It's up to you to mobilize the people nearby. Qiren Shai said yes. When Li Minutes said this, he said to the crowd, from today, within 10 days, if there is nothing wrong, try not to go out to prevent the spread of smallpox. At this time, everyone listened to what he said. What Mr. Zilli says is what you say, and we will follow your instructions. But some people said, how can it be done? If you stay at home for 10 days, you will get sick. At this time, Wang Gui said, pedant, don't go out. Then how do you support your family? We always have to survive. Young people are young people, and they are not far-sighted enough to deal with things. Some people also thought he said what he said. Correct. This kind of thing is inherently two-sided. If you want to control the epidemic, you have to sacrifice some interests. Even putting the economy on hold is fine. If you don't do this, the loss is even greater. Are you teaching me to do things? You can do it. No, don't be self-righteous. Li Minutes said directly. This made Wang Gui so angry that he was out of shape. In the face of smallpox, no matter how long you live, you can survive. That's what people want. No matter what, I have lived longer than you. You are so rude. You are so arrogant. Can make more people survive. What about you? Wang Gui was so angry that he couldn't speak. Li Minutes ignored him, because talking to such a person is undoubtedly a waste of time. Zenzan Sun, let's go to the Anlifang to settle the patients first. All the other officials should go back. Those who have not been infected with smallpox, he is useless. It is better to let them go back. Everyone went away when they heard it. Then Li Minutes and his group waited and left for Anlifang. Wang Gui was not with him, so he stayed. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorites below to record this time. Chapter 249. Are you teaching me to do things? Third, the reading record. You can see it next time you open the bookshelf. Chapter 250. You bastard. Get out. Find the latest chapter in Da Tang's first negative son. Wang Gui did not leave. He was standing there when Jiuxiu, Zushan and the others saw Wang Gui and Wang Yang chatting. Jiuxiu whispered, what are they doing? God knows. Mr. Zilli said to stay away from these two. Zushan said. Yuan Dangang said, these two are conspiring to frame Mr. Zilli. As soon as these words came out, Jiuxiu was terrified. What should we do? How can these people be like this? Mr. Zilli is for the people, but they have to deal with him. They are really not human. Should we do it? Order something. Yuan Dangang said, we don't have to do anything, just do our own thing, because Mr. Zilli has never failed. They won't succeed. Yuan Dangang, it's not bad for you to say that, too. I'm always a little uneasy in my heart. Jiuxiu, I dare to guarantee this, it's all right. Jiuxiu was suspicious. At this time, Wang Gui, Wang Yang and others were discussing some matters. That kid Zilli is really bold, thinking that His Majesty asked him to do something. He thinks he can't afford it. He thinks he is a relative of the royal family. Wang Yang said bitterly. Wang Gui was silent. Not to mention, Zilli in his mouth is a relative of the royal family. Still the sixth prince. This guy is too arrogant, I thought. I must teach him a good lesson, and finally deprive him of his power. Hey, but Sun Zhenren is with him and listens to him everywhere. What can we do? Letting people stay at home can let him know how great people always have to live, and this measure of his is undoubtedly a kind of restriction on everyone. There is also the point of not letting people go out of the city, which is unacceptable. What's more, let Jin Yui participate. Who does he think he is? Based on these points alone, if we entered the palace, we can definitely let His Majesty take back his life. Wang Yang was blowing the wind. At the same time, a key point was made. Eunuch asked, "This Zilly is really too much, to make you kneel in public. This revenge must be avenged." Wang Gui's ears softened. "I'll go into the palace, talk to His Majesty about this, and let him give orders." After that, Wang Gui went to the palace. In the Taikai Palace, Li Shimin paced left and right. He was very anxious. "It's been so long. There is still no result. Your Majesty, I'm afraid it won't be so fast. Just sit down for a while." Empress Cheng said. "Empress, I'm also impatient. The news I sent back just now has no results. I don't know what's going on now. With Li minutes here, I really don't dare to worry." Li Shimin still didn't stop until Wang Gui entered the palace. "Your Majesty, please see Wang Shizhong." The eunuch came to report at this time. "Huh? Didn't he help? How did he come back?" "There," eunuch said at this time. "Not only him, half of the other officials have already returned." Li Shimin wondered. What the hell is Li Minutes doing? "Leave the officials alone, Your Majesty. That king's attendant. Let him in." "Yes." After a while, Wang Gui walked in. After bowing to Li Shimin and Empress Chengsun, he said, "Your Majesty, this minister is here to report the sixth prince." Li Shimin wondered when he said this. "What's going on?" Wang Gui said again. "First, he used smallpox to coerce Sun Zenzan to join his group. Second, he ordered Qin Yui to block off the entire Chainan city. Third, he ordered people not to go out. Stagnant production, trying to interrupt the economy of the entire Chainan city." Wang Gui said this, which shocked Li Shimin. At the same time furious. "This idiot, dare to do this, come and come," he shouted. At this time, Empress Chengsun intervened. "Your Majesty, calm down." Li Shimin said, "How can I not be angry? What the hell is this kid doing? To do such a thing, is it wrong to directly deal with Li Minutes? Some things are often just appearances, and if we don't go into the depths, we don't know what he is thinking, right?" Li Shimin calmed down a little. "Yes, you can't just listen to Wang Gui's words." Wang Gui said, "Your Majesty, he even relied on the power you gave him to make his ministers kneel in public. This can't be wrong, right? This is an abuse of power, and maybe he will do something incredible. It's coming." Wang Gui was about to cry. This is undoubtedly a trampling on his self-esteem. "What? Did he really do that?" "Yeah, Your Majesty, no matter what, the minister is also an official of the imperial court. How can you be humiliated by this?" "Wang Shizhong, you must have provoked Li Minutes, otherwise why would he not let Zijin kneel?" Road. About this point, it is impossible for Li Minutes to look for trouble, so he is looking for you, Wang Gui, right? Therefore, she is on Li Minutes' side. Furthermore, as the person recommended by Zenran Sun this time, he will definitely make Chainan survive this catastrophe. "Your Highness, the minister has to say about this. The sixth prince said that he would not cure smallpox." Wang Gui did not give in at all. "What? Did he really say that?" "It's absolutely true." Before Li Shimin could speak, Empress Chengsun said again, "Your Majesty listens." Li Shimin didn't get angry. At this time, a eunuch came to report. "Your Majesty, Li Chunfing asks to see you." "What is he doing here at this time?" Empress Zhang Sun said, "He's finally back. Let him in." "Yes." Then, Li Chunfing walked in. He saluted Li Shimin and Empress Chengsun. "Li Chunfing, what's going on?" It turned out that he was sent by Queen Chengsun to pay attention to the trend of the prosperous Tang group. "Well, he's back." Now the sixth prince has gone to Anlifang and said that the smallpox problem in the entire Chainan will be solved within 10 days. And the smallpox problem in the entire Tang dynasty will be solved within a month. Li Shimin was shocked when these words came out. Not to mention anything else, just saying that he went directly to Anlifang directly broke Wang Gui's calculation. This child really isn't afraid of death. Li Shimin murmured. If it was him, how dare he go to the epidemic area? But Li Minutes went. Also, He bought 100,000 stone of lime at his own expense, saying that he wanted to kill poison. That was really selfless. Such behavior can be praised. At this time, even if Wang Gui said more, he would not believe it, because Li Minut's behavior moved him. Your Majesty ... You bastard, get out. Li Shimin shouted. This frightened Wang Gui. Li Shimin has never done this before. Scared him to leave. He kept scolding Li Minutes in his mouth. Yana, this is... Empress Zhangsan was about to cry. Not everyone can do this kind of behavior. Don't tell concubine Yang about this, in case she gets too excited. Li Shimin said suddenly. You are reading www.uukanzu.com. My concubine understands. It is fortunate that you are here this time, the queen, otherwise I would have done something wrong. Your Majesty, the concubine just did what she was supposed to do. Li Shimin said again, come here, pass my will, and let the 12 guards manage the access of personnel in Chainan City. Yes. Not only Li Shimin was moved. The people in Anlifang were even more shocked and moved, because someone came to save their lives. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below to record this time chapter 250, Bastard, Get Out. Fourth, the reading record, you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time.